Let's go. Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, got one of my good friends, John the Goat Hoagland, and to the right, my other good friend, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Doing well, Jay. Always good to see you, JD. How you feeling? Happy hump day. It's Wednesday. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. I see Hoop in there. He called it perfectly. Happy non-farm Wednesday, Friday. That's what it is today. We've got a big jobs report coming out at the bottom of the hour. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Happy non-farm Friday on a Wednesday. Happy non-farm Friday Wednesday. That's a good one. We're renaming the title of the show. Happy non-farm Friday Wednesday.
Happy non-farm Friday, Wednesday. Speaking of which, we got some jobs data. We're going to take a look at that economic calendar in just a little bit, but we got gold open for business right now. There's that alarm. Gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern time, 7:20 Central. Normally, when you join us for the opening call, we're going to be looking at this gold opening range trade, but because we have some economic data coming out, I think it's a good decision, especially in this extremely thin market that we've seen, maybe to not take it. Hoag, we've been talking about risk management, especially with trading the metals. Why do you think it's a good choice, maybe not to trade this gold trade here?
It's extremely illiquid right now. We're already looking at 77 points in the 1 minute opening range. The market, it did have some overnight inventory. It looked like it might open with a gap, which would put it out of balance with a higher probability of success. It has removed all of that overnight inventory. We're at, again, 77 ticks of opening range. There are lots of holes, lots of prices that haven't even traded. And again, it is very thin. I'm looking at the GC contract, and there's at least 10 ticks between the bid and offer most of the time. Onesie, twosie on the bids and offers. If this comes out at 7:30 and it is likely to move markets, it is likely to move gold significantly because of the lack of liquidity. So I wouldn't be trading this. I wouldn't be trading it with anybody's money before this number comes out. 100%.
Yep.
Good call.
We've got just about 8 minutes until this number comes out. There was actually a question in the chat as you were talking about it, Hoag. Sully Lifestyle wants to know, and NFP will affect gold? Yes, it will affect gold. It will affect pretty much every market that we're looking at, except for crude oil. We might not see too much reaction from crude.
So I'm gonna paper trade this. We do have, it would have triggered along there, so I'm gonna take it on paper. But again, like Hoag just said, this is not a trade that I would want to be holding into that non-farm number. If you are going to take the trade, understand what your risk is, understand that slippage is a real thing, right? And that you might not get filled with your stop where you think it should get filled. But that is a risk that you're taking. Again, most of us are trading the micros with gold either way. But JD, let's take a look at that economic calendar. What do we have to look out for today and maybe through the rest of the week?
Yes, bottom of the hour coming up in just a few minutes. We've got the January jobs report. I'll go over some estimates real quick. What are we expecting? Non-farm payrolls month over month consensus is for 70,000 new jobs. Prior 50,000. Unemployment rate 4.4%. No change expected there. Private payrolls expected to increase, estimated 75,000 compared to 37,000 prior. That's really about it. Average hourly earnings expected to stay the same month over month, and a small decrease year over year for average annual earnings. Again, that's coming up at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. We're getting the January jobs report. After that, we've got Talking Fed. Michelle Bowman is speaking at 9:15 Central Time. Crude inventories, as always, every Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. Central Time. We'll get a update on crude inventories. 10-year note auction at noon Central Time, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Be aware of that at the noon hour. Those can be market moving every once in a while if they're coming a little bit out of whack or whatnot. Then we've got a budget statement, monthly budget statement at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That's what we have to look forward to today. But the bell of the ball is happening in just a couple of minutes. Non-farm payrolls. January jobs report in 6 minutes. T minus 6 minutes.
T minus
Raise your hand.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Raise your hand in the chat. Raise your hand in the chat if you're carrying a position through NFP. Let us know. Don't lie either. Just tell us. Okay. We are not.
JD's watching.
JD's
JD's like Santa Claus. He knows when you're good. He knows when you're bad. He knows when you're over leveraged going into a number as well. So just watch out. Bunch of nopes, no ways in the chat. Most people not doing it. There we go. Like the risk management we're seeing in the chat. Hogue, let's go over that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. You got to have your daily checklist. If you don't do the homework, you don't get to party. Pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Your morning checklist. What do you do in the morning to get yourself prepared for the trading day? Do you meditate? Do you walk the dog? Do you get some exercise? Do you get your coffee? Do you feed yourself? Make sure you go through that morning checklist. And always, again, check your mindset. Mindset has so much to do with trading. If you are in the wrong mindset for trading, maybe practice, maybe use a practice account, read something, do something other than trade angry. What about your trade entry checklist? What's going to get you into the trade? Do you have your hypotheses? Do you have the correct strategy for that hypothesis? Always write down those trades and do your journaling. And at the end of the day, of course, your post-market checklist should include reviewing those trades, reviewing your journal, finishing up your journal, and as always, watching at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul to get ready for the next trading day. Here is your daily checklist.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. Now we are all prepared. We're ready to go. I got this paper trade on. It's not really doing a whole lot. We would be long again on that 1 minute opening range trade. Decided not to take it, and this might show us why it's a good decision not to take it. Extremely thin market again in gold. JD, we want to get to some news on that jobs report.
I'm just going to read a voiceover script for you. Don't have the clip ready, but I think it's important information to share anyway. So this delayed jobs report raises Goldilocks hopes. Critical jobs report due out this morning, just a couple of minutes. The January numbers are delayed due to the brief recent government shutdown. Some experts think investors want to see Goldilocks data. What is that? It means if the U.S. added too few jobs last month, they say that could signal a struggling economy. If it added too many, experts think the Federal Reserve might hold off on rate cuts. That's what we're looking at going into this jobs number. I'll repeat that. If the U.S. added too few jobs last month, they say that could signal a struggling economy. If added too many jobs, experts think the Federal Reserve might hold off on rate cuts. That is a consensus.
Good to know. So when we see that number come out, we will see how the markets respond to it. I'm looking at the FedWatch tool right now, 35 days until the next Fed meeting. Right now, a 78.3% probability of no change. We'll see whether or not that number changes after this job data comes out as well. Again, 3 minutes, a little under 3 minutes until that number comes out. Gold right now trading 51.11.5. We got the NASDAQ trading 25,257.25, 69.73.50 last trade in the S&P. Silver's back above $85. Had a nice rally last night. We will take a look here. What markets are you guys going to be watching?
I'll keep the gold up. Jay, you're talking about paper trading this opening range breakout. I think conservatively, if you had hit the go to market button right after that confirmation candle, you'd probably be in the market somewhere around 51.06, right?
Yeah, that's exactly where I have it.
Okay.
Yep, exactly where I have it. And
it
it would have hit a 1-to-1, but a 2-to-1 where I set the risk, not yet. That's all the way up at 51.20, 51.22.
Got it. Oh, you want to keep an eye on the equities? What do you want? NASDAQ,
I got them.
S&P? Cool.
I got them. And I know Jay is watching all of them. So.
Yes.
There was some
cancel all, flatten all. Just by force of habit. Cancel all, flatten all. Hitting the buttons now.
There was some size on the S&P up at 69.80. It looks like they pulled it. It was about a 500 lot. I'm only seeing 150 now. Again, going to be pretty thin order books going into this. So if you choose to hold the trade through it, understand that there's a bunch of air pockets in this depth of market. even if you don't use the DOM, we've been talking about that. You need somebody on the other side of your trade. If they're not there, you might have to go find a price where they are.
Yep.
1 minute.
Gold ladder is about $1 wide right now. And it's getting thinner. Getting very thin.
Yes, it is.
S&P's down to tens,
Okay.
ones, fives.
Everything's thinning out. Consensus in the
Tens.
chat seemed to be that nobody's holding a number or a position through this number. I'm sure a few people are, but
Good call, guys.
isn't that
Good
trading
call.
advice? Yes.
30-second warning. Again, January jobs data coming up here in just a couple seconds. If you are in a position, understand where your risk is. If you don't want to be in a position, like JD just said, hit that flatten all button, hit it a couple times. I don't know. I don't know if it's a superstition thing, JD, but it works after hitting it once, but I usually hit it like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, absolutely. I'll hit it 20 times, no doubt.
Always.
And
Always.
here we go.
Gotta hit it a few times.
What's going on? All right.
Reaction to
The
the
ladder has
downside there.
disappeared in gold. Non-farm payroll actual
Holy
130,000. That is coming in hot. Double expected. We're seeing a knee-jerk reaction to the downside in gold right now. Man, that ladder is thin. There is nothing in there.
Knee jerk to the
Equities
upside.
pop to the upside. Yeah. So if I'm going back to what you just said, JD, more jobs were added than expected, which is
Yes.
the Fed's going to
So
look at that and
experts-
maybe, yeah.
Hold off on rate cuts in the next Fed meeting. Because that is just a whopping, booming number right there. Double expectations. Forecasted 65,000, actual 130,000 new jobs created this month. Compared to 50
Private
previous.
payrolls triple what they were expecting.
Wow. Gold still moving to the downside.
Yeah, getting smoked here.
Absolutely smoked.
Gold is getting smoked. 50-58 last trade. That opening range trade would have clearly been stopped out at this point.
Yep.
50.97 was that stop. So good no take on that trade. Equities did pop there. 25.315 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.85 last trade in the S&P. Silver sold off there as well. $83.79. But there you have it. January jobs data. We have more jobs data later this week, right, JD? We got jobless claims tomorrow.
We sure do. And Friday, CPI on Friday.
CPI Friday.
Not a jobs report, but definitely we're going to get some updates on inflation here in the U.S. on Friday.
For
Consumer
sure.
price index.
For sure.
Man, these moves, these are just account killer moves. This is why you don't hold positions into big numbers like NFP. If you're trading using market orders, you have no idea where you're getting filled. You're going to be a victim of slippage. If you're using stops, just bad juju all around.
For sure. Friend Human in the chat says those numbers are so fake. We'll see. We will see. Hogue, why don't we take a look? JD, any news we want to get to before we take a look at these gold charts? Where might we have the potential to be trading to today? We'll take a look. But anything you want to get to before we get to these charts, JD?
We're good for now. We're after 7:30. Let's hit these charts and get a move on, boys. Let's do it.
Let's take a look, Hogue.
All righty. Let's do it. Let's do the thing. We still got to come up with that dance.
Yeah.
All right. On the daily, gold. Okay. Market is still kind of seeking balance, and it's creeping up near the upper extreme of the current area of balance, which does kind of include the all-time high up there at 70.43. What did we do yesterday? Look at volume. Volume has just been getting crushed. It got crushed again yesterday. I think there were, well, let's see here. Let me double check. So in gold, there was 122,000 contracts. That includes all of the contracts of gold. That's 24,000 less than yesterday, which was already abysmal. So the volume in gold has really been drying up, as well as silver. We saw, some huge volume during all the volatility, but it's really just been getting crushed. And we added maybe 2,700 in open interest yesterday. We'll get a better look at where those positions came into the market when we look at the 30-minute. But we're in kind of a second day of an area of balance. Yesterday I think was an inside day. We've looked a little above the inside day from yesterday. We seem to be now. Oh, geez, I'm looking at the ES here. This is gold we're talking about. What am I doing? All right, hang on a second
Looks
here.
very
All right,
similar.
so yeah, this wasn't looking right. So again, this was right. We are up here. We're up here near the the high of the area of current balance. Okay, we've had an inside day yesterday. We looked above that inside day today. We're just coming right back inside the range from yesterday. So a 2-day area of balance, 2-day range. This market is continuing to seek balance. Again, yesterday we added 2,700 in open interest. And we've got this big box up here. There was 25% decrease in open interest since the 23rd. We've added for the last 3 sessions, 1, 2, 3 sessions. We started to add a little bit back, but nothing tremendous. We're talking about less than 10,000 contracts coming in. So this market is still largely in short time frame control. It is largely seeking some area of balance, but it is also offering some large opportunities. We'll get a better look at that on the 30-minute chart here. Jay, now that I've got the right chart up here, what are you thinking in gold here?
Uh, you talked about that decreasing volume, Hogue, over the past, 7 days now? We've seen lower volume every day.
Yes.
That kind of goes to show what we've been talking about is kind of playing out in real time. There's a lack of participation, which in my mind is going to lead to a lack of direction in this market. Especially if we're going to push higher, right? We need to kind of reconcile the imbalance from all the selling that we had, and that doesn't happen without real buyers coming into this market. On a higher time frame, we are holding above 50% of that major sell-off. We closed above it a couple of days ago. Yesterday, we used it as a support. 50.25 is that area, and we can see today we haven't traded below that 50% area. But if we don't attract new buyers, I think gold is going to continue to reject at 5100s. We can see it. There's a couple near equal highs over here, near that 5100 area where we're rejecting. So I think there's a ton of work to do if we're looking at ever trading all-time highs and things like that again, and it's not going to do it on lower volume. So range-bound market, there are opportunities. It's a big enough range to trade. Daily ATR is still $206. Yesterday was a $90 range, but there's opportunity. It's just not directional opportunity.
All right. Yeah, that 51.1390 was last week's high. Jay just mentioned that 5100 level as an interesting area to think about here. Let's take a look on the 30-minute chart. Okay, here we go. Yes, this is gold. All right, good. So overnight inventory was a little bit long, and it reconciled really before the number even came out. So we're looking at the reaction to the NFP numbers in gold here, the market, which did look higher up towards this late spike that I've still got on this chart here. This is that late spike to the upside. It put in a low on this day, put in a high on the following day. So it still is an impactful level, even though it might be a little bit obscure. And so we took a look at it last night. Overnight inventory was long. It's now been resolved. We're back into the range from yesterday. So we say an inside day. Yesterday was an inside day. Do we look to see if maybe we reaccept and stay in this range today and digest this information, or is more change going to come? I'm leaning towards more change. However, the market has driven right back into a 2-day area of balance. So I'm looking at balance to breakout rules, which would state, if we get up near the highs, we get near the lows of yesterday's session, there may be opportunity there in either direction. It's either going to fade back into the range, the current range, or the overnight high could, we could approach that. We could fade back into the range, or we could see a breakout of the current area of balance, with which we would go with if it's giving us the proper participation. So I'm staying patient in gold here. I want to see some blood come back into the into the dome before I start getting involved, because yes, it is pretty volatile. And illiquid. Jay, what do you think?
Overnight inventory was long, like you said, Hogue, reconciled before that number came out. There was actually some volume. I don't know what happened at around 6:30 Central Time, but Coach Hoop was just mentioning. I'm actually going to go down to a shorter time frame chart really quick here. I think you kind of broke it down on the 30-minute, Hogue. Whatever
Huh?
happened here, this is a 1 minute chart. This is 6:41 Central Time. Big spike of volume there, and then we got the NFP candle as well. That entire range, 5106 down to 5036, I think has the potential to be the range for the rest of the day. We saw something similar yesterday where we had that high volume 30-minute candle that opened the day, and we stayed in that range pretty much the entire day. So if we're looking at range bound opportunities, I think the lower extreme of this NFP candle, the upper extreme of whatever the hell happened at 6:40 this morning. I don't know if anyone has a headline or anything like that, but the upper extreme here, where all this volume traded, I think that has the potential to be the range for the day, unless something changes in gold. But I think what we've seen on a higher time frame is that it's comfortable trading these prices. So I would feel comfortable if I'm going to trade gold at these extremes and probably not doing too much in the middle.
Okay. And the profile from yesterday was a neutral day. We did have a failed upside auction that put in the high yesterday, right up near the previous day's high. We rotated lower where the volume came in or whatever volume that came in yesterday. And again, it was a very low volume, was to the short side. So adding 2,700 contracts on the volume to the downside suggests shorter time frame shorts came into the market. So was the overnight inventories getting some of them chased out? Perhaps, but it's probably, some weaker hands longs that are now out of the market. So we're going to see what the longer time frame does with gold here as the day goes on. Jay, I like what you said. That the bottom of that NFP candle and the high of the 630 bar, that really looks like it could kind of contain the range for the day. So, of course, we don't get to choose that. We will see. But great thoughts. Let's take a quick look at silver now.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
All right. So again, this market is seeking balance. It is pretty much, started the day pretty much centrally located inside the area of balance. And we're looking at the current area of balance as being last week's high, $92 and change, last week's low, $64 basically. And again, we're right in the middle of it. We've got the 100-session simple moving average coming in to support the lows. We've got the 20-session simple moving average on the daily chart to provide possible resistance at those extremes. We're right in the middle of it. Did we add any open interest yesterday? No, we lost open interest in silver yesterday. And again, look at how volume has just been getting crushed while this market tries to find an area where two-sided trade can ensue. It's still seeking it, still offering big opportunities. However, still very illiquid. Just be careful and expect slippage. Jay, what are your thoughts on silver?
Silver much weaker than gold. We haven't traded back up to that 50%. We talked about that yesterday. We're trading back. Well, we were trading back above $85. It feels like it's lost its shine, Hogue. It was a star for a while. It was a star for a while, and now it's back to what it was before everybody thought it was cool to trade it. We could see it in the volume. Not a lot of participation there. I'm still keeping an eye on the volume of that the new contract, and it's not trading a ton. I think there's just this big of a hit in this market. The margin requirements increasing to trade it. It became real, right? I think there was a lot of euphoria trading this market on the way up, Hogue, and then it became real, and I think we're seeing the aftermath of that, right? Where it's like, okay, I don't want to get hurt trading that. We saw it happen in copper, right? When copper had that tariff candle, it was 25% sell off in a day. It took 6 months to recover that. So I think that's what we're seeing here in silver now.
Yeah, I think we're going to probably be in this range for some time. That was a 47.5% off the all-time high move that put in that low. 47%. Yikes. All right. take a look at the 30. We lost open interest yesterday, and you can see where the volume came into the short side yesterday. That was probably more like long liquidation than new shorts coming in. Overnight inventory is long still. Let's take a look here. Where did we open? We open there. We're still trading above that, where you can see that the VWAP is still sloping to the upside. We've got new information, so the market, of course, anything can happen. ACH, anything can happen. We've opened with a gap. We haven't closed the session gap just yet. So if we can't close that session gap, I might be, thinking that we may see this market continue to resolve to the upside if that's possible. And we'll watch VWAP, watch and see if we close the gap. Any acceptance of range and value from yesterday could bring us right back to value low from yesterday, right around $80. And that's pretty much it for me on the 30-minute chart. Jay, what are you seeing?
So a couple of days ago, Hogue, we got back above that 200 moving average on the 30, which is this white line on my chart. And it is starting to tick to the upside just a little bit, right? It flattened out. Now it's starting to tick to the upside. Price and volume above that as well. So I do agree with you that we could continue to see this resolve to the upside. Upside target, $89. And I know it's right below 90. It's right below that whole number. But last week when we were trading up at 89, there was a ton of offers coming in right at $89 even. So if we do continue to push up in silver and you're trading it, just watch that $89 price. If somebody's on the offer up there, a passive seller, that might be the line in the sand where they say, hey, we're not going any higher than this. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as we get closer to $89. Got a little work to do. Silver's up 4.7% on the day. So we'd be talking about another 5%, which this is silver. It could happen. But I'd be watching the market's reaction to $89.
Right. So it's a neutral day as far as the profile is concerned. It does look like it put in kind of a poor low at the low here, which is right on that 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. That's a little bit of concern for continuation to the upside. If you were to look at that as a weak low, it would be an unfinished downside auction. Doesn't have to be rechecked today. But that's a little bit of a point of concern for me. I would look for more excess, especially up against this 200 session moving average, which, once we closed above it, it's been supportive the entire way. So I would be looking for maybe a little bit more excess at that low. But hey, we don't get to choose that. That is what we're looking at for silver. JD, back to you, unless Jay, you've got something else you want to mention.
I think that's it, Hogue. I think that's it. We could move on to the equities, but I think JD has some news before that. What do we got, JD?
Sure. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index closed up 0.31%. The Nikkei closed up 2.28%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.09%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little mixed this morning. Got the DAX down 0.08%. The FTSE is up 0.98%. The CAC 40 up 0.16%, and the Stock 600 up 0.25%. US dollar index up about 0.25% this morning, 97.024 at last on the dollar. VIX is down close to 4% right now, 17.08 last on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.198%, up marginally this morning. All right, let's get into those equity charts, guys.
All right. It's still earnings season. I know there hasn't been that much to talk about as far as earnings are concerned, but the top three earnings this morning by market cap, T-Mobile, Shopify, and Total Energy, all beating expectations on earnings per share and revenues. We are also looking at Cisco, McDonald's, and AppLovin, the largest three by market cap after the close today. So, all right, now let's dive into the S&Ps here. Yes, this is the S&P chart. Volume has been low. We've been seeing a lot of volume just kind of falling off in many of these markets, as it has here in the S&Ps. We did, however, add about 7,000, just under 7,000 is the estimate in open interest. And again, we'll get a better look at that on the 30-minute chart as far as what direction was most aggressive. And I think we all know yesterday we saw that sell off near the end of the day. I think we added a whole bunch of shorts that are currently being squeezed. So yesterday it was a pretty narrow anticipation range about, the non-farm payrolls and unemployment that came out today. We know those numbers came out very hot. But again, we're kind of nearing the upper extreme of the area of balance, which, as mentioned earlier, does include the all-time high, the March contract all-time high, 70.43. We got to get above last week's high, which is 70.27 quarter. Look at how far we came off, and we've come all the way back, almost all the way back to last week's high. The resilience in these markets is amazing. Jay, what are your thoughts on the daily?
On the daily, we held the 20 moving average as a support today. 69.50 is that price. Low of the day so far, 69.53. What I'm looking for, Hogue, and we've been talking about it, is there going to be a catalyst that brings the market out of this range? Today, we got that NFP number out of the way. The market has a favorable reaction to it. Is this enough to push us back above 7,000, or do we just get back up to the 7,000 price and fail and fall right back into the range again? Not much has changed here. The S&P more recently than the NASDAQ has made an all-time high this month, but it's still the same structure, right? Still the same structure, still same range-bound market. I think we have to trade it the exact same way. It's kind of crazy. We've been talking about the same prices for 3 months now, 4 months.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Nothing has really come in to change these markets. So I think we have to keep that in mind. I want to be bullish. I want to be a buyer, but there hasn't really been a great reason to be a buyer up here at these 7,000s. Could that change today with this data that came out? Maybe. But from a technical perspective, I need to see the buying happen, and just hasn't happened yet.
All right. Let's take a look at the 30. Here we go. So yeah, we are seeing some buyers coming in prior to the open. Okay. So we got a lot of blue lines on this. This is afternoon pullback low from back here on the 2nd. Put in the high day before yesterday. We put in a week high. We took that out before the sellers started to come in and take over. Now we've got the market, well, probably holding some overnight longs from all this volume coming in after the numbers came out. We did put in a late spike to the downside yesterday. The base of that late spike is 69.69. We're already seeing price showing potential acceptance of price at higher levels. And it is also being encouraged by a little bit of volume coming in after the non-farm payrolls. Anything can happen. Still looking at yesterday's session high, maybe just the IB high, 7,005, as an interesting area. If we do get a pullback anywhere near this late spike to the downside, after opening above it, that also looks like an interesting area for just to take note. Of course, not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything. These are just levels of reference, and some of these levels of reference have provided some pretty decent opportunities. But right now, I mean, we're still in range. We're just inside of the value area from yesterday. I'm with this information, I'm thinking that there's probably some good opportunities early in the session today. I don't know that, of course. It makes it a little bit more difficult when you're right at the beginning of the session to get into a trade for me. But what did we add again yesterday? We added 7,000 estimated open interest on a down day. We've trapped some shorts here, Jay. And what do we need to continue this move to the upside? We need new buyers. Jay, what do you think on the 30?
Exactly that, Hogue. We need new buyers. VWAP pretty flat. Overnight inventory not giving us a ton to work with, even though that did change after that non-farm number. So, I'm going to frame out this 30-minute candle. I'll probably go down to a shorter time frame, honestly. And I love the 3-minute chart. So I'm going to frame out this 3-minute chart here after that non-farm print and attach a VWAP to that, and that'll give me, market sentiment for the day. This VWAP is trying to leave this range to the upside. Of course, we get the reaction to the news. That's going to be the most volume, and then it dissipates until we get the New York session to open up. So as long as they can keep a sustained volume above 69.91, then I'm looking for opportunities to long. It's a tough place to do it with 7,000s being right there, right? So if that flow on the New York session open doesn't immediately continue through 7,000s, then I think patience in the S&P is necessary. If it kind of jumps right out of the gate and pushes through 7,000, I think it could be a really nice trade on the open as well. But that open is gonna tell us a lot, Hogue.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's for sure. So I mean, the profile yesterday was a neutral day with a late spike to the downside. Again, adding open interest on a down day means we've trapped some shorts there, and those traps are currently feeling the heat. So that could offer early opportunities to be some of the best opportunities in the session today. That's what we've got for our
We are making high days
ES.
here, Hogue.
Yes, we are.
Did just make a new high of the day there, 7,175. Let's see if they can sustain that. I think this could be an interesting day. We're also on air horn watch for the Dow.
Uh-oh.
Dow's not far from all-time highs.
I'll get the Auga ready.
0.2% off, 0.2% off. We're going to take a look at crude oil here. Crude opens up in about 5 minutes. We'll take a look at that crude oil opening range trade. JD, any news you want to get to in before we get to the crude charts?
Yeah, we got a little update from Discord. Discord's announcing some age verification measures coming out very, very soon. The social media platform Discord plans to introduce new rules to prevent teens or even younger children from accessing restricted channels. Roll it. Discord announced on Monday it will begin to roll out its global age verification tools in March. The company said the phased rollout will require users to verify their age to access age-restricted channels, servers, and other parts of the platform. Users who don't verify their age will be directed into a teen-appropriate experience. Company spokesperson said the teen by default settings will build on Discord's existing safety protocols. New age restrictions coming to Discord very soon. How many people do we have in our Discord server now? I know we're 200,000 plus.
Yeah.
It just gets bigger every day, right?
Yep. Every day. There's a way to find that number, but I don't know how to do that. But it's a lot. I know it's a lot. Shout out to the Discord community. Shout out to the Discord community. Also, on that, we got that jobs data. And JD, you were talking about, the Fed's rate decision coming up next month. Right before the number, it was a 78.3% probability of no change. It's now 94%.
There you have it. The dot plot. The dot plot changes. What's up, Hogue?
Oh, no. I was figuring it was somewhere up in the 90s after those numbers came out.
Yep. The news that we shared this morning, direct quote from that article. If we add too many jobs, experts think the Federal Reserve might hold off on rate cuts, and we're seeing that follow through immediately after the number came out. So there you go.
We got crude oil opening up here in just a few minutes. Hogue, you want to dive into the charts, actually, or take a quick look? Anything you like for an opening range trade here?
I actually do. Okay. If we look at the 30-minute chart, I mean, we're opening with a gap. Overnight inventory is long, but we've put in 3 days in a row weak highs. Okay, this tells us that the auction process is likely not over, and here we are already. Now, we've got information that has come out already from the OPEC monthly report. With 9:30, we have the EIA petroleum status report, so anything can change, but we've been trying to close this weekend gap from 2 weeks ago. To get to that, we're going to have to get up to 65.69, 65.70, basically. And above that, we've got 65.80. So, the fact that we're opening out of balance from yesterday and the balance from the last 3 days, I think an opening range trade has a higher probability of success in either direction. We're out of balance. If the risk is manageable, we take it.
There you go. 65.80, that weekly kickoff high right above us here.
Got about 90 seconds until crude is open for business. Top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude oil.
Crude right now up 2.31% on the day. Yesterday's settlement price 63.96, up 2%. Crude's been a decent trade here. Decent trade. We got about a minute. Hogue, you want to take a look at the because we'll be a couple minutes before we even get into a trade here. You want to take a look at the daily? What are we seeing here? And
Absolutely. Yeah, so well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on the top of this pennant formation, triangle, Dorito, whatever formation you want to call it. It's just semantics. So we've got a breakout in the overnight above that level. Now, some new information may have come out in the overnight. I haven't had much of an opportunity to look back and see if there was a lot that happened. Again, we did have the OPEC meeting and their monthly report come out here just after 7 o'clock. Haven't had a chance to really look much into that either, but the market is, continuing to push higher. So we've got a technical breakout to the upside. Is there we're gonna see good volume on this? We're seeing volume again, very low in the front month here, but again, we have to remember it is in rollover. What are the next barriers to the upside? Well, we've tested up to last week's high, which was 65.53. We did, it took a little bit of a look above that up to 57, 4 ticks above it. We seem to be pulling back from that just ever so slightly right now. And then we've got, of course, the weekly kickoff high above that. So there is a little bit of a, of a potential barrier for longs up above here. So we've got one stage of a breakout. The second stage of that breakout would be acceptance above the weekly kickoff high. Do we see that happening today is really the question. What did we do yesterday? We lost 9,400 in open interest. It's kind of hard to judge what direction that came from because again, we are in rollover. What's today? The 11th. We've got maybe 6 or 7 days left to trade the March contract. Or May, April would be the next contract, and by the 18th, we will probably have moved all the volume into the April contract and moved to the April contract. But again, it's rollover. The longer time frame wants the market to stay relatively range bound because they can make money on the rollover. They can take all these positions from the March contract, move them into April and future months, and in doing so, they can lose money doing that. They can make money doing that, or they can just do it dead even. It's challenging for them. It takes their focus away from directional activity to focus on getting that rollover accomplished. Jay, what do you think?
We do have crude oil open here. Real quick, I want to look at this 1 minute opening range trade. 65.56 is the high, 65.43 is the low. We'd be looking for a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range. But on the daily, Hogue, to me, this looks like this was a flagging pattern with the potential to break out today. I was just looking for a potential for a headline here. Ukraine's military struck Lukoil's oil refinery in Russia. That came out right before we started the show, and we've seen a spike of volume there as well. So what we've been talking about, Hogue, headline-driven market. There is a bid underneath this market right now, holding it up. That 20-day moving average is trending higher. The VWAP from the low of the year is trending higher as well. I think it is just, a headline away from blowing off the top here at 66.50 and maybe trading to $70 in crude oil. I haven't really seen much of an opportunity to want to short this. With the rollover, it could give us more of an opportunity, right? With the market may not be super directional during rollover, but I also don't think rollover cares about headlines. So if a headline comes out, that's going to take precedent. And I think we're seeing signs of a headline almost every day in this market.
Absolutely. Yeah, anything can happen. EIA today as well. Make sure you are using stops. All right, so here's that 30-minute we were looking at a little while ago, and we've just kind of been seeing weak highs, non-excess highs, indicating that the upside auction is not over. Well, whether it's news-driven or not, the upside auction appears not to be over. We have a gap. We've opened with a gap, so gap rules apply. Overnight inventory still is long and continuing to get paid. They're happy right now. We just broke out of that 1 minute opening range to the upside. There was a naked point of control up here at 65.55 that we just traded through to and through in the regular trading hour session. Here we are. Jay, you just said it. We could blow off the top here And here we are. We're headed towards weekly kickoff high. Did we get into anything yet here, JD? Did we get into anything yet?
Oh, did not get a confirmation close above the opening range break, above that 1 minute
Oh,
opening
okay.
range. We're obviously going to get it now.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
previous two candles did not close outside of the opening range, so
Oh,
this thing's
okay.
kind of running.
All right.
It's kind of running away from us right now. But see, maybe we can get a pullback to get in. We just increased our risk on this trade exponentially on that rip. Put a one lot on.
It's
We
kind of
need
hard
get,
to buy it up here against the weekly kickoff high, but if
I know,
the
right?
if the longer time frame wants it, they're going to come for it, and they'll ignore that and hold it above it.
We get a little pullback here. I might work some bids to get in, but I will keep you guys posted on what happens here. Seeing a little bit of selling stepping in right now. Maybe we'll get a chance for a better trade location.
60s looks like a nice spot.
60s.
So yeah, we just traded
Yeah,
to
65,
and
60.
closed the weekend gap from a couple of weeks ago. Just traded through it.
Okay.
It's a critical area up here. It really is.
Yes, it is. JD, let us know if we do get tagged into that trade. Hogue, you want to take a look at the 30-minute chart? You're saying critical area. What are you seeing up here?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So again, here's that weekend gap from a couple of weeks ago. We just traded and closed it. A lot of that was, some of it was during extended trading hours, but that's all right. This is an important level up here. We got last week's high, 65.53. We got weekly kickoff high, 65.80. We got that naked point of control, and we have that gap close, all just tightly packed in this area. So there's a lot of confluence up here. So this is a very interesting area to look for an opportunity. If you ask me, again, gap rules, overnight inventory is long. Gap rules, if we can't close this session gap to yesterday's high at 64.67, which was also a poor high, a weak high, a non-excess high, then we're looking for opportunities for longs on pullbacks. Jay, what are you seeing here? I mean, this is kind of a critical spot here.
We are at a daily ATR range, and that's the only thing that I don't love about being long up here. Right, we could get a pullback, but that doesn't mean I want to be short this market. Everything is telling me that there is not just price moving higher, but there's significant volume behind it as well, Hogue. We held the 200 moving average on the 30-minute yesterday. Overnight inventory is long. If you look at the London session open, which is 3 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Central Time, from that point, volume is moving higher as well. And I think we're just going to see continuation. Now, could we get pullbacks to VWAP on the way to a continuation moving crude oil? 100%. But I think finding an opportunity to buy this market, if I'm going to trade it, is important. And then we look at the market's reaction to whole number levels. What happens at $66 if we get there? But I don't really see much of an opportunity to short it with the flow right now. On a higher time frame, Hogue, this area has been an area of rejection, so I could see that.
Sure.
I just don't know if I see it today with the pace with the pace of the market today.
Got it. Understood. So if we were going to be looking at open interest and the price action yesterday, you would say with the loss in open interest, it would have been long liquidation. But again, with rollover, it is difficult to put a finger on direction using open interest during rollover. One of those blessings that crude oil gives us is it gets us a roll every month. So we deal. But yeah, I mean, I'm certainly looking at this as an opportunity for a continued breakout to the upside. And yes, Jay, we could feasibly and easily evaporate some of this overnight inventory and find better trade location later on in the session. So we'll see what happens. All right. I think that's what we got for crude. Dude, let's see how this plays.
Where's my crude? Dude, where's my crude? Shout out to Eddie Horn. We're going to move over to the NASDAQ in just a minute here. JD, anything you want to get to before we move over to the NASDAQ charts?
Yeah, we've actually got an update on that lawsuit. Mental health versus social media. Tech is on trial right now. A landmark case against two of Tech's titans could have major implications for social media and pending lawsuits. Attorneys for the plaintiffs in this historic first trial arguing Meta and YouTube created platforms that are addictive and harm their clients' mental health. Brian Abel reports on the stakes of the trial and how the tech companies are pushing back.
A historic trial and a first major test of whether social media companies can be held accountable for claims that their platforms harm the mental health of young users.
Psychologists have said consistently for decades that the younger a child is, the more vulnerable they are to any stressor.
The case centers around now 20-year-old Kaylee, who accuses Meta and YouTube of intentionally developing addictive platforms that cause her anxiety, body dysmorphia, and suicidal thoughts after she started using the platforms in early childhood. Her lawyer saying app features such as endless scrolling and the like button create instant dopamine hits that can lead to addiction, describing the swipe motion as the equivalent of a handle of a slot machine, saying every time she swipes, it's not for money, but for mental stimulation. YouTube and Meta have both denied the allegations in the lawsuit. Meta's attorney argued in opening statements that a difficult childhood, including reports she made to therapists of verbal abuse from her parents and bullying, led to issues, not social media use. For years, parents, health experts, and whistleblowers like Frances Haugen, formerly of Facebook, have called for more accountability and guardrails to protect young users.
For years, these companies have refused to take responsibility for any kind of harm. It makes perfect sense that the playbook would be to blame the victim.
The outcome of this trial could have major impacts, with around 1,500 similar lawsuits pending against social media companies.
Whose fault will it be? Who's it going to get blamed on? Or who's going to win, I should say? Is it the parents' fault or the company's fault?
I mean,
Wow.
it's a tough conversation because we all have phones. They're built to stay in your hand, right? Every app is built to get your attention. So there is an argument there, but at what point is it, your own self-control, I guess you can call it. But that's not for me to decide. That's for the courts.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard battle. I mean, to prove that they knew that it was going to be harmful to kids that's going to be a stretch for anybody to try and prove in court. I'm not really much on social media. I'm not on my phone all the time. But I can see how addictive it can be and how harmful it might be. I mean, it's going to be tough to prove. I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Maybe parents, social media. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just hope and pray for peace and for health for everybody. That's my story.
100% Hogue. 100%. Let's take a look at, did we get into that crude oil trade, by the way?
No, we did not. I was working a 58
No
bid. I got a little too conservative with the entry. Missed us by 2 ticks.
Gotcha.
Now we're back up on the highs. So I'm still working that bid. See if maybe we get another shot at it. But nothing done so far.
Sounds good. Let's take a look at this NASDAQ chart, Hogue.
All right, let's take a look. NASDAQ. All right, on the daily, from our most recent high to our most recent low, we're right in the middle. We're still, in medium time frame, still range bound, and we are, again sitting right at the middle of it. We've seen some decent recovery off those lows. Yesterday's anticipation range for non-farm payrolls that is now out, and what do we do? We added maybe 2,000 in open interest on that push to the downside yesterday, perhaps indicating some trap shorts, very similar to the S&Ps. What are you seeing on the daily on your end over there, Jay?
On On the daily, I think you said we just trapped some shorts. I think that's exactly what happened at that 200 moving average on the daily down there. We are holding above 50% of the October 10th candle. It's kind of messy though, Hogue. It's kind of messy here.
It
We got
is.
the 20 moving average below the 50. Both of them are above the 200. Really no direction and no direction in the market. Still some decent opportunity to trade. Daily ATR is still 490 points. Yesterday's high to low range was about 250. So pretty consolidated day yesterday. I think that was to be expected with the data coming out today and favorable reaction to the data. Right now, high to low range, we've had a 300 point range. Let me make sure I measure this correctly because there is some room left in a daily ATR move. High to low, we got 305 points. Daily ATR is 490. After the data comes out, are we going to see an at range day, which means there's 185 points available to get an at range day, which would put us pretty close to that October 10th high. So it's interesting here. It's interesting. It's messy on a higher time frame, but on a shorter time frame, when we look at the 30-minute, it is presenting trade opportunity. It's just we've been talking about the same prices since October. What's going to get this market out of this range, Hogue? What is it going to do?
New buyers. That's what we need. That's what we
where
need.
are you?
New buyers.
Where are you? If you're a buyer in the chat, let us know.
Yeah. So looking at the 30-minute, the sell-off yesterday, possibly trapped some shorts. Those shorts were pretty comfortable, I would say, for the better part of the overnight session. But of course, those shorts probably got squeezed out on this non-farm payrolls bar up here. Now, who's in control of this market? Who's in control of these equities markets right now? To me, it's short time frame traders, and if those were short time frame shorts coming in, they just got squeezed out. I say it's short time frame because the market is seeking and respecting short time frame levels. Yesterday and the day before, the target may have been the afternoon pullback high from the 3rd of February. We've still got that up there as a visual target, and we just tried to target it again today, and we're starting to see the market pull off a little bit. So, odds are that we're going to open with a gap above yesterday's range and above that level. Probably unlikely. We do have one nuance that I'm always looking at and that is in the fact that we did put in a late spike to the downside. The late spike to the downside is when price extends the range right at the end of the day and then closes below that, which doesn't give the market time to show acceptance of that lower pricing. So when the market opens back above a late spike to the downside, it's trying to say it's rejecting prices at lower levels. Does that mean that we just close our eyes and buy it? No, it's rarely, if ever, that easy. But it does look right now like we are going to open above the base of the late spike to the downside yesterday, indicating price rejecting pricing at lower levels because it didn't spend any time there in regular trading hours. This market could easily come all the way back to that level, could come all the way back to value area low, 25,280 possibly, before we may see some buyers come back in on this. Not opening with a gap, looking at the highs here, we're not real strong on the highs here, but we do have excess on the highs for the last two sessions. We've got that reference level up here, that afternoon pullback high, and yesterday's IB high. I mean, that's as far as the market would take us today so far, prior to the open. So I'm kind of looking at trying to stay a little bit patient here this morning. If we get a breakout above these highs, I could see us seeing maybe some continuation to the upside. A failure up here, I could see us pulling all the way back down, to the value low from yesterday. Again, it's right around 25,280. Maybe a look down to the late spike to the downside, but we're going to be opening above that late spike. So it is going to be indicating that value is above that level. Don't know if value is going to be above yesterday's area of value, but it's going to start that way. Jay, what are you seeing here on the 30? Anything clear?
Hogue, I'm on a 1 second chart right now. I want to show you something here really quick. Right at this high, right at the high of the day today so far, we had in a second 500 contracts, 512 contracts traded in a second in the NASDAQ. About 65% of that was positive delta. What we see a
Wow.
lot of the times is when we get that, we get a pullback. And I think this is, this to me, the way I'm reading this, I would be looking for about a 100-point pullback before I look to buy this market. You were mentioning those 280s down there. That's right in the middle of that news candle. So if that 100 points, if we see some selling coming in, I love the 280s as a target because then that gives us, the news candle. The NFP candle is still going to hold, right? This NFP candle to me frames out the entire day, and this yellow line is a VWAP attached to that candle. So that's how I'm looking at this, right? If we look at a 30-minute, this is the 30-minute NFP candle. And again, we set the high of that range. We're going to need some new buying to step in above this. But what I'd be looking at for it, maybe even a potential trade going right into fast markets, is what is the market's reaction to VWAP from the NFP candle, right? That would give us 70 points out of that 100-point pullback that I was talking about. But if we stop
Okay.
it right there, and then buying comes in, I think that could lead us for the next level up. So we'll see what happens here. When I see that type of absorption of volume at a high,
Uh-huh.
it's anywhere from a 70 to 100-point pullback, which I think we're in the middle of. But I do think, in my opinion, that's an opportunity to buy this market. Of course, anything can and will change. Anything we say here is for educational and information purposes only, not a suggestion to take a trade. But I would be looking to buy the NASDAQ just based off of this puzzle right here, right? Volume from NFP moving to the upside. This gives us a pullback, but there is a buyer up here at these 450s. If they are going to continue to defend that position and trade higher, I think this pullback may be an opportunity to get in long with them.
All right, and where is that anchored VWAP coming in? What price?
25,384 is the one from NFP.
From NFP, okay.
Yeah.
25,384. All right.
And
What is
I
that
could be
market?
wrong, right? The market could open up and say, "Hey, this guy's idea is wrong." But hey, we deal in uncertainty, Hogue. Uncertainty is our business.
Well, Jay, you're the volume hawk up there, and catching that iceberg order at the highs up there. I mean, that was some significant aggressive buying that just ran into sellers that were just sitting there waiting for them. So that absorption says a lot. It's going to be an interesting trading day, folks. It always is. Always good opportunities in these markets. We're going to see if we can find them. Let's get going here. JD, back to you.
Thank you, guys. Still nothing done on that crude oil. I actually pulled the bid. If you guys see a trade that you
Okay.
want to take in crude going into fast markets, go ahead and take it. But let's take a look at the schedule for today. What's going on? Coming up next in fast markets, Andre, Jack, Hogue, and Dakota will be here. I think we're going to have a couple special guests coming in for some Q&A also, so make sure you're here for fast markets. Morning highlights, 11 o'clock. Hogue will be here to talk about the trades that we take during fast markets and do a little more market analysis. 11:15 Power Players Dolby Time is here with Gabe and VWAP George. The triumphant return of VWAP George. Can't wait for it. 12 o'clock Group Coaching, Hogue, Anne Marie, and Hoop. That'll be a good one. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in a little while. Grab that link, click on it, fill out the form, click submit, and we will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. That's at 12 o'clock Central Time. 1 o'clock p.m., I'll be back with Hoop and Jack to trade with Topstep, and then we're closing out the Dayton Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dolby Time. That is it. Bell-to-bell coverage for you for these markets today. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Awesome stuff. Let's get it going. Let's quote some prices here. 25,413 last trade in the NASDAQ, 7,150 last trade in the S&P. Gold found some buyers right back to 5,100, 50.97.60 last trade in gold, and 65.68 last trade in crude oil. House count stayed out of that gold trade. Hopefully you guys understood why we stayed out of that one. Turned out to be a great decision. Would have easily gotten smoked on that opening range trade in gold there. So no trade flat going into the open. Let's have a good trading day. Let's have a good trading day. See the team ready in the back. I think we're good to go, Hogue. I think we're good to go.
All right.
There's that thumbs up,
We
Hogue.
do the thing.
You know what I'm going to say. Let's do the thing.
All right. Thanks, Jay. Thanks, JD. And again, thanks to all of you. My early birds in the chat this morning, we've got some of our fan favorites here. We've got Shubham, we've got Anastasios, we've got Chunky Bear, Alex Las Palmas, we've got Chillin' once again, Big Country, John Jones 3 times, we've got Coog, we've got Steven Stewart, we've got Dan Trader, and Buddha Goalie. First in the chat, you guys win the prize, which is, as you know, only bragging rights that you were first in the chat. As always, folks, when you are trading, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Leaner, Meaner, Cleaner looking Topstep TV. Still getting used to this, Andre.
About it,
How's it
Jack.
going?
Okay, I'm doing well. Jack, you get bamboozled on the jobs number? They were, was it underestimate, over deliver? Over deliver?
Kevin Hassett,
Maybe.
Kevin Hassett is a bamboozlement box.
They got us.
He's like a black box of bamboozlement.
Got us.
I guess he wasn't wrong. The revisions for 2025 look pretty nasty. We only averaged about 15K jobs after that, but we almost doubled the expectation this morning. So movement in interest rates could be a fun day.
Indeed. Again, non-farm payroll is expected 65,000, actual 130,000. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Let's get right into it. We got Dakota to the right, start of slow markets, Sunday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Dakota, thoughts coming in. Looks like equities.
Yeah, I mean, you guys said it, right? Non-farm payroll is supposed to come out Friday. They left it in the oven till Wednesday, cook it a little bit. So market's catching a pretty nice bid this morning. Nvidia's up, 1.7%, $192 almost. These equities are rallying. Let's see how this market's going to open. All eyes on deck. Silver's up 5%. Of course, it's never a dull day in the metals.
We're higher. Lincoln, we're higher. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. ES trading 70.03. Popped all the way up to 70.06 quarter off that jobs print, the NQ. Still at 25,427 right now. Popped up to 452s. Might be some more room to the upside there. Take a look at gold. Gold trading 50.94. Go to said silver trading higher, $84.67. And the Dow, shout out to the Dow, trading 50,503. Let's see if we can make some new all-time highs like we did yesterday, about 110 points away. Ooh. Jack, thoughts coming in? Pretty clear. We got some speakers later. However, in terms of data, nothing as big as that jobs report. Thoughts coming in? We had Robinhood earnings yesterday. We can talk about that a little bit more. But what are your thoughts coming into this Wednesday?
I would love to dive into those Robinhood earnings a little bit later after the open. Looking at the 10-year yield right now, we saw bonds get bamboozled a little bit. This 4.2 levels, it's exactly where we spiked after the NFP here. It's unusual you get bonds caught offside like that. They were kind of expecting the bad number. Good one comes out, we readjust. The Fed watch predictions will probably change today because if the job numbers are good and the inflation is where it is, they're not going to cut. That's another reason that I'm not just buy to the moon today too. Like I talked about yesterday, whether unemployment's good or bad is sometimes hard to figure out what it's going to do for the stock market or the indices that you trade. And that could be example today. At some point, they could be like, well, interest rates aren't coming. Let's sell this thing.
I see what you're saying. I see us. Depends what the market wants to focus on. Right now, we got about 90 seconds till the opening bell. Just tapped on some new highs in the ES. 70.07 half did just print. NQ trying to do the same over there. Initial reaction, though, Jack, it's expected to see equities higher based on a positive jobs report, if you will. However, the market does turn its focus to rates, yields, bonds. We might see some downside pressure. So we'll keep an eye on those 10-year yields as we go into this opening bell. 50-50 on the tilt. Yes, Michael will be joining us 9:15 a.m. Central Time, about 45 minutes. But in the meantime, let's get locked in and see how this thing plays out. Dakota, what do you got your eyes on? Levels, prices in the NQ. Trading right around the highs.
I'm watching the NASDAQ. Not so much levels. I mean, we're right in the middle of that range we've been in for quite some time, right? We've right in the middle of this big range. One thing I am watching is a breakout through basically where we are at right now, 25,400. We could break through this. I think the NASDAQ could come back up and test these 26,000 level. So pretty bullish on equities, to be honest, to see if we could keep this momentum going right back up to the highs that we've been in throughout most of the year for 2026. 26,000 is a nice level.
26,000. All right, about 600, 550 points higher. There is a 450 lot. I'm sorry, 250 lot up at 25,450 up in the NQ. Bell getting ready to ring. Let's stay locked in. Let's get this thing. Keep an eye on the Dow. Dow's seeing a little bit of selling, but will the Dow YM make new all-time highs here in the open of these markets? Just take a quick peek at the schedule. We got Bowman schedule to speak. Schmidt's schedule to speak top of the hour. Then we got Bowman schedule to speak 15 minutes after that. We got EIA crude inventory numbers. Trump meets Netanyahu a little bit as well. But right now, watching these equities catch
stepping in right there.
Buyers are stepping back in here.
All right, if we go to my real quick, just a reminder to everyone, we are getting very close to the line. SPX 7,000
long one.
Around 70.19.
Long one,
I don't hate that, Dakota. I think we try and push through it
Love it, Dakota.
at least once.
Long one, MNQ. Equities pushing higher here. New highs around 5.7.
447.
Oh, 447. Roger that. 447. Yep. 64's trade. ES pumping higher here. 70.10 last trade. Down not there just yet. Silver selling off just a touch. Watching these equities pump higher here. Now the buyer stepping in the Dow. We get another push here to the upside in these equities. A lot of buying coming in right when that bell rang.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
I'd be careful shorting right here because we are so close. We're about 10 points away from the 7,000 level SPX and then not too far to the all-time highs.
Oh, ES all-time highs. I'll get that to you here, but we are seeing buyers continuing to push this thing higher in the ES. Can we get another push here, about a point and a half off those new session highs?
The all-time highs in the SPX are just above that level. Okay. We only went about 3 points, if I'm reading this chart right, above 7,000. So we are in the zone where that's getting tested.
Roger that. We're seeing some buyer all-time highs. Yes, thank you. ES all-time highs, 70.43, 70.43. About 35 points away from that right now.
Crude's catching a bit, says Coach Hoop. Crude's starting to pick up.
Interesting.
Maybe bring some attention to the traders.
Yeah, watching all the markets right now. And new session highs in the ES. There goes the Dow. Dow pumping higher here. 50,585. 585, about 30, 35 points from new all-time highs.
We haven't broken out yet. So, not as confident with this.
We got tilt. 74% long tilt in the NQ right now. ES, 68% long, but 74% long tilt in the NQ. If the buyers want to give it another push higher here. There goes the Dow. Dow new session highs.
NVIDIA up 1.8%, Tesla up 1.8%. Everything Mag 7 is in the green. Bitcoin slightly down. Just under 68,000 in the spot market.
Can't catch a bid. Still looking at 74% long.
Scratch this one.
Okay.
Minus $40, $50, I think. I'm gonna wait. I want to get back in. Looking for the long still.
Like that.
Still biased long side.
Yeah, it did pull back about full 50 points in the NQ off those highs. Now trading right around 25,410. 400s trades. The buyers want to jump back in, push this thing higher like we saw on that opening bell. ES pulled back about 7 points off those new session highs. ES trading 70.06. Now here comes another round of buying in the ES. Let's see a little downside pressure in silver. $84.17 last trade. Not too much pressure to the downside, just a little bit of a pullback. Gold trading right around 50.87. Not too much movement in the first 4 minutes of this New York session. Jack, you're seeing perhaps some resistance up here in the ES. What's the futures level?
7019.
7019.
Yep.
Okay.
And 7019, 7020. I mean, like, you see it all over. You zoom out, you know, what can I say? 7,000 has been a very tricky line to cross.
Nice cut, Dakota. Nice cut. Watching that NQ turn around, pushing lower now. About a 100-point turnaround as we just printed those new highs. 25,380, bottomed out at 366. So almost exactly 100-point pullback there in the NQ. What's going on crude? See people talking about crude. Crude
It's rallying. We're up 3%.
Interesting. $65.83 just did print. That tilt in the NQ did flatten out. Now 50-50. And saw some buyers get rejected up there. Did once, twice, made new highs in the first 5 minutes. Then we saw the sellers come back in. Nice cut there, Dakota. You still looking for
management? We felt the breakout, and we're starting to see a pullback here. I'm also watching the Magnificent Seven, right? The major stocks in the NASDAQ. Microsoft turned red, Amazon turned red. A lot of the pulling off the highs temporarily.
Right now, ES beneath 7,000. 69.97 last trade. So about 13, no, not 14 points off those recent session highs that just did print. Silver catching a bid around $84.22. Huh. Interesting open.
So as is usual, almost all of the increase for this NFP number was additions of healthcare and social services jobs, which has been the trend for quite a while now. So, I mean,
go ahead, Jack.
It's a good report, beat the expectations, but it's not exactly like we're here. This is the golden age.
Yeah, well, here's the question: what would be the ideal number? What would be the? I mean, you could, market can digest it one of two ways, right? Rates aren't going lower, or good jobs. I'm talking about the equities. Jobs are good. Equities go higher. Rates aren't going lower. They're going lower a little bit, but they're not going to cut as of right now. I just took a look at Fed Fund futures. About 80% probability of a pause for that March 18th FOMC meeting. We're seeing some more selling continuing here in the NQ. Closing on overnight VWAP. About 30 points to go.
Okay, I'm back into a long here.
I like
at 351.
Okay, 351.
So Dre, what you asked, like, what would make a good number? Something that would like send stocks, I think, these are all opinions, would be a solid number, but more importantly than a number, showing a lot of breadth in many industries, right? Not just, okay, we added 80K more healthcare jobs like we have every month for, it seems like forever at this point. If we saw a push in a bunch of other industries, it's like, okay, the economy's humming, hiring's good, let's go.
Right. So across the jobs market, I got you. Okay. Right, Dakota. Nice entry there for 351, 25,351. Buyers do want to jump on this. Let's see a little bit more downside pressure here in metals. Gold selling off just a bit, down about $4 or $5 here in this 5-minute candle. ES still off 17 points off those new high print for the session here. A lot of markets are moving right now. They
I'm
are.
struggling a little bit since the open.
It's not great that they couldn't take out that high or get to the 7,000 in the SPX.
Well, I'm just gonna cut this one. Yeah.
Nice
Google
cut.
just turned red now.
Okay,
Google just turned
interesting.
red. So let's just wait. Let's see if we maybe are we gonna retrace this non-farm payroll candle? Are we gonna retrace that entire candle?
What price would we have to
Maybe.
would we have to get to, Dakota? We still
We'd
got a
have to
little
get
bit.
all the way. I mean, we're 100 points away, so we'd have to
Okay.
get like 25,240. Right now, we're trading at 350.
So yes, off that non-farm. When non-farm did get released, overall, we did get about 200, 220 points higher from that, but we're seeing about almost like 50% of the way back in the NQES. Still some more room to go, about 40% the way back. But here come the sellers. Sellers in gold, sellers in silver now.
Bitcoin's also taking some heat.
Is it? Okay, interesting.
67,000 spot.
Closing an overnight view up in the NQ, about 20 points to go there. ES got 6 points to go to the downside to get that overnight view up. What's on the ladder here? Looking at the NQ, something's down there. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X, you can easily pick out some of those larger size orders on the bid and the ask. New 5-minute did just open. Let's see what the equities want to do. Looks like initial buying coming in here. Interesting. They can't hold it here, Jack. Jack, you said little. It's interesting that we couldn't continue to press higher there. Kind of flamed out until the upside.
Well, to me,
there.
it shows a little weakness that we weren't able to actually get to the level that everyone's looking for.
We might get another round of selling. Gold. Gold sold off about $26 there in the last couple minutes. Now trading 50.70. Buyers going to give it a shot again here in the NQ. We got on the tilt. We've seen some big tilts now, seeing 71% short tilt in the ES short side. We saw 74% long tilt in the NQ about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Again, we have speaker at the top of the hour. Schmidt expected to speak. Another push lower here in silver. Silver selling off, gold looking to make the same move to the downside here. Buyers are struggling. Buyers are giving it their best shot in the equities. We go see if they can do it this time. 30-point push. Closing in on 25,400. It gets rejected up here. Dakota, if it gets rejected again up here, you flip, start leaning short, or you still like the longs?
No, I still like the longs. I still like the longs.
Okay.
Nothing's changed in my view right now. Yeah, metals are under some pressure since the open.
I don't know what's going on with the dollars. Dollar getting weaker, dollar getting stronger.
A little bit stronger.
A little stronger? Okay.
Also, we'll talk about it more in depth because I love the earnings, but Robinhood right now is down 10%, I think, or close to it after earnings.
Crypto? Is the crypto we got them?
I got a story to tell. It's a lot of different things. Now they did super headline. Basically, they beat their earnings by a little bit, and I think just missed their revenue. And the revenue is a fascinating story on that side. Once the market calms down a little bit, we'll go into it because I think there's a lot of interesting insights for traders and the economy. It's like my favorite earnings presentation is Robinhood.
It's good insight to retail trader for sure. Some more pressure on the downside here in the metals. We got silver's hanging on right now, just trying to stay above $83, about 15 cents higher.
Yeah.
Speaking of struggling, NQ seeing a lot of rejection. These buyers coming in here, struggling to get above 25,400. They're going to give it another shot here. 380, 380. We've got as close in this 5-minute candle. We got within about 5 points. We've got another push to the upside here. Still 71% short tilt in the ES. ES needs 7,000s right now. We may just get into another long. Letting this play out for now. What would the candle have to look like? What volume would you have to see Dakota perhaps jump in? Are you looking perhaps right here, right now?
No.
long.
I'm not right here, right now. I'm watching the market structure here on a 5-minute. Right, we did have that pullback after the non-farm payroll candle. We had a little bit of hesitation right here, right in these mid 300s. So a decent zone, 320s to 360s. We got that rejection of those highs at the open, pulled back right into that zone. We're starting to see better
did.
market structure there. So some buyers stepping in. What I'd like to see is maybe more consolidation and then an opportunity to get into a long. I'm still wanting to get in long these equities. Matter of for me is just when and where. I mean, if this thing just starts ripping, which we are seeing some buyers step in now,
Keep trying.
it might run without me. But you know, I tried a couple times, and we kept selling off. So we'll see. Just a little bit more patience here. See if we could have
Right.
better market structure now that we are opened.
And Q trying to make another push for those 25,400, about 4 or 5 points away. With the old college try, will this be the time we can get through ES? I'm still hanging right around 69.94. New 5-minute did just open. 15 minutes into this New York session. Here comes some more buying. And Q trying to find the volume to push this thing higher above 25,400 right now. Seems to be a little bit of resistance. All right, we're now above. Clear for takeoff. Still
I heard
71% short.
anecdotally that there wasn't a whole lot, like the general positioning wasn't such that a lot of people were hedged for a big beat. So it could be something possible too, where it's like, okay, because not that hedge that way, it rips on the open as they blast their other hedges or get protection real quick, and then we go from there.
Very, very good point, Jack. Very good point. Market was caught off sides. Certainly can't happen. Right. Another round of buying jumping in here in the NQ. NQ now above those 400s. 420. ES above 7,000 again. 7,003. 8 points off those session highs that we saw print off that opening bell. NQ does seem to be holding much better above those 400s. About 40 points from those session highs. What else is going on? Gold catching a bit of a bid. Silver as well.
Buyers stepping in. Nvidia up 2.25% almost.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, the chips and what is it? SanDisk was up 10%. That just does whatever it wants.
Hell of a rock fight going on here in the NQ. So you heard us talking about those levels, talking about those prices. Well, can you get some levels, some prices that are updated and refreshed before every New York Open? Pin to the top of the chat. You'll see that. Click on that link to get those. Or you can do you one better. The indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. You can have them slapped, overlaid right there on your charts. Right now, we got a big rock fight here in the NQ, right around 25,400. This 5-minute candle has about a 70-point range.
Yeah, lots of indecision since we opened up here.
Really is. A lot of volume, lots of indecision. Can't make up its mind. Yes, same story over there. And when that bell rang, initial action was pushed to the upside. We're seeing some rejection. Both ES and NQ. Dow also trying to find his footing for a push to the upside. Can't just yet. Okay. Yeah, very choppy right now. Take a look at Crude. 72 on the bid there in the NQ Crude. Continuing to make new highs. Just $65.83 did just print. We are up about 60 cents in the last 15 minutes or so.
Right.
Well, let me know, Dre. We want to dive just real quick into a few things in the Robinhood earnings. We can stop if the market's pumping.
All right. Well, let me get some of the formalities out there. Upper left-hand corner, you will see the it used to be hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X, hashtag Power Hour or hashtag Fast Markets. Send us some cool content. We've seen some trader wins. We're seeing some awesome comeback stories. See some accountability. Also, those trader station setups. I love seeing those screen setups. Shows where you're watching all across the globe. I could use some inspiration as to how to set up my desks a little bit more efficiently.
There's some pretty nice ones out there. Take some pride.
There are.
A lot of traders take pride in their trader station.
As they should, right? That's your command.
Yeah.
That's your command station.
Yeah.
That's your battle. Like this is your cockpit, if you will. Okay, we got a speaker.
A little bit more of a sell-off here. Sell-off in metals as well.
Struggling to hold bid. Struggling to hold bid.
We don't really have much going on the rest of the day, bro. We got some news, some Fed speakers. Right? Fed speakers coming out. Trump meets.
Yep.
Trump speaks. So that could provide plenty of volatility, but no solid just number that we're waiting for.
What's the president saying? Not seeing much. Let me know if you do see anything from the president. Perhaps touting those jobs numbers. 50-50 on the tilt. All right, Dow selling off now. Another round of selling. 50,400 now.
I still just see a lot of resistance around that 7,000 SPX, and then not as much structure below if we do start like really selling off.
Yeah, we're just very indecisive here in the NASDAQ right now.
Yeah,
I'd love to see a push lower. If we get down closer to 300, maybe those upper 200s here in the NASDAQ, I'd be a lot more tempted to get into a long. I've just been in one micro, no positions that I've been able to build yet.
Dude, one long or two longs today?
Yeah, one micro is just one contract. Okay. There's two longs. Each one was one micro, so no position that I've been able to build.
All right, very good. Still not seeing these comments from the president, but again, NQ. Starting to see some more resistance at 25,400. 1, 2, 2. This could be the third time it's going to try to stay above. Struggling to hold. Let's see a little bit of a bounce in the gold, a little bounce in silver as well. Looking at a $10 turnaround in gold, but 50-50 on the tilt right now. And we got a mixed bag of this reaction in the equities. We never fully retraced that pump higher off that non-farm payrolls jobs report. Interesting.
I mean, that's a decent target for maybe taking along if there's some sort of consolidation. The bottom, it's the bottom of that candle. It's also right at 69.70, 69.50 SPX, right at the bottom of the NFP candle.
$50 tilt right now.
I'm gonna
you're itching to get.
Well, I'm just gonna put it in the chat. So people are looking to do their own research. Here is the investor deck for their fourth quarter earnings for Robinhood.
Oh, I love it.
We can talk about it later. There's just a few things I want to point out. It's going to be they're very, very, very much banking on these event contracts that are coming out. Because
interesting.
They're very susceptible to
are you going to
obviously
phrase
the
this?
Economy. Well, let's put it this way. Okay, so at one point back at their highs, Robinhood had like $150 billion market cap, right? And with only 330 billion assets under management. So
Say that again?
they're not. The market cap of Robinhood was like half its assets under management, which is pretty crazy. And those aren't the reason it's getting punished today is that it's like user growth and assets under management did not grow a ton this quarter. Also, different parts of their they make their money from two places. Okay. 90% of their revenue comes from 60.5% comes from transaction based revenue.
Okay.
And then
The other one?
32% comes from net interest. They were actually helped by the higher rates there with the net interest. Where they've grown and probably look to continue to grow is margin interest income has raised a lot. But here's the interesting thing we're always waiting for. Okay. This quarter, of that transactional revenue, 40% came from options and 30% came from crypto. Basically none from equities. Compare that to a year ago, it was flipped. All right. So they've made much less money on crypto transactions, right? And they have increased options quite a bit. 659 million options contracts were traded by Robinhood users in Q4.
Oh. Wow. The zero DTEs, assuming has something to do with that.
That is
interesting. They talk about order flow at all?
Yeah. So just to be clear, Robinhood is not like I think there's confusion about what the order flow is. You're not getting front run by Citadel. What's happening is that they're willing to pay a lot of money for that options, especially the options transaction, because basically the more liquid the market is, like the wider the bid-ask spread, the more they want the retail orders to fill because they can use their algos and just, market take money out of that spread. And it doesn't open themselves up to something called adverse selection, which we've talked about before. It's safe to say that you're probably not getting bamboozled by a whale or institution when you take that Robinhood flow. Whereas, I don't know, name your favorite trader. If like I'm a market maker and Paul Tudor Jones comes to me and says like, I want 100,000 put options there. I don't know if I want to give him those, right?
Yeah.
Because he tends to win. So, but if there is any sort of downturn in like stocks or the economy, like Robinhood's revenues is just highly, highly dependent on people trading more and more options. Enter the event contracts. That is the thing that they want to grow. That's their next leg. And it was kind of funny. They were talking about, well, we get them in for the event contracts, and then we cross-sell them retirement plans. So that's some
buffet.
futuristic business.
How about that? Good stuff, Jack. Jack bringing the heat. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Fantastic stuff. We got 4,000 people watching all across the globe right now. So kind. Please click subscribe, like, notify, that bell in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Thank you kindly. All right, we got some more selling coming in here in the equities. Another push lower. Dow was grinding lower, and then looks like ES and NQ took note of that. Just bottomed out there at 25,300 in the NQ. Could not stay above those 400s.
I have a long two in the NASDAQ from 322.
322. Dakota says that's enough of the selling. Long two from 322.
Yeah, this is where I want to look to build a position now. If we could start to hold this level, I might even add another contract. Long two from 322.
Saw that sell off in the ES as well. Bottoming out there. That latest push lower. Bottoming out at 69.77. About 6-point bounce from there. Oh, look at gold. Gold turning around. Gold up about $25 here in the last 10 minutes. 50.87. Silver not pushing higher as much. Got something here on the books. 78 lot to the upside in the NQ. About 20 points higher, 335. And later. 6 minutes. 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 6 starting to buyers continuing to face some headwinds here in the NQ.
Not seeing the buyers step in like we have the past few
No, we
days.
can. All right. We're about 75% of the way back down from that initial non-farm number, price, I should say. Trading 25,299. About 50 points more to go where we were trading when that non-farm number was released. Dow continuing to grind lower, down about 200 points off the session highs. We're beneath the 300s now in the NQES. Not hold above 7,000. Now trading 69.79. Yeah. Good news is bad news, Jack?
They're
Like,
digesting it.
yeah, I mean, it's news. I don't know. It's not fantastic. I don't think it changes too much.
Well, some more looking at that tilt again. 71% short tilt in the ES now. Catch that move lower. Gold continuing to grind higher here. What else is moving around? What's going on in the CL? Again, CL was trending up and to the right. CL did roll over just a bit, about 25 cents off the highs. Still above $65, trading $65.50 in the crude. Our new 5-minute did just open. Top of the hour is coming on with Bowman scheduled to, Schmidt scheduled to speak. Is the juice updating for you, Jack?
Got the juice.
I have one from like 3 minutes ago. You have that?
No, negative. See if we get that going here. Negative. Still right around 70% short tilt in the ES.
Yeah, metal's starting to sell off a little bit again.
Still holding this, Dakota?
Really hold. What's that?
You still holding this long?
Yeah. I'm long 2 from 322. Yeah, I'll add the 3 if I'll add a third contract if we start to hold this. Not, we shall see.
You still like 69.70s for, I hate to say support, but perhaps a downside target
There's my
here
third
in the
contract. There's my third contract. I just added. Now I'm going to move my stop loss, tighten it up.
Wow.
Now let's see if we could get these buyers to step back in.
Average price, Dakota?
Average price 321. 3 micros.
3 plus MNQ from 25,000. 3, 2, 1. Trying to hold bid here. Same story in the ES. Trying to hold above 69.80. 4 points higher right now.
Yeah, Bitcoin 66.
You getting smushed?
Yeah, smooshed.
Sheesh. Crude continues to push lower here. Interesting. We couldn't hold it.
Yeah, we can't hold this.
Dow
We're not
off
holding
now.
it. I'm out. I'm out. Yeah. NASDAQ just can't hold this.
Like
we
that.
tried.
Nice cut.
Yeah, there's no way.
Dow giving back all the gains, and a little bit lower now from the price we were trading when that non-farm payrolls did hit. We're looking at 50,350, down about 230 points. See another round of selling here.
Yeah, that was a failed attempt by the buyers. Look at that. Getting smacked.
Nice cut, Dakota. Yeah.
Well.
Indeed, Jack. We got about almost all the way. ES pretty much all the way back, giving back all those gains over the last hour and a half. Same story. Dow. It looks like NQ is about to do the same. A little bit more reluctant to push lower. But indeed, all right.
I had to settle it here. Settlement 65 points from this.
Is the selling done? We've seen this before. A bounce. Bit of a bounce. Maybe a little short covering.
Possibly. I'd like to see it get down. We're still about 7 points away from the level I'm looking at.
Well, this is pretty much the perfect time to bring in my guy, the Delta Don himself.
The Delta
Boys are all across the globe. What's up, Hogue? Lower right hand. How do you see, Hogue? What's happening, man? Pretty much giving back all those gains off that non-farm print. Thoughts? What do we make of this? What we're seeing here. What's up, Hogue?
All right. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Dakota. So as we talked about on the opening call, this market is still largely in short time frame control. That non-farm payroll just took us to the highs from yesterday's regular trading hour session up here. There was also a kind of an obscure level, an afternoon pullback high from the 3rd of February. We've talked about it for the last couple of days because the market has been struggling to even get to it. It looked above it. It rejected it. We also talked in the opening call about if we can't hold above that level, we're probably going to re-accept value and trade to value low. Value low on this platform, 25,280. We just hit it. Now there's another level just down below. If you're looking for longs, we put a late spike to the downside in the NASDAQ yesterday. The base of that late spike is 25,244. It's been all sellers pretty much since the open. Not suggesting that's going to be a level that's going to hold to the T, but it just looks like an interesting level for me to be able to limit risk in either direction. Again, not financial advice. We seem to be barreling down to that level, but again, opening above the base of the late spike indicates probable acceptance of price higher than that level. Probabilities, folks, probabilities. But again, just looking at this market, it's in short time frame control, respecting and targeting short time frame levels. I can certainly see us getting a test down to that late spike, maybe even down to settlement, and then we take a look and see if there's anything that comes in for us down there. S&Ps, very similar situation, and a similar kind of a look to it, right? We have the afternoon pullback low from the 2nd of February. We tested the afternoon pullback from the afternoon pullback high from the 3rd. Yesterday, we rejected below it. We have another late spike down below that. But again, respecting short time frame levels, we've got the afternoon pullback low from the 2nd of February. We targeted it yesterday. That's when the selling came in and we started to push lower. We looked at it today. We saw the selling come back in, start to push lower up against that level as well. Short time frame control, folks. Short time frame control. No major players in this at this time. You would think we'd see a lot of major players. They may be here. We're seeing Delta negative, negative 20, 30, 3,200 in the S&P. So it's congruent with direction, not indicating any divergence. So when it's congruent with direction, well, what are we looking at? We're looking at the market pulling back. We've come all the way back through value almost. Where's value low? It is the late spike to the downside in the S&Ps. 69 is that level, ladies and gentlemen, and we are heading for it now. Again, another opportunity for a risk limitation in either direction. Could certainly see this market head back down and check settlement. And if this good news is bad news in the fact that it's probably going to push rate cuts further into the future, there's plenty of weaknesses in structure and things to look for to target down below on this chart. One interesting thing here in crude oil, crude has, as we were recently reminded, loves the 80s, 20s, 50s, and evens. Look at weekly kickoff high, 65.80. Our session high, 65.83. We had a lot of overnight longs. We got through this and finally closed this weekend gap from 2 weeks ago. Got to weekly kickoff high. Buyers backed off. Sellers took over. We're now waiting for the EIA petroleum status report. What about gold? Gold put in an extremely large initial balance. Initial balance, we know in gold is 720 to 820. That's the entire range for the first hour of the regular trading hour session. it's bigger than the entire range from yesterday. It's going to take a lot of energy to extend outside of this initial balance. Doesn't mean that it can't. Gold can do anything, as we've seen. ACH, anything can happen. Watch the extremes for potential opportunities in gold this morning. Is gold under short time frame control? I'm going with yes. I'm going with yes. Value low from yesterday brought in buyers after the 7:30 numbers. We traded up to where? A late spike. Now this goes way back to here, right there. There's a late spike, 51.73. Now there was a low, a session low the day after, a session high the day after that. So it's still showing that it is impactful and probably in shorter time frame, short time frame control, short time frame obscure levels get targeted and respected. Still in short time frame control here in gold, and you can see on the daily chart how volume has absolutely crumbled in gold. It has absolutely dried up. The short time frame traders are in control, targeting short time frame levels. Keep that in mind until further notice. So, but in the equities here, let's see what we're looking at. Okay, we're at the base of the late spike from yesterday. If we just barrel through this, I'm not looking for any opportunities for longs until we find some sort of basing. There is another late spike down below coming from previous sessions in the S&Ps that comes in at 69.43 half, in the NASDAQ that comes in at 25.127. And if we take out the lows from yesterday, anything can happen, baby. ACH. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
It's
a
up.
good
Oh,
story,
there
Hope.
you go. We've given back all those gains off the non-farm. We are trading in the nice cut, Dakota, 2 times. Well,
Yeah, NASDAQ
nice
tag settlement.
Yes, it did.
There it is.
Watching this ES bottoming out at 69.62. 4 points off of that. A little higher right now. We're seeing all the buyers jumping back in. Gold now above 5,100, 51.05 last trade. Gold on the move to the upside. Gold up about $50. About $50 in the last 15 minutes or so. I see another round of side. More selling coming in here in the ES. Man, oh man. We see more selling. MBT, micro Bitcoin. Jack was saying also pushing lower. About $2,000 lower here since fast markets did begin.
65,900 in the spot for Bitcoin right now.
65,900.
No bueno.
All right, there's the settlement check in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ.
Interesting.
I'm short 1 micro gold.
1 micro gold.
From 98.
5098. That's trade 550.94. Silver selling off right now. ES selling off. NQ selling off.
Let's get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. What? They did not like that number? Wow.
Ooh.
Dow is getting smoked right now. Same story, the ES and NQ. Look out below. 69.54 last trade. We're down about 60 points in the ES in the last 30 minutes or so. Down about 300 points in the NQ. NQ now trading
Silver's getting
25,000.
Getting hit as well.
Yes, it is. Man, oh man. ES now really just pushing lower here. 69.52.
Just walking through levels.
They're just yes, they are.
I'm just gonna take what profits I have on that one.
We got
You were saying, Andre, there's resistance up here. Like, obviously we could V at any time, but there's not a lot that I'm like, oh, this is a line to stake at right now. Like, I still keep this up here because it's a round number, but there was nothing there that seemed to indicate any sort of slowdown from the options.
More slowdown from the sellers here in the futures. My oh my, 69.49. Down about almost 70 points in the ES in the last 30 minutes.
Gold trade worked out. Nice. Okay.
So you flat?
Yeah, I'm flat. Silver. Oh man, NASDAQ taking it now.
Yup. Oh, you had your eye
Nvidia's
on the
giving back
NQ.
most of its gains. It was up 2%. Now it's only up almost 0.5%.
Oh, you had a level. Man, oh man. All right, more selling coming in here. Dow selling off, silver selling off, gold, ES, NQ all pushing lower here. MBT, same thing there. Wow. This is interesting.
Sure
Fighting to hold
is.
above 400. Fighting to hold above 25,400 there. And the NQ, now we're about 250 points lower. Again, bottom of the hour, we'll get those EIA crude inventory numbers. Also get the initial balance high, initial balance low prices.
Okay, we tested below the overnight lows in the ES.
Did call it.
And the tiniest
And
bit
in
of
the NASDAQ.
bounce. Yeah.
Yep.
It's around there in gold. Nice catch in the short there, Dakota. Now the gold trading 50.90, 50.90.
We got long 3 MES from 55.
I like that.
55.
Low risk.
Very good.
See if because we spiked back above the overnight lows. If we get stopped here, it's be very cheap.
Yeah, these lows in the NASDAQ, a little bit of confluence in some obscure levels down below here. I mentioned it before, Andre, 25,127, also 25,123. So the late spike and an
127,
afternoon pullback high lining up nicely there.
127, 123. All right, about 40 points higher from there right now. NQ bottoming out at 25,141. Looking at a 40-point bounce right now. And lots and lots of selling here. As we've been seeing in the equities in the last MBT also
Don't
in the last 30
hold.
minutes.
May cut. We're dancing right around the overnight low right now. We go through it again. I don't want it. Yeah,
A lot of
we're gonna hit
pressure.
new lows.
A lot of pressure in equities. Lots of selling came in.
Another round here. Man, they're just
And we'll try this up to 3 times if we keep on selling off. Yeah, they're looking like.
what would it look like for catching? Well, what's Delta looking like before we even talk about trades?
S&P's
I'm looking
negative
at the-
3,800,
Okay.
NASDAQ negative 1,800.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
Another round of selling. More selling coming in here in the Dow, the YM. 10 points off the lows. Might be stalling out. Okay, here we go. We'll stall out to the downside.
They're trying here. They're trying.
We still in, Jack?
Yeah.
Okay. And reading the chat says, do or die for the buyers. The equities.
Yeah.
Key level.
They're not doing a great job.
Lost just yet. Dow holding bid a little bit. Still holding bid. Holding bid. Take a little tilt. 50-50 on the tilt.
Come on.
Gotta hold. Gotta
End
hold
this
here.
downside auction.
So we got some negative delta.
Yep.
Nah.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
New lows Dow. 50,134.
Sit out my hands. We got
New lows,
Microsoft
yes,
down
new
2
lows.
1/4.
Yeah. So we cut it $100.
And
Now we wait.
69.46. New print. New session lows in the ES. NQ 25,130. New session lows there, down about 330 points in the last half hour. A convincing low. Let's see what another round is selling here. Everyone is flat, 50-50 on the tilt. We got again those Crude numbers at the bottom of the hour. We do have Schmidt speaking. Not necessarily what's Schmidt saying. Price shocks are transitory. There's that word transitory. Price shocks are transitory based on Fed's response. The Fed needs to keep focus on 2% inflation target. Recent improvements in productivity could be due to workers staying in jobs longer rather than stemming solely from technology. The Fed
for longer.
Additional Fed rate cuts might permit higher inflation to continue for a longer time. There you go.
Yeah.
Congressional Budget Office. The CBO sees large, historically unusual deficits in the coming decade.
Here we go.
You don't say.
We could keep going.
Yeah. So the next shot I would take at this wouldn't be until down here, 6,900.
Yep.
Look good for a second.
I can see 25,000 evens coming into play here in the NASDAQ. So I could see
Anything
us sell off even further.
Anything that would get us short on this push
Yeah,
lower.
that's what I'm looking for, Andre. We started to break through these overnight lows. I can see 25,000 even coming into play here in the NASDAQ. So
yeah,
shorting bounces, short the pops. Look at the 5 minute; it just completely sell off from those highs.
Oh, you do like you got your more lows. Printing in the NQ 25,117. Now 116 is Dow. Same story over there. More selling coming in the equities. Red. Last 30 minutes.
Oh, they're getting hammered.
Don't catch a falling knife. Right now, the 200 session simple moving average just being touched in the NASDAQ on the 30-minute chart. That's 25,088.
088. 088. Time and sales. Seeing some green there. Time and sales. They're lifting the ES. Trying to. What's Delta in ES? Did it lighten up a little bit?
Negative 4,100 now. Yeah.
Grew.
Negative 4,100. Negative 2,500 in the NASDAQ.
$25,090. Bottomed out there this time around. About a 25-point pop off of that. Selling into this. We got Darnell in the chat. Took 5 MQ off, holding 5 from the high. Job well done.
Ooh, nice.
What price you short from?
Nice.
Anyone follow that continuation to the downside? Question. Let's take a look at some of our live funded traders. Take a look at that leaderboard. See if some people did catch the move. Indeed. Oh, nice job. $28,000 up for Sebastian. Tyler up 17,000. 2 names on the leaderboard right now. Ooh. Remember yesterday we had 2 names on the leaderboard in the morning. 4 more joined them. They're in power hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. See if they lock in their profits. See if we get some new names over the course of this trading session. But good to see.
Yeah, that's
8 minutes.
Nice, clean, good-looking board too.
Like that. Dakota approves. Nice size. Looking for anything. Metals. Metals taking a bit of a breather right now. Equities, big mover. We see a lot of red. Seeing in the last 40 minutes or so. What's going on in the NQ ladder? We got something down there. Nope, about a 60 lot down below about. Here come the buyers. Buyers going to give it a shot.
Yeah, the VIX is picking up. We're at 18.5.
Okay.
Could be an opportunity for just a breakdown trade right here.
Wow. Sellers, more selling coming in here. ES still around selling 69.38. Session lows
All right.
there. Same story in the
Let's
NQ. NQ.
Short in the hole. 89 for a
It
breakdown
is.
into the 70s and 80s.
Go.
It is.
089. Good job. We got Aaron in the chat. Passed my combine this morning. Great job. Fantastic.
The only reason I'll do this is because I have a bigger target of 25,000 even.
New lows ES.
This is walking through levels that would normally be respected when we were in short time frame control, and we were in short time frame control until we were not. Do not
There we go.
a directional market. Now you got it going on.
Silver selling off. What is selling the lows? Just to see new lows print. And Dow closing on 50,000 even. 50,000 even. About 50 points there. Dow down about 500 points last 40 minutes or so.
I'm flat on
Locked
that.
in on the markets right now. You still short?
I'm flat now, Andre. Took some profits on that flush. So
Okay, 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Ooh. 5-minute candle opened up green. In the equities. 50-50 on the tilt. Wilson in the chat says definite extension. The downside here. Are the initial bounce lows in yet, Hogue? And we'll get those initial bounce high, initial bounce low prices. What those are? Simply the highest and lowest price that traded first hour of the New York session. Still got 5 minutes to go.
The S&P has the 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart down here at 69.29.
What was the Trump news? We got more around the selling coming in here in the Dow. Oh boy,
walking through it in the NASDAQ.
We are just cooking to the
continuing.
Man,
he's just getting punished
red
right now.
across the board on my watch list.
Sure are.
The only thing still up is Apple's up 1%. Nvidia is now almost going to be turning red here.
There's some fantastic opportunity. Volatility. The volume is there to really capture opportunity. Some real clean trading going on right now. Who's taking advantage of this? Of these opportunities, this market movement in the chat? Let us know. Throw some W's in there if you're catching the move to the downside in the equities. About that pop in gold. You're locked in. You're locked in right now. These markets are pushing lower. Lots of red all across the board. Love it. There you go. Loving the volatility. Well, W's.
Through
Job.
60,000.
Fantastic.
And Bitcoin's down hard. We're at 65,900 in Bitcoin.
My oh my.
My oh my, right across. Or if you're on the comeback, if we can come back right now. See, we've got the buyers. Trying to hold it here. Again, we bottomed out at 69.31 in the ES. About 6 points higher, 8 points higher now. All right, pop in the chat. Stalking longs. Looking for a long. Okay.
I still don't like longs.
Careful.
Not until between 69.25 and 69.20 would I start to look.
I still see the NASDAQ testing 25,000, maybe a little bit below. Nvidia's almost red now.
Again, in the chat, yes, asking about Michael. MPs will be joining us in about an hour right now, from right now. Markets are moving. Stay locked in. STFU in the Andre in the chat. Finally, let's see who's taking advantage of these opportunity. 10-point bounce in the ES. Got some clean price action right now. 60-point bounce in the NQ there. Now above 25,100. The low's in.
Mm. I'm not going to be the one to call this low.
Indeed, 930, 915. Indeed, markets are moving right now. So markets first, trading first. Back an hour. No big deal. Assure you. He'll be joining us. So let's stay locked in. These markets are moving. Let's make some money. It's these moves. Get some profits there.
Oh,
Okay.
buyer stepping in a little bit
Yeah,
there.
about to come out here.
They are. Oh, yes, that's right. Take a look at Crude. Oh, can you shout it out?
Of course.
I'm not getting the updates.
VIX approaching
That's-
19.
Okay, Crude trades $65, $65.07.
There's more room to the
Expect them to
downside
come
if
out
it wants it.
Okay, watch
down
this number.
slightly.
This is one of our favorite numbers. It's very rarely close to the estimate at all.
Mm-hmm.
2 seconds. $65 last trade in Crude. Actual.
Estimate is down 0.2 million, 200,000.
I got
And the actual,
Get a load of this.
wow, 8.5 million increase in oil
Surplus.
inventories.
Complete miss. Nowhere near.
Way off.
Nowhere near a drawdown. Yes, 8.5 million barrel surplus. And
We've only
Right.
seen those accurate one time, Andre.
Yeah.
when you were on. When you were
When
on.
I was
Well, we
on
got some
complaining about it.
At least the markets Crude's acting properly on that number. More push lower here. $64.90 on just an incredible miss. The EIA number. All right, Hogue. Initial balance high, initial balance low time. Help me out here.
All right.
ES and Q. Let's do ES first.
Yes. 69.31. The initial bounce low. 70.11 half is the initial bounce high.
Okay.
NASDAQ.
Look,
Initial bounce low. 25.058. Initial bounce high.
Okay.
25.465 quarter.
6.5 quarter. All right, sounds good.
You got it.
All right, buyers.
No pump.
Little pump indeed.
3-bar reversal on the 5-minute here in the NASDAQ.
I mean, that's what it's looking like. Are the lows in?
This is what it's looking like.
Are the lows in for the day? We got looking at about 100 point, let's call it 70 point bounce in the NQ right now.
I'm going to be honest. I see it. I understand it. I just don't like this one because 25,000 is a little bit lower. If this happened right at 25,000, I'd be all over it. We'll see, though.
Watching gold. Gold looking a little heavy. Trading 50.68 right now. Big range in gold. Right around the lower end. Right around 50.70.
Russian delta right now.
Negative, just growing.
Negative 2,400 now in the S&Ps. Negative 2,400 in the NASDAQ.
Where's
Buyers
the short?
just very aggressively came in for this.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was negative like 4,000.
Yeah.
We got a 300 lot up at 25,150 in the NQ. 25,150 for 300 times, about 30 points higher. The market go get it. And it's still there.
That 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart in the S&P is put in the low.
Some rejection there on the push higher. Again, Michael, jumping on in about an hour. An hour right now. Stay locked in on these markets. Trading first, of course. You got in the chat, day trader says more lows coming NQ. We're about 50 points away from those. We got to the downside here. That level 2 data on Topstep X got a 69 lot on the bid to the downside. 40 points away. And closing in on it. Man, just like that. Jack, why'd you say that? Ooh, what'd you see there?
I just saw like a rejection in the dome, like a pretty solid one. So still some feisty sellers there.
I've been short since 253. Nice job. Okay, buyers gonna give another shot here. The ES and the NQ. ES 15 points off the lows. 69.46. And NQ's got that 300 lot. I know.
That 3-bar reversal, yes. You know, I'll mark it out here. I'll mark it out on my charts.
Thank you.
This is what the trade would look like for a 3-bar reversal. You can see it. Those nice sell-off. We got that reversal bar right there. And now we just broke through the previous high. So that is technically a 3-bar reversal. The reason why I'm not taking it is because on a higher time frame, like an hour, I see there's a nice level of support here right around 25,000. Now, obviously, anything can happen. We could keep rallying. I'm just going to be a little bit more patient on this sell-off. I'm going to watch it. I'll watch it. It's looking pretty good.
300 lot filled. 300 lot filled. Yep, nice.
Still
Nice
crushing
higher here.
Delta. Negative 1,800 now.
All right. What's going to come out? The lows in. Are the lows in the equities? Who got long down there? In the chat, let us know who is taking advantage of this opportunity and locked in on this amazing price action. Again, that 300 lot did get filled in the NQ. 25,150 on the offer. 300 times. About 4 points lower right now. Elvin in the chat says V-shaped recovery. Let's go.
Right back up
long
to
gold.
ECH.
Mm-hmm.
I'm long. Good job. Long. 25,000. 080. Look at that. Quick explanation on Delta. More the negative Delta grows. That means there's aggressive shorts or market orders hitting the bid. I shouldn't say shorts. Positive Delta means there are market orders coming in and lifting the offer. So buying.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we don't know. They're covering, hedging, or entering. But
To be honest, I'll be tempted to
insight.
short the NASDAQ here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to watch.
Positive.
I'd actually look for a short play.
Short. Okay. What? Why shorts, Dakota? What are you seeing there? Just a little
my
bit.
target's 25,000, right? 25,000 is my
Dow's-
target, and we got that bounce. Might be a little
Look
late
at that
at pulling the
push.
trigger, but we'll watch.
Dow's about to get cooked again.
Silver's getting cooked.
That was
Oh, yeah, Silver.
vicious
Oh
selling.
yeah, Silver just got smacked.
Rejection. Wow. Right back up, man. Oh, man. It's an interesting
Still
spot
only
right here.
minus 2,000 after that push.
Yeah.
Dakota, where are you looking at? I mean, I see a low volume
Yeah.
note up at like 182.
On the hourly chart in the NASDAQ, Hogue, you could see yesterday we had a lot of those buyers step in right at 25,000. And so that's where, I mean, it's a round number. We rejected it twice yesterday. That's a nice level of support and resistance. Now,
Where are you looking for your short? Is what I was asking.
Oh, okay. That is a lot less clear. We do have this pivot from overnight where we bounced off of. There's a nice level of support, and I technical analysis, support becomes resistance. So far, we're seeing that support, hold as resistance right now. And it was support on our way down, right? You could see that, but you'd have to zoom in, like say this 100-tip
Yeah.
chart where you can see where we bounced and kind of held that a little bit. This 25,001
Last night's low.
Yeah, but I need to see. This is where I would say if I see a 3-bar reversal to the downside, maybe be a little bit more tempting.
Okay.
Okay, buyers gonna give another shot in the equities here.
Yes, they are. 1,900 negative now.
Okay, 25,000. 160, holding above it, about 100 points off the session lows, initial balance low as well. In the NQ, ES, a 20-point turnaround to the upside. Let's trade 69.51, 69.51. 50-50 on the tilt. What else we got coming up? Anything on the schedule? Next up on the schedule, President meets with Netanyahu. We have a 10-year auction at noon Central. Amex scheduled to speak right around the close. McDonald's, Cisco earnings, pretty much after the closing bell.
That 3-bar for the long side. Whoever got that, pretty happy.
Are we trusting it? Are we the lows in? Is it just gonna be a treasure map, a V shape? So far, it does look like that.
Unbelievable. One word: resilience.
Can't keep a good market down, Hogue. Can't keep a good market down.
Apple saving the day.
Is that what it is?
Well, Apple's are contrarian. They have much less of the AI exposure,
True.
it would seem. They're at 1.6% right now. They've been green all day.
Yeah. Nvidia caught a bit too.
We're right
back
at
up
that
1%.
low volume note I was calling out right now. Right here, it was for 182.
Another push here.
You see a 3-bar reversal here, maybe.
Okay. Chat fired up today.
Buyers are
Taking advantage of this
buyers are
opportunity.
just vicious.
Yes, they are. Who got long there? Who's letting their winners ride right now? Who is taking advantage of this bounce here? This bounce. Look at 25-point bounce in the ES. 69.55. Got a 130, 140 point bounce in the NQ, trading 25,186. Dakota, we looked like we were closing in on 25,000 even. Never got there. Got within 60 points. A nice cut on
Yeah.
that short. That was a winner, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Short?
yeah. A few losses, one winner. I was down like $400. I'm down 300. It's just small size, managing risk. It's when you get yourself in a hole, you got to stop digging and don't expect to get out in just one trade. I've made that mistake too many times, trying to get out of a hole in one trade.
Going to be opportunity. Are the lows in? Are the lows in the equities right now? MBT also seeing a nice bit of recovery rally there. Back above 66,000, 66,605 in the MBT.
Still hanging around. A little bit of a decrease in yields, 4.17 in the 10-year.
Okay. MBT catch another bid here. Closing in on 67,000. And shout out to Anne Marie. A couple weeks ago, we were trading around 80,000 MBT. I see more room to the downside. Man, 69,000. Lo and behold, 2 days later, not only did we get through 69,000, it went down to 60,000. Just huge push lower. There's, and we're struggling to stay bid here in the equities. So more gas in the goose. Going on the Dow.
Delta's
Oh,
still
what's
hanging
your
around
read?
negative 2,000.
I was gonna say, I know you got something. I know you're locked in on something. What are you watching play out right now? What do you have your eye on in terms
Well,
of which market? What's the developing story, if you will?
watching the S&Ps, watching the NASDAQ, of course, the overnight low.
What's up, Dow?
That's an area that Dakota was looking at, and it lined up very nicely with a kind of a low volume node in today's session. Maybe I can show you that in the NASDAQ just a little bit. But we had some pretty stiff selling coming in here this morning, and if we can't recover inside the overnight lows here in the S&P and the NASDAQ, I can see them falling off. Now let's take a look at this on the NASDAQ, and let's see if I can show you the low volume node that I'm looking at. So there's our overnight low, right, in the NASDAQ. We're kind of looking at that as what was support may become resistance, but we are coming up against, let me get this. So 830, dang. Okay. So this is the kind of area that I was kind of, where are we here? This little low volume node right here is the area that I was looking at. So it goes from, let's say, 182 on this platform. It's kind of going all the way up to 290. But if we reject this low volume node, then I can see us kind of returning back to the downside. Now we've been here 3 or 4 times. It's just a bit of a risk limiter. And I'm looking at it somewhere else, and it's a big area of low volume, so it can kind of go through a lot of this. My suggestion was 25 182. Would I still be in that short? Maybe, because it's only 10 points through it, but we're starting to stack volume up here. We're starting to lose delta, so I would be out of that short right now. And to me, this is looking like another V bottom. These markets are so resilient.
Amazing.
We got some big initial balances.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll really be kind of focusing on those extremes for any kind of bigger opportunities. Anything else, I'm kind of just looking for little levels like that 182 level that we were looking at that bounced a couple of times off of that. We're just barely getting into that low volume node now. So this does allow you to limit risk. We're up against it in the S&Ps as well as the overnight low. So if we can't recover above that, then I can see this market rolling back over, but just kind of hawking right now.
Yeah.
I got my eye on the Dow here. The Dow is really struggling to get anywhere off the lows. About to print some new session lows here in the Dow. About 2 points to go. 50,033 last trade. 10 points off the lows. While NQ and ES were pushing higher here, there's an offer just filled in the NQ. The Dow would not go anywhere close to pushing higher here, so we might see this thing roll over. The ES and NQ. What was that? What was that order that just got filled on the offer in the NQ? Hogue, catch that price? 173.
NQ. Yeah,
It's still about 100.
a little bit of volume there.
Yeah, 120 points off the lows in the NQ.
Yeah, let's see, this area is
20
a little
points
sticky.
off lows. Look at the Dow. Dow is not going anywhere remotely close to going higher. About to print some new lows. New lows, Dow. 50,000.
Okay.
14. See if the ES NQ want to follow. It's the downside here.
See if they ruin this
NASDAQ's
V.
holding up pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the NASDAQ with their exposure to Apple and Nvidia, if they're up, Nvidia's up 1.2%, Apple's up 1.7%. It's hard to lose bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, 49,999. New session lows, Dow. Down about almost 600 points off the highs in the Dow. Talking about all-time highs, I jinxed that. Down about 600 points in the last hour and 10 minutes in the Dow. Just printing new lows there. 500 on the ask in the ES, 69.58, so about 10 points higher right now.
So, where would you short this on a 3-bar reversal, Dakota?
Right here.
Right here. We're getting close, Hogue. I got the 5-minute chart up. Right here, right now, honestly. I'm getting in short as you're speaking that. 1 micro. That's the 3-bar reversal to the downside. You have good timing with that question, Hogue. I'm short for 149. Yeah, we were just breaking through this 3-bar reversal as you asked. So Hogue knows.
You know, we rejected that low volume above in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ.
What price did you get, Dakota?
149. 149 half. Looking for
Okay,
continuation to the
149
downside.
half.
And we just closed. We did just close that 5-minute. Let's see if we get some more downward pressure, some more selling here in the NASDAQ.
Ooh.
Not like that. Not like this.
No.
Let's see if there's more
We don't.
conviction.
Actually,
go.
yes.
New lows down.
Here,
New lows down.
I'll give it to Dakota. Here we go.
Yeah,
Here
new
we
lows
go.
down.
I'm going to add
Here we
to
go.
this. So I added my second contract. Average price 144.
How many times? 3?
2.
2. Short 2, 144.
Yep. 144. Short 2.
Yes, 69.43 last trade. Well, 13 points off the lows there. What's going on in the metals? Metals chopping around the session lows. They're not going to make it easy, are they? Not going to make it easy.
No, of course
Never. Never.
What?
Ooh.
Wow. Okay. Look at that.
Yikes.
Would you look at that?
Fake out.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's got the. Saw the buyers did step back in there. I'll push this thing about a 9-point turnaround higher in the ES and Q. 50-point turnaround higher, closing 25,180 last trade. Watching that Dow.
I'm gonna close this for half the risk. I'm closing it early. If we didn't get that momentum, I don't like to see it. So I'm gonna just close that one early.
Dang.
Yeah, we failed.
So what does that tell you?
Failed.
What does that tell you,
strong.
Dakota? I mean, what doesn't happen is important as what does. We didn't get that reversal on that 3-bar reversal.
Yeah, we didn't get any follow through on that. We just got ripped higher.
That mean we're going higher?
I mean,
So
yeah. Yes, we are. Look at this. Another push. You got 500 on the offer, about 3 points higher in the ES, 69.58. Looking at a, 12-point pop in the ES and Q. Stepping on the button.
Remarks, break-even job growth rate is likely 40 or 50K per month. So, I mean, that's a reflection. He said about how aging and lower immigration are probably part of that, but like, that's pretty low.
And non-farm payroll jobs, 130,000 versus 65,000 expected. More buying here in the NQ and the ES. Closing on overnight view up in the NQ, about 20 points to go. 25,244 last trade. Wow.
Oof.
Cut Dakota. Yep.
Yeah, look at that
Yeah,
rip
this-
higher.
Pop higher here in gold. Pop higher in silver. Even Dow decided to join the party. NQ, 20 points from overnight VWAP. About 200 points off the initial balance low and low of session. Man, oh man.
Well,
Are
we didn't even get
going-
the chance to see a failed downside auction on that one.
No, this is what a pump here. We got in this 5-minute candle in the NQ 120 point range. Yes. 22 point range.
Negative 1,000 in Delta now in the S&Ps, as well as the NASDAQ.
We're gonna give it a shot again.
Scooping up all those.
Mhm. More buying coming in here. 70%
scooping up all
long tilt
those
in the
sellers.
70% long tilt in the ES, top of the hour in about 5 minutes. Look at this green candle on the 5-minute. My goodness.
Just straight up.
Someone was saying I look disappointed. I don't look disappointed this morning. This is just my face when I'm looking at the dome. I've got my Moroccan lawyer shirt on too, Andre. No one's
Oh,
pointed
man.
it out yet.
Yep, that's was an all-timer. An absolute all-timer. All right. We're about incredible green candle. What's meta spike? Yeah, what's going on in tech? What was the big spike in tech that really got this thing going? Because Dow has have none of it. What's going on in MBT? MBT pushing here?
Meta
Just like
flipped to
that.
the green, and then we got. I mean, Bitcoin's still like 66,500 in the spot. Resting Dom face. Oh, 100%.
I like that. I love that.
I like that.
Beautiful.
Right, pretty much
I'm gonna use still that one.
pretty much gets overnight view up in NQ. Love it. Can we get another push higher here in the ES?
NASDAQ keeps going. NASDAQ keeps going.
Incredible.
I mean, I don't know if it's FOMO, but if anything, I was a little bit, not irked, just like, what do you say, like
I feel you.
nostalgic about what could have been if we had just gone a few points higher off the open or a few points lower at the low. Because that would have been pretty awesome.
Had fake another. All right, we are continuing to buy this up in the NQ and the ES. How about 230 points off the lows in the NQ? Almost 35 points off the lows in the ES. Even gold catching a bid there. $25 higher. Looking at this 5-minute 50.84. 50.84. Last trade in gold, silver.
VWAP. I'll show you VWAP.
60-cent bounce. Yes, did not get only available. Let's take a look at Crude again. Just an incredible miss on that DIA Crude. Oh, they actually sold it off. That's good to see. On them, it's
Yeah.
I expected what 0.2 million, 200,000 barrel drawdown.
100,000. Yeah.
Actual 8 million barrel surplus. We gotta get that job, man.
Right? It's like being a weatherman.
Fear mongers.
You don't have to be right.
Curb your enthusiasm.
Pardon?
Yes.
Eh.
He accuses the weatherman of forecasting poor weather on days the weatherman wants to go golf, so no one will be on the course when he's playing. And Larry's onto it. LD's
True
onto
story. I mean, if you're actually a good like whatever this entails, a very good meteorologist with a mathematical sort of background, if you're not good at TV, several hedge funds employ
Right.
meteorologists. Yeah.
Jet stream.
Really?
Jet stream full of BS. I'm on to you. Okay. Top of the hour in 1 minute. I do these prices 69.63. Last trade in the ES. Thank you. 25,240. We got close. I thought we were going to go get it. Thought we were going to go get those 25,000 evens. Did not. Buyers jump back in and it's the lows.
Back to
Close.
Back to
The lows
late
in.
spike.
The lows in.
ACH, but it's looking like it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Let's see this candle opens. Got 30
There
minutes
we
till the
go.
bottom of the hour. Also, Michael Talk MP will be joining us on the hour as well. Markets are moving. Opportunity is here. I know people are catching this
Non-farm payroll Wednesday.
non-farm payroll Wednesday. Incredible. Can't make this stuff up. Okay. We'll see if the rally is not over in the equities. I would not catch up with them. Let me some more volatility because I'm going to bring in Dr. Volatility himself. James, come on in here. We got some announcements for Topstep TV. What's up, James?
What's up, everybody? How we doing? I missed most of you yesterday, but here I am today. That's right, your favorite character on Topstep TV to tell you all about the things that you need to know to stay locked in with Topstep TV, including X, Twitter, Twix, whatever you want to call it. You can find us on it. That's right. Topstep TV, we're on the X. Wherever you want to take us in your pocket, we can be there for you when you want to tweet at us, when you want to ask us a question, and if you want to engage with any of our content. We have our fresh new look and fresh new stuff coming down the pipeline for you. So if you're not following Topstep TV on X already, what are you doing? Click on the link, follow today, because you can stay updated with highlights, best of clips. If we have any sweepstakes, you can find them there. All the information can be found right in Twitter. And while you're there, we have a whole plethora of Topstep accounts you can follow. There's the core Topstep account at Topstep. You can follow our help account at Ask Topstep, our newly launched news account at Topstep News, and of course, Topstep TV. There's so much for you to follow in the Topstep community on the X. So go ahead, click on the link, follow it, and give us a follow today. Then, once you've done that, come back here to chat, take a look at the top, and you'll see a pin for group coaching. Group coaching. It's the point in the show where we sit down and answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Where else are you going to get that kind of one-on-one education? That's right. If you have any sort of trading question, chart question, analysis question, you can drop your question in the link that is now pinned in chat. And be sure to tune back in for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time. Now, our sign here does still say 12:15. Don't let that fool you. We're going to get that cleaned up sometime soon, but it is at 12 p.m. group coaching. Now, I mentioned that we take time out of our day to sit down and answer your questions, and you might be wondering, well, James, just who are you talking about? Well, today for group coaching, we're joined by Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. That's right. The host of Market Kickoff herself, Anne-Marie, is going to be sitting down today with us on her lunch break to answer your questions live. If you have any question for Hogue, Anne-Marie, or Hoop, once again, the link is in the chat. Fill it out and then tune back in for group coaching today at 12 p.m. Central Time. That's all I got for now. But we throw it back to you, Andre, and the rest of the guys in Fast Markets. See y'all soon.
Thank you, James. All right, we'll leave up the highs. OV and Q. All the way back to about halfway back up. Off that big selling.
So we're back up against the late spikes that occurred yesterday. We opened above them and rejected above them. Moving back towards them might be offering a degree of resistance. This is the S&Ps. There's the base of the late spike, 69.69. We just tried to get a look at it. Right on the hour change, there were some buyers that came in up there and swept that high. Now we're seeing these markets turn back to the back south here, and it's even closer on the NASDAQ because it actually touched it. It actually traded to VWAP just above it, and is still showing signs of rejection of price at higher pricing above the base of this late spike. So if we're going to turn back to the downside, this looks like a relatively logical place. It's about half back from the range, and we've got that late spike. And again, you may say that some of these levels are obscure, but they do provide some decent opportunities. We are seeing some selling coming back after taking a look above that late spike in the NASDAQ. We're starting to see those sellers coming back into the market. We're seeing Delta also increasing in negativity, negative 2,200 in the S&Ps now, negative 1,500 in the NASDAQ. So the sellers are coming back and they're giving it a try here. Very interesting spot there.
Thank you, Hogue. What's going on in the MBT? MBT saw a lot of sell side pressure. Most of FAB's market. Okay, well, it's $1,000 off the lows there. Market's taking a bit of a breather here. President is meeting with Netanyahu. It's on the schedule. We got 25 minutes till the bottom of the hour, which is also the London close. What's going on the Dow? Dow staying heavy today. Jack, what do you see in levels? I mean, we were looking at those 69.69, then 69.55, I should say. Pretty much there right now, but we blew right through it on the downside. What do you do to just reevaluate the price
There's just
actions?
not a lot. Like, you have a VWAP. It came close to the overnight in the ES. We almost got the 69.50, but I didn't see a whole lot of structure to lean on. I'm still looking for, if we can go down and break these lows, is how we react down around 69.20.
All right, Dakota, how are you reading this? I mean,
I'm watching this, and I think this is another pullback. Maybe we make it look higher. Yeah, the fact that we just held as a higher low on this 5-minute, broke through that. This is looking to maybe become support resistance. So maybe we do make a leg higher back up towards these 250s and the start of that non-farm payroll candle. But I'm watching it. We could also just keep selling off. Like, this might be the pullback, right? We had that big sell-off. Is this the deeper pullback for a retest of these lows? So a few different scenarios I'm watching here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, an interesting day. So we're scratching the NQ basically. We're scratching the ES basically. We're down over 1% in the Russell. Some of that is that we had the 10-year rate pop, but I think a lot of it is that with a few exceptions, beta is getting slammed again today. And by that I mean, like, the more volatile stock so far again slammed down. Examples are like, SoFi is down 4%, Carvana is down 6.8%, Palantir down 3.7%, Quantum down 5%.
love it.
I mean, the big dog of them all right now is, let's see what Robinhood is doing.
Oh,
It's
Vlad,
down
Vlad,
11.7% down.
very good. You got it, Jack. BRB.
All right, Andre's away. Now we can do something cool. You seen anything in any of the other markets here? We're selling off a little bit
Not really.
in equities right now.
I was watching metals, and metals are just kind of chopping around. Maybe a possible long in gold to come up here and retest 5,100. but I'm not seeing anything else of interest.
Yeah, you're pretty much in the middle in gold, the middle of the initial balance. Anything you're
Right in the
doing
middle.
is probably going to be see money, take money.
Yeah. We rejected those 50, 60s again, and yeah, we're right in the middle of that range.
For those asking, we'll keep focusing on the markets. MP is going to be joining us around 10:30 Central, so about 20 minutes from now.
Sweet.
Crude oil
It
kind of
will.
falling into a little bit ranging here. Go ahead, Jack.
I was going to say, with Bitcoin getting smushed like this, and a lot of obvious volatility in the metals that's happened, how that affects. I was talking about like the beta stocks getting slammed today. Is how many people who are, how should I say this, not very risk sensitive are getting kind of booted from the market, not there to buy the dip, right? If you're trading on margin and you're owning these high beta stocks in Bitcoin, which I presume they are, plus like call options, if that doesn't take some of the power out of the dip buyers.
Taking some of them out of the game, is it, Jack?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, we haven't moved that much in equities overall since the beginning of December. But boy,
Yeah.
were there ample opportunities to lose a ton, and a lot of the
Oh,
super
yeah.
growth stocks are actually in the toilet. Like, I can name a bunch of names. They're down 30-40%.
Do we buy Bitcoin? When do we buy Bitcoin, Jack? We're at 66,000. The
This isn't
dollar is
financial
strengthening
advice.
today.
I honestly don't know if I would ever buy Bitcoin, but
I'm with
I'm
you.
right there with you.
there's a pretty juicy stop target from what at 8,000.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
No. Seeing some buyers pop back in here.
All right.
Let's see.
Trying to see if there's any levels building. I still just see a support down around 69.20 in the futures if we break those lows of today.
All right.
Trump is
Looking for a
currently meeting with
halfback.
Netanyahu. Citi going out on a limb saying they expect a rate cut in April versus previously saying March. That's still jumping the gun a little bit compared to the consensus. Here's some buyers.
Delta now really just kind of waffling in this area. Negative 1,500 now in the S&P. Negative 1,400 in the NASDAQ. They've been aligned all day. That doesn't happen all that much. There's so much more volume in the S&P than the NASDAQ.
How much more volume is there?
All right. So far, the March S&Ps have traded 768,000 contracts. The NASDAQ has traded 310,000. So currently, less than half.
What's
I
interesting,
can.
though, is that there's probably
Mhm.
pretty close because like if we're talking about nominal, like the actual nominal at risk there, they're probably pretty similar
Sure.
because the NQ is a significantly bigger contract than the ES. So that's interesting. Thank you, Hogue.
Buyers stepping in. So far, yeah, that was a higher low. This pivot right off the 190s. So higher lows in the NASDAQ, higher highs. Maybe NASDAQ could take out this previous high right here at these 260s and maybe make a run at 300. Kind of maybe a buy the dip kind of day.
ETFD.
Yeah.
I did pull up per request the ES Doom. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have both up, the ES and the MES, but aesthetically that would not look great on TV. I did make sure to change to a 1 lot here from the 5 lot I had clicked for the MES. Approaching the overnight VWAP in the ES, got that at about 69.70.
So with a little bit kind of more detail about the volume in the S&Ps versus the NASDAQ. Since the beginning of the year, the average volume of all the trading contracts in the NASDAQ was just over 580,000 daily. And in the ES, it's 1,512,000. So overall, over all of the trading contracts, the S&P trades on average 3 times more volume than the NASDAQ.
Cool.
Okay. Did you question for you, Jack and Hogue? What are your guys' thoughts on individual stock futures?
Well, I've never been around to see them. If they are liquid, I love them because ideally I am a spread trader, right? It is not my natural thing to be putting in outright
Right.
orders in one direction. And so you could see how it could be very interesting to say do a pairs trade of say the NQ versus one of its components, because I'm sure they'll have those at like, so can I trade on the intraday like Tesla versus the NQ? Yeah, that's interesting to me.
Okay, so looking at those spreads then on individual stocks, I have mixed feelings because it's leverage, right? So it's leverage in more leverage on individual stocks when the stocks are after hours. Like, I mean, could you imagine trading a single futures after hours during an earnings report on an individual stock? That would be at like 6x leverage. That could wreak havoc, right? So I got mixed feelings, like with anything when it comes to another instrument with multiples of leverage.
I think
I've
that
never traded
they're
them.
yeah, but like
Interested.
I think
We'll see.
I wouldn't want to trade them outright, and I think for that reason. And yeah, I think that there is sometimes too low a bar for entry for some of like just to let people go wild with some of these products because they are highly leveraged. But like conversely, it's like I think about that Oracle day where they gapped up 40% or whatever on earnings, and
Yeah.
I don't want to short short that right there. But if I could be, long some ratio of the NQ versus it to take out that part of the equation, yes, there's some interesting trades.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Give and take with anything, right? Always give and take with anything. There's opportunities, and then there's the other edge of the sword, per se.
Yeah. With opportunity comes risk.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Right.
See
And
it
as
all
we
the time.
saw from the Robinhood earnings, though, it's like the incentive structure, and everybody sees this with, you watch the Super Bowl, everything's AI or gambling or whatever else. It's like there's sort of an insatiable need for um, retail order flow in these things. Whether that's a good thing or not, I guess it depends on who you ask.
Always depends. Right.
It's just tempting up here to look for shorts because
It
it's
is,
cheap.
Oak. See if he rejected those 250s again here in the NASDAQ. I want to see some type of flagging or consolidation. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel you on that as
Right
well.
to VWAP.
And the level I was looking to buy on the way down turned out to be crap support, but it's been okay resistance so far.
It was. I mean, it was a legit trade. That was, that was a good trade.
Yeah, I mean, like, just to explain, it's we broke the overnight low, and then it looked like we just recaptured it really quick. That's when I bought it. Got a little bit in our favor, stopped us out, but I consider the odds of that working out were probably a coin flip, and the if that was where we turned around, the reward is a lot better. So we'll
There's
take it
liquidity
again.
above here in the ES. I can't take a short here. There's liquidity above. It's going to sweep this.
I was going to just say that same thing. I actually like longs. If we can start to break through these 25,000 270s, I would definitely look at taking a long through these 270s for a breakout trade. Like 300 would be the target.
Both just
300
right at overnight VWAP, just bouncing right around them. That liquidity above has got me sitting back.
Dakota, do you know what the have they announced what the specs will be on the single stock futures? Like how many
I don't.
be done by
That's
shares?
a good question. Because honestly, on the pro side, right? We're talking about managing risk and talking about opportunities. And I seen someone in the chat mention it. Like with futures, you could actually do it a lot if it's not just complete 1-to-1. Like you could have, like you said, portions of it, so you're not getting the full delta. You're getting a fraction of it. I don't see the specs though. I'm sure someone in the chat might know better than I do.
Speaking of delta, S&Ps are back to zero as far as delta is concerned. So we're seeing some more aggressive buyers here trying to maybe push it up into this liquidity we've got just above. Still negative 1,200 in the NASDAQ, however.
Yeah, I'm not seeing details
got
yet
this-
on those single stock.
Yeah. I've got this fun little fight going on in my head right now with these equities.
Who's winning?
That's
They are.
a quant scuffle. That's a quant scuffle right there. Oak.
Yeah, here we go. We're heading to we're starting to take out some of that liquidity above. And it's not huge. I mean, we're talking 100 lots here. We're not talking 1,000 lots, but they're peppering 100 lots above price, and market is going to take out those that liquidity. So good no take on the short. We started looking for longs, and that seems to be the thing to do. Yes.
Yeah, it looks
And
like
Nearly
it's going to break
impulses
through these
stream.
70s.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, if you're short, there's probably a nice stack of stops right above this level. So yeah, I can see a nice little maybe a break up through. Try and test the 25,300s.
How do I
290
know that there's
lot.
liquidity above? Looking at the dome as part of it. Got to have level 2 data to see that.
Okay, here we
Market
go.
is going to
There's
go
a
to the
little
point of
push
greatest
through.
aggravation.
Yeah, we're going there.
Yep.
We also got about 5.5 minutes until Euro close. That 266 lot at 74.25 sitting there. ES holding strong.
Yep. They've been peppering those in all the way up.
See if we can sustain this breakout. Is a question. We just barely popped above these 270s.
We're about right at half the range today.
Just watching it.
Half back.
It's hard to take breakout long trade here. I'm trying to build it. Trying to build through these 70s. Nice rejection though. Remind me where settlement is in the NASDAQ.
Settlement is 25,218 and a quarter.
Okay. Yeah, we just rejected it. We just rejected.
Yep. Yeah. Don't buy the high. If you're gonna buy it, buy pullbacks.
Wow, halfway back, huh? Incredible.
Yep. Half back.
Halfway back.
Mhm.
Yeah, half
What up?
back. Andre.
London close.
Look.
London close. 3.5 minutes, and Mick and Michael will be joining here on Topstep TV in Fast Markets. What else is moving here? Headlines pretty quiet, all things considered. What's next up? Okay. The meeting with Trump and Netanyahu has started about 15 minutes ago. No headlines from there just yet. Looking a little selling coming in here in the NQNES. Is this just a pullback
It's
to buy?
Head right back to settlement.
Oh,
Yep.
incredible.
Now we rejected the breakout and back down to settlement. Right there. Tagged it.
Wow, just like that question in the chat. When you say 264 lot, is that multiple traders or one trader? Good question.
Oh, I just finished typing and throwing in there. We're
Most
talking
of
about the number. We're talking about the number of contracts offered, but when you see, you know, you look around the ES dome right now, you see things that step out, right? We have like 30, 40, and then up here we have 265. So there's probably 50 or so that are just people doing whatever, but then there's someone with like a 200 lot at least who just has it there.
Mm-hmm. All right, right back down. Push
Indeed.
below settlement.
Got some selling coming in.
Mixed price action. Let's take a look. Those metals. Metals are a bit choppy today as well.
Yeah, they're sitting here in mid-range as well. At least gold is.
Yeah, both.
Oil,
It's difficult,
oil,
and yeah,
yeah, it's tough. Mid-range.
Nasdaq, Nasdaq pushing lower. Here we go. If we could break through these 180s, do we go retest these lows here today?
Look
Do
at
we retest
this.
these
Sellers
lows?
jumping in. The lows in. Are we going to go test the lows? We're about 250 points from the lows in the NQ. ES, 30 points away.
It's
Strange
Wonder if you
volatile
got
market.
Delta all the way
Yeah.
back to 0 in the S&Ps, and it's
No
heading
kidding.
back south now, negative 600.
Okay. VIX hanging out just under 18. The dollar index, I've been watching that a little bit lately. We're up. We're green on the dollar.
I think one of these recent days set like an all-time record for stock transactions.
Oof.
Really?
Been a lot of flippity going on.
Uh-huh. Saw the
We're
CME.
gonna be seeing that with those single stock futures.
Singles.
That's what we're gonna be
Yes,
seeing.
yes.
You know, I was gonna say, Jack and Hogue, that's gonna bring a lot of volume into these futures markets. A lot of retail traders who don't know much about futures and they're just stock and then paying attention to stocks. It's gonna open the door. It really is.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm very interested to see how that launch goes because, how much is the real competition for them is options on individual stocks. So
All right.
I'm interested.
You can't trade options after hours, though, Jack. You cannot trade
Yet.
options.
Yet,
That's
Dakota.
my
London
biggest gripe.
closed. London. Hey, so I've got London closed. Bottom of the hour has come. Hogue. Will you be joining us? I know you got morning highlights after this. A couple words, and we'll bring you back on. When Mick and Michael join us. But a couple words.
Okay.
Get you out of here.
Take your time, folks. Markets are trading in the middle of the ranges. Don't diddle in the middle. Take your time. Be patient. Always trade for tomorrow, folks. I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Hogue. And we got Jack and we got Dakota here. Michael, MP, and Mick will be joining just in a moment. A little buying coming in here in silver and gold. Precious metals, very, very volatile lately.
Yeah, we're continuing to see each and every night, even during the Asian session. We have a spike in volatility.
Sure do. Impressive.
There's it. 66,666 in Bitcoin spot. Do with that information what you will.
Good.
Oh, it's red.
Meta also trading 666. What's going on?
I know, it's been a wild day. 25,200 last trade in the NQ. Lows in for the day.
Yeah.
I'll have to find
Looking
out.
through this. Things are just starting to settle down. A little bit of chop. On farm, we have Fed speakers coming in tomorrow and Friday. We have inflation data. So
Right.
there's always more to come. Just keep your eyes on the news feed. A tweet, anything could hit the wire and move these markets pretty dramatically.
Let's see another push here in gold. Gold catching a bid here. 59 now, 50.91. Back to the 90s. A 10-year auction at noon Central, about 90 minutes.
And here comes that bid in gold. Gold might be pushing back up to the top of this range. 5,100 would be a likely area. These lower 5,100s. Push up that way.
All right, we've gone full salad mode in the Mag 7. Still got Apple up 1.75%, Nvidia up 1.3. Biggest losers, Microsoft down 2.6, Google down 2.3.
Stuff. Okay. Yeah, we have Robinhood earnings after about yesterday. Got some good insight there.
There's a man I haven't seen for a long time.
Which one?
Man with the apples. Last time I seen him, I was sending him some apples.
Remember that?
He
That's funny.
he knows what I'm talking about.
Love it.
Uh,
It's 50,219. Last trade in the Dow. I thought we were talking about close to all-time highs. Got within 80 points of it. You know,
yeah,
good
look at
to
those
go.
buyers stepping in on the NASDAQ. Just a nice
Mhm.
50-point bounce off that consolidation. So range trade in play. Bounce off those 180s. Right through settlement again.
Joining us in just a couple moments. Just a couple moments. Mick Hanley, speak of the devil. There is the doorbell. Oh, man, we got here. There we go. Face there, lower right-hand corner. Kevin Hanley, Topstep, joining us. Michael Batak, Mick in the lower left-hand corner. Myself, thank you for joining us, fellas. Right into it. Michael, you posted on X. You posted on X yesterday. You're taking questions. Got a couple for you. Discuss some topics. Kevin, Mick, it's gonna be fun, interesting, and informative. Michael, post the
Yeah,
tweet
guys.
and go ahead. Let's do this.
First, Dre, I want to introduce Kevin Hanley. Kevin Hanley is our head of experience, trader experience. Awesome hire. I wanted to bring him on because Mick and I are here because we've been literally behind the risk management scenes, trader experience scenes, everything for 16. Mick, what are you? 10 years into this?
11 next month.
11. Yes.
That's great.
And then Hanley's new addition. Hanley is a trader. Hanley's trader with a program. Hanley's trader with everybody, other firms. I don't know all the names of them, but great addition. I want to bring Hanley on here so we could kind of talk about everything. Guys, Hanley is part of the community. Mick and I have been part of the community. I've been very close to always staying close to the community. So I wanted to get some folks on here. I shared yesterday a tweet that said, hey, it's time for me to get in here, take off the CEO hat, work with you guys, hear you guys better, and we can build this company together, but also share some peek behind the curtain and help you guys understand we're community. We want to be together, and this is our opportunity to do it. We're going to be doing these more, and I'm going to be bringing on, instead of like a Kevin Hanley, I'm going to be bringing on our head of or our director of trader success or trader development and talk about the things that we're doing there, or head of support, that kind of stuff. So then it allows you guys to ask these questions. Again, this is for you guys to get to know us and ask some questions. So this first one is really about risk management. Dre, I know there was a tweet that I shared yesterday that said, hey, ask your questions. There's that we're going to go over and get those questions answered. And then there's also a tweet that another trader put about AG Trader that talks about the precious metals. I think that's the story we want to talk about first. And I think if we want to share that, we can get started there.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll pop that up. Yes, this came from the open. There it is. AG. Oh, this is futures farming.
No, it's the AG. I think it's the AG Trader one.
Okay, all right. We'll touch on this one after. We'll touch on this one after the AG Trader. Give it a second here. But yeah, we'll talk about that, Michael. This did ask for questions, thoughts, feedback, input. Coming on here a little bit more. It's good to see. Talking about, I can read it right now, Michael, and we'll pop that up there.
Okay.
Basically, let me tell you what I quote think happened to Topstep. They had a simulated liquidity event. It was business as usual until the metals. There it is. It was business as usual until the metals markets went completely crazy. They were slow on the margin uptake, needed to trade them. Normally, allowing people to trade 15 ES contracts is a no-brainer. Actually going to lose, period, Michael. So, touching on the volatility in precious metals in general, and what we saw from our traders in terms of risk reward and liquidity. So, Michael,
yeah. So share the link, guys, in chat. I think AG Trader, I think you did a good job explaining this, and you could also see this with the other prop firms out there, and the scaling back that they did. Topstep, I want to kind of share a story here. So Topstep was very focused on, we had the outage in December. We had all hands on deck with increasing the experience for you on the support side, getting our trading platform reliable. At that same time, the metals went absolutely berserk. And when I say absolutely berserk, you guys would know, Dre or Mick or Hanley, what these moves were in the day. I don't have those in front of me, but I've never seen these moves before. We had brokerages that were increasing margins. Topstep got flat-footed in our risk management on that. There was a lot of traders taking huge losses, and it was hurting them. But there's also YOLOers jumping in there and taking right benefit of ripping through 50 accounts, and maybe that next account hit. That does cause some concern for us when we look at that and the risk management and how we did. So we're looking back at that one, and we're handling that one and understanding what happened there to better improve going forward. I think, Mick, you and I sitting next to each other in the old office managing risk, we were there when the oil went negative. We shut that product down completely. This time we didn't scale traders back. Our job here at Topstep is to help you manage your risk, not invite certain behavior that's not going to set you up for success when you go live, or be ripping through accounts and putting max full port on. I mean, that's not smart. We should have jumped in, and we should have scaled back then, and gone with how brokerages do too, because we were getting our margins increased and scaling those back. We got caught on that one with a little flat-footedness.
Michael, we say flat-footed. What exactly does that mean? Flat-footed? Getting flat-footed by the volatility?
We didn't move. Yeah, we didn't. Seeing that volatility, Mick, you can talk about it, because we talked about average true range. We talked about certain things like that. But seeing that type of volatility, your risk manager at your prop firm, at your brokerage. Brokerage increases margins. That's to lower your buying power. That's good to do. Guys, when things get highly volatile, we are always from risk first. You need to scale down. So I'll let Mick talk about how he views it, Hanley, how he views it. But I want to start this conversation around there, because this metals was a big January thing. And for a lot of firms, I'm sure, because you're seeing them move that as well. I wanted us to talk about it and answer some of your questions around that. So, Mick, if you want to jump in on the risk side of that.
Go ahead, Mick.
Sure. Thanks a lot. As far as the metals go, I mean, we had been seeing for a long period of time, especially with the silver and this bull run up, we're starting to see larger ranges. And then the flat-footed part that you're talking about was that one Friday when metals were down 30-something%, silver specifically down about 32% at one point in the day. And we just did not act until we saw that. So that was the big, kick in the rear to get us going and making some changes. For trading, anytime you do have larger ranges, it's a good thing to do. Scale down the size that you're trading. I grew up, grains are my background, and corn had narrow ranges on a daily basis. So when you've got a product that doesn't have huge price movement, you can trade a little bit larger. Then when there's some significant event going on, or you start to see larger ranges, that's when you have to scale down, because the market moves a little bit more quickly. And instead of, putting a larger position size on to, squeeze 4 cents out of corn, you might trade a little bit smaller because the ranges are expanding. And instead of, a 4-cent range or a 10-cent range, you're seeing a 30-cent range or a 60-cent range. And, during those times of, the big price discovery and those larger average to true ranges, you scale down your size a little bit.
Kevin,
Hanley, do you have
100%.
anything on that?
I will just add. I mean, we saw average true range double and triple in some cases in these precious metals, right? So it's important to adjust the amount of risk you're taking on any given trade, right? The volatility indexes of the gold and silver also just blew up, to just shows you the options volatility that's going along with those futures, right? So there was a ton of outsized moves, and we've seen the stats. We saw that the vast majority of our traders were getting hurt by these markets. So it's really important to just evaluate every single trade, and market conditions change, and you have to trade dynamically, and you have to size your risk dynamically with it.
I know. Again, I mentioned when crude oil went negative, and we're talking about this because this is unprecedented moves.
Had no idea.
Again, 30, no idea. 30% in it. Was it 30% around there? 30% in a day. Now think about that. There are traders getting absolutely crushed, ripping through that, and they're getting in there with full 15 lots or whatever. A one lot. I remember trading it and kind of getting a feel how this was a couple like 2-3 weeks ago. I blew out on a one lot within seconds. I had a DLL of $100 or $1,000. I remember in the pits when we got really volatile. I've seen guys literally fall down in a stroke, blowing out of their accounts. Our goal here at Topstep is always to set you up so you can trade, whether it's our capital or your own, wherever that may be, better and more risk prudent, and set you up for anything that you do in the sim environment can be replicable live. So there, that was something that was a big longevity, and it's also a big lesson learned for us that we can't on our own self step away from being prudent in front of helping others manage our risk while we manage our own risk. So there's that. So that's that is the January precious metals kind of experience that we're going through, and we're reflecting on that. And there's questions around that. Pull those, and we can go through that as well as we transition to the other
just
stuff.
like exchanges and brokerages increase, they move the margins around. Prop firms will, move the scaling, purchasing power around. I remember at one point in time years ago when I was with a prop firm, the principal of our firm told us it was about a week. He's like, if any of you guys even trade a one lot, you don't have a job tomorrow, the next day.
I remember that. Yep. Financial crisis. Had a newbie trader come in and make $5,000, essentially YOLOing a trade. They looked at the P&L and the fills and said, "You are fired because how you trade this is not sustainable." It was fired on the spot for making $5,000 because how they made it. It was real money as well. So longevity and sustained success. I want to stick on the metals. From some of the tweets that you got there yesterday, Michael, they say let people trade metals unrestricted, max size. We touched on that. There it is. Let people trade metals unrestricted.
I'll let Hanley or Meg answer this one. We're watching it right now, and if it's as it starts to slow down or volatility starts to decrease, we'll start to then open the opportunity back up. But to full like unrestricted, it's not wise. It's not wise to give somebody that. Our big goal here again is to help you develop your discipline, help you develop your risk management. And a lot of people will be in here and they'll be like, bullshit, you just want to. No, we're here and we've always been here to help set you up. So when you're trading live capital, be it our capital or your own someday else, wherever that may be, that you're better prepared to manage these volatile markets. So when these volatile markets happen, you know what to do. Full porting your kid's college fund is not going to have a college fund for them when they go to college. This has historically been the case. Majority of people lose in high volatility environments scaling up. It's just something that we want to instill. Mick and Hanley, if you got anything on that.
Yeah, no, I'll just touch on that, MP. I mean, like I said, we've seen the vast majority of our traders are being harmed, not hurt, trading these markets, right? So when we look at our trader base, top to bottom, it's not been beneficial to be full porting in the metals, right? I mean, even if once we cut size down, we were still seeing combines, XFAs getting blown in minutes. So it, like I said, it's imperative to match the sizing with the volatility of the market, and to be able to size dynamically and to learn how to size in different market regimes is a skill that comes through experience and understanding market conditions. And right now, we're just trying to help our traders be best prepared to face these volatile times. So it's not a case where we don't want to see people make money or anything along those lines. That narrative is just not true. We want to see traders succeed, and we want them to build the proper skill set to see success in all risk regimes.
Yeah, and we've always done a good job keeping the position sizing consistent across all products here at Topstep. But the reality of it is, before we had that big drop in silver a week and a half ago, the notional value on a one contract in silver was over $600,000. It was close to $700,000 comparatively to, you look at crude oil, $60,000 ish in that ballpark. So keep that in mind too. Your minimum size position that you can put on could be anywhere from 600,000 or more, like silver, all the way down to 60,000. So it's really not a one size fits all with the amount of product that you are controlling when you're purchasing and selling.
Yeah. So that's where we're at with the metals. We're
Yeah,
flushing
Michael,
that out. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the goal is to take traders to live, right? Live funded accounts. There were some updates made. There was updates made here at Topstep about the live funded accounts. Got a question here from one of the tweets you got. There it is from Emmons. I see Emmons in the chat a lot. Why can't the percentage be based on time taken to build the balance? 100K in 2 weeks, YOLOing is not the same as 100K built up over 4 to 6 months. Let's talk about the percentages first. Kevin, if you want to talk about the update with the percentages, live funded account updates, and we'll go from there. This is a good question, though.
Yeah, this is a great question. It's a great call out as well. I mean, I think it's really important for our traders to know that being called to live is not a one size fits all, right? We're not saying you're guaranteed to be at 20% or you're guaranteed to be at X percentage. What happens when we call you to live is our risk team evaluates your trading history and your background. If you've went through 50 XFAs in a month and then you hit a home run trading silver, we're not going to give you 100% of the capital in live because you have not proven that you can trade. You've proven that you have gotten lucky, but there's no skill that's being shown by that. So it's very important. So Dan brings up a great point because if somebody is grinding it out day in, day out, they show excellent discipline, they show risk management, we will reward you with additional capital. So that is really important to know. This is not a one size fits all. It has always been the case that risk reserves the right to allocate capital as we see fit, and we're going to continue that. But changes were necessary to the program overall because we saw in metals, these YOLOers are able to hit massive home runs, but they just churn through accounts until they get there. So it's a great call out, but risk will do. You basically evaluate every trader one off.
I can't read this tweet. Sorry, Michael.
I got you. Go ahead.
I was going to say I can't read this tweet without thinking, 100K in two weeks or 100K in 4 to 6 months. I'd rather have the trader that makes $100 a day, 4 days a week over 4 to 6 months versus the trader who's making 100K in 2 weeks. Okay, you made that. Are you going to keep it? What's going to happen after that?
Well,
I think go ahead.
No, I think too, and what basically this has been something. When the new website came out, there's another kind of story here. We went to rebrand, improve everything that we're doing, relook at our live experience. Last time we relooked at our live experience was a year ago. A year ago, guys, if you were here with us, we never had a cap on the live account, and this was about a year ago. I think Dakota was on here too. And there were some traders that got brought up with like 300-400 grand in their account. That wasn't setting up traders for success. What sets up traders for success is to help them ease into their account. That's something we were watching and monitoring. That's when we had the 50K and the 100K, and the 150K is the max we'll allocate and seed your account. That was a year ago. It's been an evolution since then of us understanding and learning. And as we started seeing this, and then we learn and get inspired, just like the other firms do out there, of how to best onboard somebody into the live experience. Yes, this is to manage their expectations and their risk and call them up when their performance is in the right kind of wheelhouse of what we're looking to do, whether that's 5 payouts, 6 payouts, 3 payouts. But it's also like to understand how to best ease them onto an account. And this is where I want to kind of like drive the point home as a trader and trading. Easing into an account is a lot better than getting a large account that then gets buried and goes to zero. We want to help our traders ease into the account. Does this also help us manage our risk? Yes. This helps us manage our risk, but it also helps set that trader up that if they are consistent, whether they are growing the account and hitting the profit objective of it to unlock the next tier, all the way till they unlock the full amount. They can be taking payouts along the way. But it also is guiding them. The whole guiding them part of getting to this goal was not there. We saw a lot of accounts, lots of accounts, guys, that would get up there, have 150 grand, bury it, and then close it out and recycle back into the combine. That's not what we're trying to do here, because we're trying to set you up so you can trade live capital, be it our own capital or your own somewhere else. That's something that we want to set you up on. So we made these changes. These were planned with the new website rollout, which rolled out on Tuesday. And it was supposed to be really about this new live experience. And it was for everybody that got called up and got created a new funded live account on, yesterday, February 10th. And that's where we're at on that one. So if there's any questions, let's get some questions around.
There's a follow-up question here. Follow-up question from Little Fish here about getting moved to live funded. Little Fish says, getting moved to live capital seems like a punishment. Being able to use 20% of your earned funds is harmful to getting profits and using leverage. Realistically, if you are trying to make money, why would anyone want to be put in a live account?
Well, guys, I want to first point out that there should never be a punishment here. We're just asking you to say, hey, make profits to unlock your full access. And you guys can share the image of the scale in and scaling up. It's about scaling into your account. There's no punishment there. It's about starting with still, I mean, if you think about it, let's go here really quickly. And Hanley, I know you've talked about this with me when we look at other programs. Yeah, let's talk about the 150K. You get called up and you have, call it 200 grand that you've made. Combine 5 accounts, combine 1 account, however it is. If you get called up, with, these are our caps on our live. And I want to say this and stress this, that this is larger by multiple percentage, or not X percentage. I don't know, Kaylee, if you start with 30.
Some of these starting balances we're exceeding, even at the 20% mark, we're exceeding some firms by 10 times the starting balance. Right. And I think it's also, sorry, go ahead, MP.
No, so I want to call that out, and you and I talk about the 150K. So think about this, guys, and this is where I want your head to be as a trader. You got called up, you have 150K access, $150,000 of prop firm money access. You start with $30,000. This is live prop firm capital. You're able to take payouts along the way, and you have a profit target to hit to unlock the next amount. You also have $30,000 really of capital to work with there. That is a lot of room. There's no punishment here. This does set you up for the ability to unlock more and more along the way, and get to that point where you have met. You see each tier, unlock 30,000 more, unlock 30,000 more, make 90K in profit. This is a prop firm that we're trying to say, guys, we need you to perform. When you're on this account, you showed in your XFA that you could put up money. This is about putting up money, but also preserving capital. This is a stepping stone.
That's right.
We like this model much better, and this is the learning that we've had over the year. Again, a year ago, we put caps on our live accounts that weren't there. We got pushed back on that one. We had to understand, hey, guys, this is prop firm capital that we are backing you with. This whole program is about showing you can trade our capital or be better positioned to trade your own, wherever that may be. So that's the 2 cents on it, but I want to get these questions too. So Dre, if the team can pull questions on these, then let's do that. But Hanley, what you were going to jump in and say?
Yeah, something. I just want to highlight something that I think is really important that gets, I think, lost in the shuffle a bit. While we put a different starting balance on these LFAs, our trader base still has the ability to access the entire 100% of that capital up to 150K, right? After you hit those milestones, or if you trade the right way in your XFAs, we'll start you with a higher balance, but we actually let you withdraw that 150K, where a lot of our competitors don't allow that. They allow you to withdraw profit, but they don't allow you to touch their firm's capital. We are the opposite. So not only do we start you with a higher balance, we allow you to access and withdraw our Topstep firm capital. You can't find that elsewhere. So I understand there's some blowback because of the changes, but this program is still, in my opinion, vastly better than a lot of the competitors. So I think it's important that traders do understand that if you have success in this account, you still have the ability to withdraw 75,000 out of that 150K LFA. So,
and I want to stress what Hanley pointed out there, guys. We paid out over $100 million last month, the month before, We literally are here to help our traders succeed, but we're also here to help put them in the best position. Now, when I say this, I'm saying this that we are the best program in the funding to earn funding. We are the best to get a payout, and we are the best still as a live program. We all have those three as the best. And we're on here talking to you guys because we are trying to be sharing behind the scenes on what we're doing here. We're trying to fill you guys in. This is a community that we're going to continue to be up and to the right with those payouts. Bigger, 10 times bigger than some of these other firms that you guys know. 10 times bigger sometimes than some of these other firms that you know about. So we're going to be here. We're going to be here to support you. We have 10,000 at least, I think, people a week that we make payouts to. We're proud of all this. We're going to manage our risk along the way. We're going to evolve the program along the way. And this is for everybody's benefit. We are in this together. And if you don't think we're in this together, then I just want you to kind of open up a little bit and listen and ask questions, because I can feel, and I've been skeptical in the very beginning when I first started trading. I worked with different firms to different educators. We've been here for 16 years. We've been here for you. We've been here for us. We've been here to grow our trader base. We've been here to grow our firm, to grow our team. You're going to see Hanley, like I mentioned. You're going to see other folks on here. I'm going to get you guys knowing our team. We're going to make that little separation between our traders and our team as thin as possible, and let you guys get to know us. That's what I want to do for you guys, and we're going to start seeing that more. But I need you guys to really wrap your head around what we're doing here. We're helping traders move forward in their trading, whether it's inch by inch, by managing their positions better, by downsizing in high volatility and giving you the why, explaining the why, by onboarding you onto live. That's really what we're doing. I can't explain it any more than that. That's kind of me shooting from the hip here, telling you guys that we are here for you, and I'm on here talking to you guys together.
And Michael,
break down barriers to entry to futures. Go ahead, Mick. Then we got another question. Go ahead, Mick.
I was just going to say, over the next couple of weeks, you mentioned we're going to have, team members coming on. It's not just going to be a meet and greet. Also, we're going to be talking about the next era of Topstep too, and what everybody can expect out of us.
Ooh. All right. Well, that's a nice tease. I like that. But we got next question, next topic from Johnny Invest here on the X. That Michael on the X. Bring that in. Johnny Invest. Real question right here, right now. Joni Invest. Please explain what is the DLL on a live Topstep account, and how is there a DLL? For me, the DLL, daily loss limit, is the account itself since it's live. Is this not the case?
Mick, I'll let you take this one. You've been managing DLL for 11 years.
It's not the case. Michael got the DLL from back in the day after he found trading to be a little bit difficult with his $30,000 accounts, but the account is not the DLL, the daily loss limit. That's like saying if you've got a $100,000 trading account, you can lose $100,000 in a single day. That's not what you want to be doing. The DLL is a speed bump to slow you down and ensure that you're only risking a certain percentage of your account on any given day. They call this trading, but what it really is money management. And we put in place the daily loss limits, which can vary based on account size and performance of the trader. We've always made adjustments to those if the shoe fits. Someone with a $10,000 account may not have the same daily loss limit as someone with a $250,000 account. It's there as a speed bump to protect the trader. Bottom line.
Yeah. And we've had that. There's no change in that. We've had that. So when people, I think there was there was circulating on the internet about intraday, whatever. DLL is set pre-day, and it's only liquidates you when you're down on the day in a negative position, the daily loss limit, the amount that account loses in a day. You see it at other firms. We've had daily loss limits in our live accounts since the very beginning. There's no change there. That could have been worded better. And we had so many updates yesterday. Was it yesterday with the website going live? Yeah, that one got corrected. DLLs have been on live accounts. They are a speed bump. If today you lost $4,500 and you were in your 150K live funded account, starting with 30,000, you have the $4,500 day daily loss limit for that day. That's a bad day, guys. And I say that because daily loss limits are there, that if you are having a bad day, you need to shut it down. You don't lose the account. You just need to shut the day down. That's our way of doing it. A lot of people haven't experienced DLLs, which I understand why there's questions and or confusion around it.
Did you have
Wish
I
had
DLL?
one when I got started.
I was just going to ask, Michael MP. Did you have a DLL, daily loss limit, when you were trading?
Not when I traded. Not when I traded my own money. That's where I lost all my money. And then when I went to Chicago, learned at a prop firm, they had a DLL. They had they had a max loss that you lose on the account where they'd say, "All right, see you later," but the daily loss limit was there, and it would slow you down. And then I remember when I first started them, I hit it. I had a pencil and a notebook right there, and I go, "Hey." The trade manager came over. I go, "Hey, my screen, I can't place trades anymore." He's like, "Yeah, you hit your DLL." And I'm like,
"What's that?
What's
that,
do?
boss?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go, "What do I do?" And he's like, he's like, "Well, you're done trading for the day. You have that pad of paper right there and the pen. You can paper trade, or you can go do whatever you want with your day, and I'll see you tomorrow." I'm like, that's where we learn daily loss limit. You'll see it at other firms. You'll see it at Topstep eventually too, in different ways that we do it, because we've had it, but we've always had it at the live account.
I just want to highlight one thing. There was a lot of noise floating around out there that we instituted an intraday DLL. Not at all the case, right? I just want that to be extremely clear. We do not, and we never have had an intraday trailing draw. It's not trailing, right? It's set before the day starts. It is a set percent. It is a set dollar amount from your start of day balance, not trailing on unrealized.
DLL. And often,
does not follow your high water mark.
Yep. So speaking of DLL, a lot of the traders, when it comes to taking on risk, will take that P&L right to the DLL. So again, it's a game of longevity. How long you've been doing it takes care of itself. Okay. Next question, if we're good to go, fellas. Couple more minutes. We got MP on with us. We got Hanley on with us. We got Mick in the house. A little overtime fast markets here. Next question about, I understand the rule changes for solvency. All right, here we go. Let's do this one. I understand the changes for solvency, but changing the live transition for existing XFA accounts especially is disingenuous and a rug pull. A rug pull. You can even say anyone that still has evals from before the rule changes will be getting new rules, but all XFAs from before February 9th will get the old live transition. About a rug pull. Well, I've seen that phrase out there. Let's address that.
I see the concern here. We did again a year ago when we made changes. That's how we move forward with putting the caps on. The evolution of learning as a firm. We've evolved for 16 years. This is another step a year later of evolving our live experience. This was already moving in place, and it was already supposed to be on launch day. New accounts created from then on forward are going on this new live experience. We shared the new live experience in our press release as well. Again, you still have access to 150,000 if that's your biggest account, or whatever it may be. It just getting there is now done in a more responsible way. And I say responsible because you need to be responsible and continue to grow your account and show consistency. We'll unlock that. I mean, on the 50K really quickly, you just need to make $3,000 and we'll unlock another 10 grand. $3,000, we unlock another 10 grand. You could take payouts along the way. That does not hinder your $3,000 in profits. It still unlocks. So you have all the opportunity that you still have there. The buying power is there. The loss limit that's always been on there for a year. It's simply scaling in is what we move to. We move to a scale in program. It's best for the firm and it's best for the trader. And we want that trader to hit goals. And that's where we came from. That was always planned to do. And when we do these things, just like last year, we put it in effect, and it's a move forward for every new account created.
Can I talk a little bit about why it's best for the trader, in my
The
opinion?
why,
Michael?
Mick. The why. Yes, please. The why.
Why? So, to me, I've spent a lot of time on the risk side of things trying to help traders become better traders. Michael is extremely passionate about that. Very difficult. You can tell people, give people opinions, give them things to think about. Ultimately, it's up to the trader. You still have access to the same capital. We as a firm are just doing it a little bit differently, the way that we allocate that capital to you in this performance-based business. We want to put more traders in live accounts. Any prop firm out there wants good traders. They want to keep good traders. They want to give traders that are performing well a longer leash. Back to why I like this is because it gives our traders who are in live something else to work towards, a goal to reach, and it incentivizes the trader. If you want to unlock that additional capital, you are going to become a better trader in doing so because you are going to trade more responsibly. That's the risk manager in me right there. But having goals to reach towards and perform better is going to make you a better trader. There's a lot of people out there that have made, found short-term success, made a bunch of money over a short period of time, and then they bust out. They've got nothing to show for it afterwards. We've always wanted to make traders better. And this change with the live funded accounts, in my opinion, is going to have the traders do that for themselves, where we've gone, blue in the face trying to talk about this to a degree. It's putting the ball in the trader's court. You still have access to the same capital. We're just doing it a little bit differently as a firm.
Yeah, guys, I see it, and I see the frustration. I'm looking at the chat right now. You're calling bullshit. Hold on, Dre. You're calling bullshit. Guys, we have evolved as a company. We're going to continue to work to evolve for the best interest of the firm and the trader. These go together. This is not one thing. So when you say this or that, always remember this is for the firm and the trader, and we think through the risk management lens and our mission. Are we helping that trader get better? Are we helping them set their sights on a career that's long and steady here? We are not a fly by the night. We are not a flash pan, and we want to put you in a better position. You can believe that or not, but we've been doing this for 16 years. We're going to continue doing that 16 years. It's just one of these things that we continue to evolve, and we're going to continue to evolve our program, and we're going to take feedback from you guys on this. We took a lot of feedback too on how traders are on the accounts. Some people were like, "Hey, I don't even want this account," and they burn the account. I mean, that's right there, like a lesson that we're like, okay, well, why don't they want it? And because they want to be in the sim world. Well, we're not a business that keeps you in sim. We are a business that helps you get to live, trading our capital prudently with risk management in mind, or trading your own capital better with what you've learned here at Topstep. We got to set you up for live. We're going to be moving more folks to live. That's really what we've always been about. And this is just an evolution of our new live experience. You still have the ability to trade size. You still have a live account that you can draw your payouts from. And our payouts continue. And hopefully you guys see this. And if it doesn't fit right with you, I get it. It's not always, hey, this isn't the right one. But we are the best program on the live side. I'll go all the very beginning. On the combine evaluation side, on the XFA side, and on the live side. We're proud to have that. It will continue to evolve as we understand how best to set our traders up for success while also managing firm capital.
Appreciate
I
that.
think it's also
right.
good, just really quick.
Kevin, then I'll do a
Andre,
market recap.
I just wanted to highlight that we also have the live trader incentive, right? So if you are able to stack consistency and stack gains in your live account, we're going to give you extra rewards along the way because we want to incentivize you to have that live account for the long term. So we want to partner with traders that want to have long-term success, not flash in the pan, one-off, just oversized trading. We want traders that are consistent in their trading and manage risk, and we will reward those traders. So I just, it's important to know that we have all these extra incentives along the way if you trade well in your live account.
Love that. All right, let's take a look at the markets here. Again, we got MP, we got Haley, we got Mick joining us here. Overtime fast markets. Let's take a look at some of these prices. We got a bit of a range, back in range in the NQ, 25,219, about 170 points off the lows there. We got gold catching a bid, 51.09, now 51.10 last trade there, about $70 off the lows. Silver catching a bid as well. ES, bit of a holding pattern, trading 69.63, 69.63. And the Dow trading 50,244. We made new all-time highs yesterday. We got close today. Right now, about 400 points to go. Question for the panel here regarding hedging and the emails that went out. See a lot of talk in the chat, social about hedging. Let's get that question up there. We'll talk about that because trading patterns and what we're looking for and what the traders are doing in terms of copy trading. Different accounts, same or opposite positions. Oh, who's in? Someone got in. Someone take a trade there.
No, I didn't take a trade.
Up there. I thought I heard someone. I heard an order filled. Regarding hedging, let's talk about that. Hanley, I'll start with you. Regarding the response here, he goes, love major. Okay, boy, address the major delay in enforcing hedging infractions for people. Reading some traders were affected from months ago. Hanley, response to that.
We had to address the issue as it stands. Hedging is against our terms of usage, the trader pledge, also CME exchange rules. So we had to address this. We wanted to do it in the fairest way possible, right? So we had to look at all of our traders. We did an audit of trading of every account that we had. We are extremely confident in the results that we discovered. And for the offenders that we considered light offenders, these are traders that may have hedged a handful of times and they weren't doing it maliciously and staying in max positions across accounts to capture basically risk-free P&L. We just had to wipe their gains because we couldn't reward those people that are trying to game the system, right? Those aren't the traders that we want. We don't want gamification of our program. Our program is designed to reward traders that take this very seriously and they want to see success and they are disciplined. So as part of that, hedging is not something we want here. It's complete gamification of our platform and system, and we don't want to reward that behavior.
Can we explain what hedging is? Well, for those that are asking, what are they talking about?
I'm going to basically at a prop firm that allows you to have multiple accounts. If you get long in one account and short in the other account, one of those accounts, same product or fungible product. When I say fungible product, it could be NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ, mini NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. If you get in there, the NASDAQ moves up, the long one makes money, the short one doesn't. You close both the positions out. You made money in this one account. That's as simple as I can make it. When you do that, that is taking advantage, that is creating an edge for yourself that is not allowed, even in the actual trading live markets. And we need to mirror what you can do in live markets because, again, we're setting you up to trade your own capital or ours. And hedging was found, it was like 2,300 people. And it became pretty noisy. And you can't do that because, again, it games it. So it shows us that, hey, there's this account made money, so that account should advance or that account should make a payout. That we can't allow that, and we're not going to allow that. And this is our way of helping others understand. Now, we did a audit of this, and we did that after reviewing. Okay, well, where are we with this? And it was not just 1 second. It was after multiple seconds of holding a position. Now, if you're managing multiple accounts, you can get inadvertently doing that. I get that, but it's your responsibility to know that when you're managing multiple accounts, where you're at position-wise on all those accounts. So I do recommend, and people are like, well, why do you recommend one account if you allow 5? Well, some people can manage 5 and they do it certain things. But I always say size. If you have one account, you'll never have a hedging issue. It's 2,300 people. 2,300 people that did it. And there's a lot of people talking about hedging and the concern with hedging. That's another educational moment that we're going to bringing out is understanding more and more about hedging. We'll be talking about it on Topstep TV We'll be talking about it on our Ask Topstep on Twitter, so definitely follow them. And hedging just isn't permitted. It hasn't been permitted. We're going to be enforcing it much more closely now. And lastly, I want to make a point. We're looking to build it within the platform so that if there is a hedge, it will auto liquidate, and they'll be like, "Hey, you just hedged there," and it allows you to at least know at that moment in time that you hedge. Some people don't know what hedging is, and I understand that. When I first started, I didn't know what a bid or an offer was, and learning more and more. So they'll eventually be built into the platform. But right now, it is anybody who got notified, or they're serious or light offender, they got an email saying what basically going to happen. We're either going to wipe your profits and keep you on that XFA, or if you're a serious offender, then you lost your account. And we have to manage that to ensure that the integrity of our program stays intact, especially in the sim environment. It's replicable experience and performance that you could do in a live environment.
All right, good stuff. Wow, a little overtime here. All right, couple more, and then we got a little something special at the end. But Michael, one of our longtime traders, directly to MP, Johnny O. Yeah, we'll get the Johnny O one up. Okay, yeah. Okay, that one, that's fine. We could do that one. Johnny O is asking Michael, directly to you. I have been a Topstep trader since 2013. I'm now actively looking for another prop firm to trade with. What do you say to a long-term trader of ours that is sensing the same feelings Johnny O is?
Well, we didn't change anything in the XFA. We didn't change anything in the combine. We reached out to people that were hedging. Hedging has been long known, and if he's trading at the CME, those are called wash trades. I believe it's NFA Rule 2-43 or something like that.
Look at you.
You can't do. So everything we do is going to be mirroring what you should be doing. And if you're not doing it should be mirroring what the real markets would be. That's what we're going to do. And being here for that long, you know that really nothing's changed. The XFA is not changed. Combine's not changed. Live experience has started with a scale in. That's basically the change here. Payouts haven't changed. Daily loss limits haven't changed. Scaling into your new live funded account. That is the improvement that we made to the program. People that were currently on the old one as of February 9th and prior were on the old way in which we did it. That's the only change we did.
I want to reiterate what Kevin brought up earlier. The access to capital that you have here at Topstep is over 10 times more than you can access elsewhere. And we're not changing the amount of capital that you have access to. We're just changing how we allocate it to you, to the trader.
That's the only thing. And I think there's a lot of narratives that are floating around, and I get it. When people are confused, they dogpile on something, and they're like, oh, wow. That's why this is going to be on here. I'll be on here again with somebody else on our team. This one's really talking about risk management. This one's really talking about our live experience, and it's talking about the precious metals.
Good stuff. All right, okay. One more for
Dre.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dre, there was a question on, what's the difference between hedging and spreading? So that's a very good question. Spreading, well, Mick, you've been a long time spreader.
Yeah, calendar spreads in the grains. Spreading is, in a way, a hedge. You're buying one product and selling another, or you're buying one contract of the same commodity and selling another. So hedging, by definition, is just offsetting your risk. So when I'm buying September and selling December corn, that's a spread, but it's also a hedge too. I'm long one, short the other.
In one account, right?
Just some clarification, though. Different months at different prices also. Different months at different prices. Not the same month at the same price for a spread trade.
Yeah, right. I think spreading would be allowed in our program if you were long NQ short ES. I think that would be okay. But if you're long NQ short MNQ, that would be in different accounts. That would be considered a hedge.
Yes. So I want to be very clear. In different accounts. Mm-hmm. That's where hedging here at Topstep is not okay. You could, if you want to, you can buy get long one S&P and short one NASDAQ in that same account. Account. This is where, again, a lot of new folks here that are first time traders, and took me a while to understand trading as well. don't call me out on bullshit on this one. It takes a while to understand. So I understand where you're coming from. If you have two accounts, then that's where the problem can occur, where you're long NASDAQ and then this other account, you get short NASDAQ and you inadvertently or you deliberately do it. That's kind of where, that's where that will get flagged and the profits will be removed. Or eventually we're going to have a built-in platform that will auto liquidate and say, hey, you are in a hedging position between two different accounts. Mick's talking about one account that trades front month of corn, back month of corn. That's a spread. That's a spread. So hopefully that answers that.
Appreciate that. All right, last question. Well, last question. You guys have been out here for so long. You guys are very generous with your time. They're going to be back on with us as well. Question for the panel. Hanley, are there any more changes coming to XFA? I'd like to know before I purchase. Any more accounts? Any more changes?
At the moment, there's nothing coming down for the XFA. So feel confident when you purchase your XFA that you are in the know and everything is spelled out for you correctly.
There you go. Okay. That being said, anything else you want to hit on there, Michael? MP, thanks for jumping on. But last time you were on with us, MP, the chat's already going crazy about it. This is kind of the reason why we pull. I mean, the chat's already kind of. Perhaps we hit the 200,000 subscriber mark. We're at 202,000 subscriber. Celebrations in order. Anything you want to say before you get out of here? I don't know.
We've had.
Whoa! What is that? What is that? Yo,
we've had celebrations. We have had celebrations of the 200,000 planned.
What?
And I'm going to say planned in a way that
hold on.
It's very soon. We needed to get past all the launching of the new website, launching of the new trader experience, and things of that nature. So
hold on. What was that? Hold on. Did I see? You guys smell that? I saw that. All right. Stay tuned tomorrow. Coming at you tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. That's awesome stuff. Full transparency. Taking a peek behind the curtain. Mick, MP, Hanley, thank you so much. More to come after this. We got power players or morning highlights after this. Thank you guys so much. Topstep TV. Let's go. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Power Players. Everyone, hop in the car. I'm driving this one today. Coach Jay is out. We got Antonio looking sharp as hell, matching camo and hat. Gabe, you're also repping the new colors. Looks fantastic. I kind of got it going on too here. Andre heard a order filled during the last segment. Antonio, was that you?
That was me.
All right, there we go. So
that was me.
What's your position? How'd you get into it? And what was sort of the thought and idea behind it?
My entry is 219 and 3/4, basically 220s. The thought behind this trade was we didn't get it yesterday. They sold yesterday instead of doing this, what I was expecting yesterday. Mm-hmm. It was plenty of VWAP reclaims and VWAP rejections. So I was banking on VWAP reclaim to push to the upside and, basically crush all of these highs up here at the 430s, 440s. But it looks like today is the day we may get those buys, and we just got the sales yesterday. But it looks like they did pretty much the same price action as yesterday, just more broad, because they swept lows yesterday morning and then swept highs immediately after. And this morning they swept highs and then they swept lows immediately after. So I'm looking for some continuated pressure up to the upside past the highs at 467.
Yeah, no kidding. Because I see a take profit at 25,480, which is still about 200 points from here. So that is up there in the clouds, trying to get to what I think about initial balance high. It's been a wide range this morning. Gabe, I'm gonna get to you in just a second. Antonio, did you initially have your stop where it was at 201s, or have you moved it up from your original?
I've trailed it. It's not in profit yet. I'm just trailing it to reduce the risk.
Okay, perfect.
It was originally down here at 142.
Oh, it was originally at 142. Perfect. So, chat, that gives you sort of an idea of how Antonio has managed his trade so far. I might start calling you Diamond Hands as well, because you've been holding on to some of these trades for a very long time. Got a chuckle from Gabe. Gabe, how are you doing today? What are you seeing in this markets? And have you taken any trades today?
And doing well. First time I'm hanging with Antonio on air, so I'm kind of psyched.
True.
I know we only have a half hour together, but it should be fun. Hopefully this trade for him keeps cooking to the upside. But in the short term, I'm actually in a little bit of a fade on him at the moment. I'm short 1 NQ from 280, just looking for 240s. We're kind of, we just kind of popped above these recent highs of the kind of 1025 high that we made around the 275s. We're tapping into a little bit of consolidation that led to a nice breakdown in price. So I'm looking to see if this 300 level will hold for just a little pullback. So I'm just looking for 242s. Risk is at 317, so it's about a 1-to-1. But it shouldn't impede or interfere with Antonio's trade, knowing my target is technically still 20 points in the money for him. So hopefully we'll continue higher from there once we get back to those 240s.
So yeah, that's okay. Cool. Love that. Two traders, different altitudes, different time frames. Gabe is looking for 40s, and Antonio's looking for 480s. Totally different trade types. And Gabe, you might get what you need here. Any world in which you're getting sizing up here, Antonio, on a pullback?
Good question. Maybe not so close to VWAP. It's a little threatening.
You know what? Let me get my VWAP up here. Are you looking at the 5-minute VWAP?
Yes, sir, I am.
Perfect. So I think we're at 25,259.
I mean, if we can close above VWAP, if we can stay above, like we've already closed above on the 5-minute, if we can stay above, I may add maybe 1 or 2, but this trade is good as it is, just based on risk to reward.
Nice. Perfect. How do you utilize the VWAP typically? I know we have VWAP George, who's kind of like our resident VWAP guy, but I want to hear your take on VWAP and how you use it.
Well, specifically for the NASDAQ market, I like the fact that the reclaims, which would mean reclaiming it and continuing up to the upside, those types of plays are between 63 and 67%. So, I mean, it's somewhat of an edge. it's kind of like a cheat code a little bit, but like I said, it could be 37 to 33% that you don't get it right. But who's mad at that percentage, ratio for reclaiming and a reject?
I mean, even in that win rate, in that type of edge, I think 1-to-1s are still technically profitable at that point.
Yeah,
Once you're above like
if
55%.
especially if you do trades like this off of a VWAP reclaim, you're in the money. Crazy.
Yeah. What was the original expected reward to risk on this? I know your stops only about 19 points, 18 points away. Where'd you have it beforehand? 150s?
It looks like I was risking 320 for about $1,000.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so a little over 3-to-1.
Nice. That's great. That is really, really good. You have incredible patience, Antonio.
Perfect. Right now, I'm basically just waiting for them to do one of those slams that they like to do, just a whole little liquidity grab off of these buys and see how far they want to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the upside for sure. I just think that after a little bit of a pop above a previous high, looking for some stops, maybe trapping some of these buyers that kind of came in up around the 40s to 70s, essentially, as we kind of broke out. Any breakout buyers, seeing if maybe we can get a little bit of a 50% kind of retracement off the prior segment.
Right.
This would, if we were to map out that prior leg from the 140 level to the 290, basically 300s. The midpoint of that, the balance would kind of be right in this area of consolidation between 230 and 200. Now, for your sake, I hope that we don't get all the way down there, unless you're willing to add. But for the most part,
I like the way
okay
they're testing this structure. I like the way they're testing this structure, and we'll see where they want to take it from that test, because basically this is basically just a retest to the breakout of that most previous 5-minute structure.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, great conversation. 2 traders on screen, both in a trade, opposite directions. Let's see if both traders can make money. Do want to run through these other markets real fast. Micro Bitcoin trading at 66,890. I had a nice little double bounce off these 65,960s. And still has probably a little bit to go before it wants to get to its point of control for the day, which I would say is around 67,000. MES looking pretty similar to the NASDAQ here. Caught a nice little bit off of its VWAP, which is 69.69. Nice. And then it has bounced up to 69.74 from there. Looks very similar to the NASDAQ. RTY, I had a massive sell-off this morning and is slowly starting to climb back. We had a high today of 27.20 and a low of 26.46. It is now trading at 26.70. And gold has reclaimed 5,100, trading 51.10. Let's get back to this NASDAQ here. Watch our traders' trades play out. NASDAQ also kind of bouncing here with the ES. So, Antonio, we had major news today, non-farm payroll. When you see that on the schedule, what's sort of your approach to your trading day?
It varies. It depends on my attitude around, that news release, how I'm feeling. If I even want to take a trade, there's plenty of different factors that go into it, because I didn't even have any trades this morning, to be honest. I was still a little bit in the dumps. I blew up an XFA yesterday morning and took a nap for the rest of the day.
Oh, okay. What happened? Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
I was waiting for these buys, and it cooked me.
Got cooked on that.
The trade was completely going my way, and in my head, it should never have hit stop loss or DLL or whatever it was. But as I was going, I was adding into the trade, and it just turned around right at VWAP, I do believe. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, right at VWAP. We had some good pressure right off of a 3-minute fair value gap yesterday. I noticed how the algorithms were taking over to the downside.
They were aggressive.
Take it, and they bounced right into a 3-minute fair value gap. I had to magnify down to the 3-minute because I couldn't see much information that I needed to see on the 5-minute. So we had a 5-minute order block, which was a very large order block here. Right over here between these, what is that? 975 and it looks like 900 almost. So it was a large area. And I'm like, well, there's no reason for you to be trying to re-enter this zone here.
Right.
So they bounced off of it to the upside. And that was when we got into the trade. And we were doing well. And then it just turned around and tanked. And I had to have been somewhere else by that time. I wasn't even sitting in front of the charts because the trade was good.
So it was on autopilot. Autopilot trade.
So Antonio, how many contracts did you end up adding into? Like, what was your total in that one position by the time
started with stopped? I want to say I started with 2 and I ended up like at a full mini, maybe 1.5 minutes.
Were you so you were in the XFA, and was that your only trade of the day?
Yeah, that was it. That was the only trade.
Okay. So was that an account?
But I mean, that's the only thing that I could take solace in, is it only being the only trade and messing up that fast. I mean, because you don't get too much room to screw up in a 50K account.
Yeah. Ooh, getting some buyers here.
Mm-hmm.
Touch those 310s. I might get tagged out here, boys. 317s where my risk is at right now. Let's see if we can maintain above this previous high. Like we just got a body to close above. Let's see if buyers continue to sustain above these 300s.
Let me get that on my screen here.
Antonio, was that an account that you were kind of dealing with working yourself out of some drawdown already? Because by the sound of it, I mean, one mini, depending on how much room you had left, like I suffer from over trading, right? So I'm usually just, if I get invalidated, like I have, let's say, a couple losses, I have a pattern of trying to go revenge trade and to get some of those gains back, which gets me into trouble usually when I do. But you have a lot more discipline so far that I've heard over the last few segments we've had you on, of sticking to fewer trades, right? Quality over quantity. In this case, you added to, maybe some larger size. And by larger size, I mean larger than your normal couple micros. So was that just in general, just kind of an account that you were looking to kind of pull yourself out of? And that was a trade that unfortunately just kind of bit the bullet? Kind of how that ended up working out?
No, I had actually just activated that account that same morning. So.
So the one mini itself, was it a 50K?
Yeah, it was a 50K. That's why I said there's not much room, to screw up on a 50K.
The 2K drawdown.
It was the trade. The trade went into drawdown immediately because I was looking for these very same buys up over these. This blue zone, this box of blue zone that I have here, between 383 and 415. It's blue because that is a very strong zone. I believe it's a 1 hour zone or a 4 hour zone. And I marked it out maybe a month or two ago. It's still failing under this zone. And it's been doing that for the last 2, 3, 4 days. So I was thinking that maybe we would get those buys out and above that zone yesterday. But it looks like today may be the day. And they just flip-flopped whatever they decided to do as far as liquidity and where they want to take it from.
I gotcha.
So looking for this yesterday, it definitely got me cooked.
For that. Yep, happens to the best of us, man.
What do you got?
We did see sellers come in off those 310s. We were trading back underneath 300. I think this is a pretty pivotal make or break moment. We can make a new high and exceed those 310s. I think Antonio's going to be looking great for his TP. Where was your target at, Antonio, in this trade again? It was in the 300s, right? Just higher? Oh, 480s.
480s.
Oh, yeah. I see your screen.
Just to sweep these last highs that they left. I mean, they've got wicks to the downside, so I see those as rejection wicks, but also as resting liquidity, because they've been doing it for days, leaving liquidity up there. I just want to see it taken today. If it's not, maybe we'll get it tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah. Boys,
You're willing to hold this right into close, right? Just all day if need be.
If need be, yeah, I'll hold this into close.
Wow. Talk about hold time.
Yeah, the whole time is what got me cooked yesterday. I was holding that trade because, like I said, initially it went into drawdown. So as it's coming out of drawdown and the buys are coming and the candles are printing and I'm actually seeing the more confluences check boxes. All right, now I'm adding into it. Even though it's still a loser, I'm adding into it because I'm getting more confluences and more boxes being checked and the confirmation of these buys are valid. So the whole time definitely screwed me yesterday. It cooked me.
It's a double-edged sword for sure. Antonio took a nap after losing his XFA. Chat, what do you do after you lose an XFA?
I hibernated. I wouldn't even call it a nap. I hibernated.
Or I've been there. I've for sure taken some solid naps after losing accounts. It's not a good feeling. Chat, let us know what you're doing there. Gabe, you are still alive in this trade.
Somehow.
Somehow. It be like that sometimes. Game of ticks.
Yeah,
Number was not called yet.
5 points away from my stop. Very well could still get up there. I'm not really a huge fan of how we're maintaining to kind of stay above 300. I mean, there's a little bit of a fight going on here, but I think my stop might be a little bit too tight if we do end up squeezing just a tad higher. There's some people in chat looking to short those 320s. Come get me.
Come
take
get
mine.
me. Yep. That is typically the attitude. MP was on earlier today with Mick and Kevin. Chat, if you missed it, you really, really, really want to watch it right now, you can. You just have to rewind the stream in YouTube. Of course, this video will be posted later as well. I believe it was around 11. What time did he go on? About 10:30-ish, I believe. Yeah, 10:35 is when he went on, 10:35 Central. And of course, there will be some exciting news tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. Yeah, Charles, tune in tomorrow. I did see some smoke at the end of that segment. You know what that means? Maybe a producer pressed a button on accident. I think it's going to be legit this time. Still bidding up here. Your trade's looking great, Antonio. How long did it take you to develop the patience to have a hold time of potentially hours?
Just getting the reps in, doing the same thing over and over. Just to see if it works. Does it work? Does it not work? Okay, let's try this. This work? Does it not work? Let's try this. And it's just reps. Just get your reps in. And holding time is a rep.
Yeah, it is hard to do. It's like exposure therapy. The only way to get good at it is just to sit in it and get through all that discomfort there. Oh man, Gabe, this thing is just toying with your stop right now.
I'm channeling my inner Antonio and trying to be patient and allow this to not, I accepted the risk, right? So I'm just going to let my stop do the work for me. I'm not going to expand it. I'm in a little bit of heat right now. We're still struggling to kind of bid above 300 and stay above. So, I mean, I like what I'm seeing, but I really don't care for how long we're hanging out at this level. We could be just making another little peak above before we get a little bit deeper of a pullback. But yeah, just remaining patient, try not to overtouch, overmanage. It's me, my one trade for the day. I'm not on at all for the rest of the day for on air. So my one and done scenario and lock it out after that, depending on whatever happens. And no matter what happens, I should say.
Nice.
Well, it boils down to you can't eat if you don't cook. Sometimes everything takes longer to cook than it does to eat.
Yep. The market might be cooking me here. So we're looking that way.
Well, it will make Antonio very happy. We are about 4 points off from Gabe's stop. Gabe is staying pat here.
Nah, Gabe is a trooper. He took one for the team. He wanted to be liquidity.
Yeah.
I put one on just so Antonio's would work. There we go. All right. There's the L. Lock it out. One and done for the day. It didn't work the way I wanted it to. That ends my green streak, I will say, though. So I had a 4-day win streak in the account. This ends it, but it's all good. Move on to the next day.
That's right. It's a numbers game, and that is one of the numbers that comes up every now and then. But Gabe, you've been trading pretty well, so looking forward to seeing you have another streak.
I've been watching. Gabe's been cooking up real nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday,
Definitely
2 bangers.
2 bangers, yep. Yeah, yesterday was a good one. They were definitely not in the greatest location. You know, I was short from pretty much the
Yeah, I
bottom of the
remember.
session,
I remember.
but it
You were
was
due
a
to
top of
donate some of it
range.
back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You were due to donate some of it back, my boy.
That's right. Market giveth, market taketh away. It looks like the NQ just ran stops up above these 320s and has sold off just a little bit. NASDAQ typically does not do anything nicely or kindly to anyone. Seeing a little bit of a sell-off in the RTY, going from 2671 down to 2668. MES, you
You
doing
know
the
what that
same
means,
thing?
Gabe?
What do you got,
What's that
Antonio?
mean?
You know what that means? That means I faded you yesterday and I lost. But I lost.
Oh,
an
you know?
account.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, looks like you guys are even then, if that's the case.
Well, I donated yesterday. He donated today, but I had to think about it because I was buying yesterday and he had 2 great sales.
We tried to get in long too during power hour, but market was not having it. Those sells were very aggressive end of day in power hour. Mandy did an excellent job being the momentum trader that she is, which is a very good one. And I think we were trying to play a lower end of the range of the megaphone, and that ended up just sweeping lower to 200s. So yeah, it happens, you know, but it's fun having traders on with multiple ideas, different trade concepts. Sometimes both traders win, sometimes both traders lose, sometimes one wins, sometimes one loses. Totally depends. There's no guarantee, though, that both traders win.
Shout out to those 320s. Whoever said in chat they were going to short the 320s, there you go.
Yeah, what did you see?
That
Was it like
illiquidity.
what did they see? Yep. Chat's
one
always
little
right.
sim mini. And one sim mini was the liquidity, and now we turn over. So if we go to TP from here, I'm gonna have to walk away and just not look at the I'm locked out though, so I can't do anything about it, thankfully.
That is a nice feature of using Topstep X. You can lock yourself out. If you feel the FOMO or the tilt coming, you can either lock yourself out for the session or you could set a timer, whether you be 5 minutes, a minute, an hour. It is a great feature to help get yourself away from the screen. Antonio, what's your favorite lockout feature, if any?
That one. That one. It helps keep you from doing silly things sometimes, and then sometimes you kick yourself in the butt for using it.
Yeah, because you see a great opportunity and it's like, damn, I can't ride it. Yeah, that is true. But hopefully if you press the button, you knew in that moment that this is the right decision, or whatever happens afterwards. Maybe I wouldn't have made the right decision.
Right.
Boys, is 11:55. That means group coaching is coming up next. We got Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. Antonio, it's always a pleasure seeing you. Thank you so much for your patience, as that previous segment extended a little bit longer, but chat, we had to give it to you, and it's what you wanted. Definitely tune in tomorrow because we're going to have a surprise for you. Gabe, always a pleasure seeing you trade. Both of you always have trades on when you're on air, which we greatly appreciate. But coming up next, we got group coaching, so stick around, y'all.
All right. Take it easy.
right, welcome traders. It is time for group coaching. Just afternoon here in Central Time. Hopefully you've got a lunch sitting in front of you and having a nice lunch while you're sitting in a winning trade, of course. Right next to me, I've got my good friend, Coach Hoop. And right next to Hoop, we have our good friend, Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, I understand by our little discussion in the green room that you've had a good trading day and that you called the move in the equities today, I'm thinking.
Well, I suggested a line in the sand that we did actually keep as the high and then as a recovery of the low. So, yeah, like we were talking about, it's all great if you can pick a level and go through it. But if for 1 minute you get up and you go, I am not wrong. There's no way I'm wrong about this. The market is going to Zamboni you. And I don't know if you know what the underside of a Zamboni looks like, but it's not bad. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. So yeah, so it was good. Some days we get up and we see the market a whole lot more clearly than other days. You know what I mean? You get up and you go, yeah, I think I see this rhythm. I only took 2 trades today. No, 3 trades in this count, and I traded on my personal accounts, but I just had a really nice rhythm. I could see it walking up, walking down. And that's probably maybe 1 day out of 5. The other days I sort of plod through and just make sure that I don't, lose a dramatic amount. To be completely transparent, Yeah.
A morning of clarity.
Yeah. There you go. That was it.
There you go. Oop, how are you doing today, pal?
I've got some tire marks on the back of me from today. Yeah, it's just one of those days, man. Yeah, I bought, I've tried to buy the frickin' dip. And tried to buy settlement, tried to buy a little low, and eventually I was dealing with the directional and just didn't identify it. One week, it happens. So try and, reset my way back. Yeah.
All right. Well, Hoop, I probably would have been the same way as you, because we were opening, at the high of the range from yesterday. Good numbers came out. Sometimes good numbers are bad numbers. And I was looking for opportunities down around the value area low from yesterday, which was down around 69.60. But I was also looking at the base of the late spike that occurred yesterday, late in the session. Price extended the range and closed lower, and the base of that becomes kind of an important level. And when it walked right through that, I said, no, we're not going to be looking for longs anytime soon. But eventually, the S&Ps traded down to that 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. And any buyers that came in there have been paid at least partially ever since then. So I was thinking the same thing, Hoop, but just looking for a little bit of a deeper pullback. And when we walked through the base of the late spike, I said, all right, that's it. That's dead now. So maybe just avoided putting my hand on the stove one more time there. All right, we've got a live leader update to do. Why don't we do that? And then we'll get into the questions. Today's live leaders, Jaden up $34,805. Man, keep that, Jaden. At least keep a major part of it. We've got Nicholas A up to 21,075. Sebastian P up 19,991. Don't try and get that up to 20,000 because trying to get that last $9 I've done that before, and it's put me into a tailspin if that next trade is a loss. So be happy with that profit, Sebastian. Tyler A up 17,345. Great job today for those live leaders. Live leaders. All right. Let's start with, I'm just going to watch the NASDAQ here on this chart for a little bit here and see what we see. All right. So we've got some good questions here. I want to give a shout out to Heather M, who you and I answered a question for her, and she sent a nice note on the next day that said, "Thank you for answering my question." And you guys are so amazing. Thank you very much for that, Heather. That was very nice of you. And you've also sent in a question today or yesterday that I can address real quick. I think the question goes, what percentage does what percentage of days close within the IB range between the high and low and the initial balance? She also says she likes to, when we hit all-time highs, and she likes to short the move. Is that something personal to her, or is it really something that a lot of people kind of deal with? So first off, Heather, I looked at the S&Ps for the last 10 sessions. 5 out of 10 of those sessions, the market settled or closed inside the initial balance. Couple of things, Heather. The larger the initial balance, the higher the probability of closing inside of it. When we look at yesterday's initial balance in the S&Ps, it was relatively small, and that energy at the end of the day caused the market to close outside of the initial balance. Today, we have a very wide initial balance, and the probability is that it is going to close somewhere inside of the initial balance unless something changes. So when you're looking at initial balance, if you're kind of keeping track a little bit of what's an average initial balance, the smaller initial balances are more likely to be extended. The bigger initial balances like today in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps, the more likely it is to be extended outside of. Doesn't mean that it can't be. It's just lowers the probability. So keep that in mind. Now, Hoop, do you like to sell all-time highs? Like every time it hits a new all-time high, do you just like look to sell it? I mean, it makes sense. It's all-time highs. It's got to turn around sometime. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd love to tell myself that I sold the high, right? Yep. So, we just always talk that when everything looks the greatest, um, I'm a fader. I'm guilty of it at times. So, um, when momentum gets going one direction, when everything looks the greatest, well, we've just seen so many markets turn. Gold, silver are kind of on the radar, right? Everything looked like to the moon, 6,000 gold, 200 silver, and then gotta read the market. It just when volume and everybody gets too tilted one direction, I'm gonna call it the trader intuition starts to get a little suspect, right?
Yep.
That's the way I look.
Yeah. So, I mean, Heather, typically the market is always going to look the best at the top and the best and the worst at the bottom. But it doesn't necessarily, mean that it's the high or it's the low. We've seen these markets, push to levels that nobody has even thought of before. So ACH, anything can happen. Anne Marie, what do you think about that? I mean, that's the easy trade. It's new all-time highs. You're looking at it like, well, it's never traded here before. It's got to turn sometime. Why not now? But
I'm a
how many
chronic
times have we
trader.
seen the market just continue to push higher and higher and higher,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So I am not really quite sure if I can ever break the habit of being a chronic fader. But what I have learned to do is cut my losses very quickly when I'm wrong. And once I make the trade and I take the loss, if it's the wrong way, I step back and I say, okay, what was the main reason you took this trade? Are those reasons still valid? And are you early or have those reasons been completely annihilated by market motion? So I'm always trying to learn the lesson after the trade. Losing is part of the game. A lot of people are so terrified to lose that they don't really play to maximum efficiency at all. And so the goal is, hey, can you get in and get out without a scrape? Can you turn around and get back in and move your balance back up into positive territory? And if you're always thinking through that, then there's really nothing wrong with selling a high. If you look at it and you go, looks like the top. Well, sure, it could be the top. It could also be the start of a new leg higher. What's the difference? How much risk are you going to take to position into the trade? That's really all there is. I got to give a shout out to Vince. Vince and I both went long at the same time. He actually went long 3 points before me on the ES. And he was writing it up, and I asked him what his target was, and he said 69.80. And look at where it just hit. 79.50 or 79.75. So we got to that target. He called that target out by one tick. The tough thing is you're going to stay in there for hours while it whips back and forth. For me, I'm not really good at that. So I said, hey, I'm going to do 54 and then I'm going to do 68. Now it came into my 68, but I had anchored the VWAP from the NFP high, and it was sitting at that 64 area. So I got out at 63 and I didn't wait for it to come back, but it did come back all the way to my old target and then moved up again. I could have re-entered, but I didn't. So I just want to call out that number because he said it and I went, man, I'd like to hold on for that long. I just don't think I can. It was a good call.
And there was a lot of kerfuffleation between that entry and that exit. And Anne Marie, if you ask me, I mean, you did the right thing. Even if it goes to 68, it can stop just short of it. It stopped a tick short of it. So if Vince's offer was there, I'm hoping he 10%ed it so that he was able to take a profit. And I'm always putting profit targets just a little bit shorter than I think it actually might go. So to me, I mean, that's how I would have handled it. I would have said, all right, we're gonna go 2, 3, 4 points inside of that target. And we get hit. Perfect. Wonderful. We're just trying to get our bite out of the middle.
Exactly.
You can probably count on one hand how many times I bought the low or sold the high in 35 years of trading.
Yeah. I mean, it makes us feel like a hero, but at the end of the day, it's not conducive to consistently being right more often than not, for sure.
And, whenever there's a new all-time high, whenever the market's trending, I sometimes will place a letter grade on the auction process, how good the auction is doing. And if I ever give it an A, the high is in. Because that's when it looks the best and at the top and looks the worst at the bottom that's the better it looks. I think the closer we get to the extreme, or at least temporary extreme, of course. Thank you for the answers. Coach Joan has passed 6 trading combines in the last 2 weeks, but lost the XFAs right away. We hear this question a lot. Do you have any advice so that Joan can keep her accounts after passing them?
Hogue, it always goes back to, and all of us have been VIP coaches. It always goes back to the process to get you there. We talked about this one the other day a little bit, that if the process is fast, maybe there's not enough history in it to see in longevity and in stress and in, once again, everybody, a lot of traders, I think any of us who have been VIB coaches, all of a sudden they feel different when they're in an XFA versus the combine. And I think it's no different than when we, are in our practice accounts and, people go, I made like 15 grand in my practice account, but when I go trade the combine, it's a sustainability of what you're doing in a combine. Is it going to get you to an XFA? And ultimately, does it make you sustainable in the live market? I mean, that's ultimately all of our goals, right? I mean,
right.
I just think back testing and making sure that it's got sustainability would be my first kind of thing that I would look at. Sometimes you get away with over leveraging. And, base hitting in this industry, Hogue, I think, and sustainability is the biggest thing, right? You can read the market well at times, but if you can't make it produce over a period of time, when things don't go right and when things go wrong, how are you going to take the hits? And I think so. The biggest thing is maybe go back, check the process of how you got there. And then if that is the same thing you're doing in an XFA, then we got to fix the squeaky wheel, right?
Yeah.
But that would be more of what I would take a look at first is how am I getting there would be the first thing that I go, right, Emery? I mean, we've went through this in VIP.
Yeah, and I went through it blowing XFAs. So, yeah, I mean, so here's something really interesting. If you download your trading record and you give it to Chat GPT and tell Chat, I want to understand where I make mistakes and what I need to do to become better, Chat will spit out a lot of things and tell them to you. Now, a lot of us don't like Chat because, it's kind of creepy or whatever. But if you learn to use Chat that way, Chat will tell you things like you're over leveraging. You trade between 10 and 12 very often, but that's the worst time for you. Mondays are your worst trading day. You need to trade between 9 and 11. That's what seems best for you. Consider tightening your entries, all of these things. But here's the bottom line. When you go from a combine to an XFA, the key thing to remember is the combine is there to help you get past the hump, but the XFA has a different set of rules that reward stability and consistency much more so than the combine does. So you could take all of the data from your XFAs, plug them into Chat GPT, and just simply say, what am I doing wrong here in terms of execution? What do you see me doing wrong? And Chat will spit it out and tell you. And you can talk to it just like you're talking to a real person, and it will clearly identify for you, here's what you need to look at. So aside from that, you can sit back and go, well, I don't care what the data is telling me, but the data tells a story. If you had a professional personal coach that you had on the private side for your golf game or for whatever, they would sit and they would watch you swing, they would watch your setup, they would watch your follow through, and they'd watch you over and over again, and they would go, here's what I see. Now, we can't do that specifically for you, but if you can identify those spaces where Chat says, hey, you're having trouble with this, Then when you come to those Topstep X group coaching events, or you go in and talk to the individual coaches, you can say, this is the experience I'm having. Does anyone in here have that experience, and how did you overcome it? And then you get the personal element. So you get chat to do the grunt work, you isolate the problem, and then you come to the coaches and you go, hey, this is my problem, right? I mean, if you've got that personal coach and they're saying, hey, listen, the ball is too far in your stance for what you're trying to do. You got to shift that ball up. And then you maybe not know how to use your body. That's where the personal coach comes in and gives you that. So the combination of those things is really going to help you. So embrace that if the end goal is going to be, hey, I want to make some money, take it out, put it in a live account, and then absolutely swing for the fences when it's best to swing for the fences for you. And chat will analyze that from your data.
Well, you know,
ChatGPT, what can't it do?
You know, you talk about ChatGPT. My swing coach was my dad as a kid. And I think the biggest thing, and I've shared this in Discord, is when the lights are on, your strengths aren't going to come out, your weaknesses are. And if my
100%.
short game was not up to par and I'm playing in a tournament, you know, when the lights are on, those things are going to come out. And it's just one of those things where it's easy to sit there and, hey, you know, my driver's great. I'm smashing it and I'm hitting it great. It's perfect. Okay, what about the thing that's not so good? Are you fixing that? Well, no, I want to keep hitting driver. Yeah, that doesn't work when you got a 40-yard chip shot. So
exactly.
I think I agree with that analogy 100% because once the lights are on, you know, you're going to have to rely on where your weaknesses are. And if you're not ready for them, they'll get you. So, yeah, I agree with that 100%.
For sure.
So I used to have this slide where I would show like a practice balance beam, which is right on the floor.
Yeah.
And then a higher practice balance beam, which is like 2 feet off the floor. And then a real balance beam, which is like 4 feet off the floor. And it's very similar to that kind of pressure. There's greater potential damage if it's 4 feet tall than it is if it's right on the floor. And it's I think it's probably a very similar. I haven't been on a balance beam in a long time, trust me. But you know, I'm sure I could just kind of dance across the one on the floor. The one that's 4 feet high, I'm really going to have to be careful, and it changes the way you're positioning and the way you're putting your feet, and it changes everything, and it's uncomfortable. Even like working with a coach, whether you're working with a coach as a batting coach, a golfer, or a trading coach, they're going to be suggesting that you make differences in what you're thinking and looking at. And you know, when I first had a golf coach, he changed everything. He changed my grip. He changed my stance. He changed everything, and it was very uncomfortable to swing a golf club. And the first time I tried to swing that way, I probably missed the ball. But if I practiced it, I got a lot better at it. So, you know, keep at it. One of the things that you know that we've been saying is once the lights are on, once the pressure's on, once there's that duress, it changes the decision-making process. So keep at it and keep trying to bring the one you dance with the one you brung is really a long way of getting to what I'm trying to say. So you can do this, Joan. You can do this. Just take your time. You know,
hey, Hogue, one thing over the years that I got to say, and I remember that picture you used to share all the time, I still picture you on a 4 foot off the floor balance.
I just did that in my mind.
I
just did that in my mind.
I know that analogy of that picture you used to share, and I used to go, man, that's great. But I just can't picture Hogue 4 feet off the ground on a balance beam.
No.
But, yeah, I just had to share that. It's always been a great analogy, and I love it.
Yeah.
So.
I don't even know if I would sit on one of those. Forget that. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the last thing I want to say to Joan is, trading there's no destination in trading.
No.
There's no final thing that you're going to get to that you're going to be able to say, I've got this. There is that destination does not exist. You've got to earn it every day, and you're getting through trading combines. Keep doing what you're doing in the trading combine and the XFA, and hopefully you will see some lasting success, which is what we're all looking forward to for all of you. To answer one question, Ashley is asking, when is the next VIP event happening with coaching? I would love to get some extra help and experience. I don't know exactly when it is going to happen, Ashley, but I know that there are plans for it, and just stick around and we'll hopefully be able to help you, and whoever your coach is, hopefully they're going to be able to make a big difference in your trading. All right. We've got a little bit of a news clip to go through here. Oh my goodness, the national debt is expected to nearly double in the next 10 years. Oh, there's good news. Let's check it out.
Yes. Right now, it stands at a bit more than $38 trillion. That is the current national debt. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office is forecasting it will hit $64 trillion in the next 10 years. Much of the immediate increase is attributed to President Donald Trump's tax and spending package enacted last summer. Growing interest costs and safety net programs drive up the debt. $64 trillion. Folks, should we pose the question, our favorite question to ask the chat?
Yes.
What year was it? 1 trillion seconds ago. Put your answers in the chat.
So, yes. What year was it? 1 trillion seconds ago. I'll give you a hint.
Long time. A lot of zeros.
Billion seconds was 1982.
I was in high school.
I don't have any idea.
Man, I know JD's sprung that one before. Dang it, I can't remember.
Hoag's birth year. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's rotten. Who said that?
I love it. Yeah, it's around 29,000 BC.
Yeah, I figured it was way a lot of zeros past. It's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I remember those days. All right. So, just kind of, since we didn't get a recap today, I just want to take a look at some of the opening range trades that we avoided today. Opening range trade in gold. The 1 minute would have put us long. 10 minutes, 9 minutes before the number came out. And we obviously saw what happened when the number came out. So a good miss on that one. We also did not take the opening range trade in crude oil. This was the 1 minute opening range. I'm going to go to a 5 minute chart here, get a little bit closer. So there's that 1 minute opening range. Would have got us into a long, traded right up to the weekly kickoff high, 65.80, but went through it by 3 ticks, and we would have eventually been stopped out on that. So good no takes on those. You've got some pretty big initial balances here in the equities. Here's the S&Ps. Initial balance high, 2011.5. Initial balance low, 69.31. We just talked about this a few minutes ago with Heather about a big initial balance takes a lot of energy to extend outside of. Odds are, unless something changes, we're going to stay inside this initial balance. And today will be one of those days that closes inside the initial balance. Remember, the wider the initial balance, the more energy it takes to extend it. Let's take another look here. Okay. Aaron is always wanting to read and learn more about trading, but she's resistant to journaling and analyzing her own trades. I get it. Sometimes it can be painful. It seems so boring to me. Any tips on motivation to want to journal and analyze markets and trades when the day is done? Well, it's one of the disciplines I think we all have to kind of get our head wrapped around is reviewing those trades and actually doing the journaling and doing the hard work that will eventually and probably move you forward as a trader. So don't look at it as a chore. And I think most people that say they journal and say they review trades at the end of the day probably don't. But it's been so important to so many people that I know that I've worked with, and even myself, to journal, thinking about taking the trade, what I'm feeling in the trade, after the trade, before the trade, and reviewing that at the end of the day. I mean, if you think about it, you get the opportunity to live the trade twice. And if there's one thing that's going to speed your learning curve, it's learning things twice in the same day, right? So I can't motivate you, but you will say you want to learn more, you want to read more. You just have to do it. Then you just have to do it. I mean, and Marie, do you still journal on a daily basis?
Absolutely. And to our gal that just asked this, Erin, I think was her name. Erin,
yes.
If you look at your performance as a trader and you say to yourself, I want to do better, and people tell you, hey, listen, you should journal, but you don't because it's uncomfortable, because it's hard, then that's a realization that might be a little tough to look in the mirror and say, hey, am I actually willing to do the things that are going to send me into a new space, a higher plateau? So this morning I was in a live Discord, doing a group coaching event. And I said, hey, if you don't like journaling, use your chart. Sit down and go, hey, Lowe's, this is buyers waiting. This is exactly what I did this morning. I said, here they are holding the Globex low. I had a short here, and I thought, all right, if they come in and make a higher low, I'm pulling that short because it's going to expand. And it absolutely did expand. So then you write a note. Held the 30-minute low of the Globex opening range, which for me is the first 30 minutes of the trading. And just put little notes in there. And at the end of the day, before you clear everything off, take a snapshot of it so that you can have something to look at. But the fact of the matter is, it's reps that make you better, and good reps make you better. Bad reps, make you nervous and scared and fear-filled when you're in the chart. But if you're continually saying, okay, what is trend? What is momentum? Write it down right there as the day is going on. One, it's going to make you stop trading as much because you're supposed to observe before you decide and act. And way too many of us are quick on the trigger without knowing what it is that we want to do. Now, you might go, yeah, but Mandy's quick on the trigger. Mandy knows what she's doing. So Mandy's got that rhythm that's hers specifically. You've got to build your own specific one. And if you don't journal, it's going to take you a lot longer to learn the lessons. And if you think, hey, I think you're wrong, I think I can move forward without journaling, then maybe your gears are going to get ground up longer and longer before you eventually get it. And you can go, see, I didn't need to journal, but why go down the crooked path with the boulders? Why not just take the interstate?
You don't like the rocky
I would like
road? You don't like that?
No.
I'd like to watch Mandy journal. She'd have to be a real fast writer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoop, what about you? Still journaling?
I do, and before, once again, I learned to do a point figure chart in the pit. I used to before there was replays and you could watch a day, is look left to trade the right, and
Yes.
it's easy to say, and I'll take a chart and I'll start the day out and I'll just drag it, and then you start to see volume come in today. Like today, the big one that I would sit there and say is, as this down move accelerated, and I'm watching, the ladder with it, and there was no buyers. It was just, and there was nothing above 100 lot as we just ripped. And Hogue, you kept saying it. We're going through it. You're going through it. And I'm like, nobody wants to step in here for some reason. And that move, usually in equities, doesn't happen like that. So I wrote down on my legal pad in front of me, I said there were no buyers and you can see it. And once again, we always look for that exhaustion point, right? But for a good, that's a 3 minute, but for almost a good 20 minutes, we just plowed through. And the reason we plowed through it is nobody wanted to buy down there. And then we get to that point, right, where somebody says, okay, we're going to step in.
That's true. Yep.
So I wrote that. You just don't see that in equities after being, upwards, we're above 7,000 to watch us just plow through inventory levels and all that. So it was, once again, it's just how I'll look at this day where it was fairly quiet. We rolled into the number, we popped, and then the open popped a little bit and we just turned around. So, and now, like Anne Marie said, and what Hogue is saying is we're kind of right in the middle of the day. So it's going to take a lot of movement to push us out of it. And I wrote that down on my legal pad in front of me. Yeah.
Just start somewhere. Just start somewhere. Do one
just gonna
thing
say
and
that.
then let it turn to two things.
Yep.
Just it doesn't have to take forever.
Yeah.
Just get started.
Yep.
And it takes practice, I think, to be a good journaler and just get started. Maybe make up a little outline that you're going to follow every day, and it can take 5 minutes. I love Anne Marie's idea of annotating the charts. Take a screenshot of it, take a look at it later, but just in that journaling and in that review of those trades, therein lies your answer. Just do it, Aaron. Just do it. Right. Carla has a question. This is one from yesterday. Carla, hopefully you're still watching today. She set her personal daily profit target to $14.99 on a 50K trading combine, and it was hit, except it slipped her a little bit to the good side. That doesn't happen very often, Carla. You should thank your lucky stars for that. But it put her up 15.31 on the day. Is that going to change your profit target? Probably not. Probably not. It is not. It's the 50% rule is not cast in stone. It's not gonna do that to you. You're okay. So, okay. All right. Vlad is asking how to find the balance between cutting losses properly and closing too early and cutting profits. I like to trail my stop into the green zone. It feels safe, but it also makes me lose profits. Feels like even more profits than I cut losses. Like you're getting into some good trades, you're letting them come back and hitting your trailing stop, and you feel like those losses are worse than your actual losses. And I get that. Any loss, even from a high watermark in a trade, you feel like you're losing instead of actually taking profit on a trade. And I get that, but it's not the case. Vlad, following or trailing stops is an art form that few have mastered, including myself. It is I'm
Same.
always putting my stops, or typically putting my trailing stops, if I'm trailing a stop, too close. Too close. Because, well, you don't want to lose all of it, but you don't want to lose that much. And so you got to be trailing your stops using technical levels. And even those sometimes aren't necessarily going to work. Vlad, my question for you, if I'm going to answer this question with a question, is I would imagine you've had some pretty decent big wins just by holding onto those trades and until the cows come home, and you've hit some pretty big profits on some of those trades. And that I've seen in the past causes people to always look for those big wins in every trade that they take. And not every trade is going to be that way. So Vlad, you want to pay attention to the current market state, the context, and ask yourself when you get into the trade, I mean, is this one of those trades where I'm going to be able to sit in this all day long and just profit? Or does it make more sense in the current market state or context to put a profit target in and accept that profit for what it is, instead of always trailing a stop, getting to a potential profit target, and then having some of those profits having some of those profits taken away because you've trailed your stop and you haven't taken the profit. There's a million ways to peel an onion, Vlad. But I think you're in line with most of the trading public. Um, at first we cut winning trades too early, and we let losers run, and then we kind of rewire our brain to say, well, that's not right. I got to cut losers when the trade is invalidated, and I've got to try and let my winners run. And there's a double-edged sword in everything. Letting those winners run to a huge profit one day makes you think the next one's going to be the same way. Anne Marie, how do you feel about this?
So, there are some places when you get in and the market's really choppy, it's a good idea to take your money and leave. If you are sitting in a space where you're seeing sort of like this jagged motion that we're staring down right here, if you are thinking to yourself, hey, 69.54 is a good trade entry to 69.70, it looks great, even in hindsight. But if you are trying to move your stop up on the way, and I did it this morning when we were doing group coaching, it was jagged as could be, and I was moving my stop. Don't move your stop when the market's jagged like that. Either decide not to get into the trade or simply get out at your first target and watch for the next higher low that you could come in and go long again in. There's just moving your stop up in a jagged space, it's usually going to come back and get you. If it's trending, you can move your stop all day long. So the bottom line is, it depends on moving the stop or moving or letting it trail. When we have jagged markets, if you move that stop up or you let it trail, it's going to wick you out more than likely. And so you have to decide beforehand, wait a second, am I getting in to something that's jagged? Okay, if it's jagged, I either need to get out and start building a little cushion so that you're not freaked out about losing, or stay out of the trade completely, or accept the fact that you could lose, leave your stop where it's supposed to be, and then just let the chart do its thing. Leave the room if you have to. And then that way you can do it. But it isn't, knowing when to move that stop is a little bit conditional. And ultimately, like Dee said at one of the last group coachings I was in with her, she said, hey, if you're trying to look at your win-loss and your expected return, you're really going to gum up the works if you're always moving that stop up, because it will stop you out most of the time. So we're afraid to lose. We just have to say, listen, I accept the loss. I do. I accept the loss.
Easier said than done, right?
Right.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yes. 100%. All right, we got to get to another stats drop in here. We've got yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls coming in with JD. How are they looking, JD?
Pretty impressive as always. Let's take a look at yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, Manmeet, $9,540 trading the NASDAQ. Manmeet's in a 150K live account. He's now at 21 winning days, getting closer to daily payouts for Manmeet. Kausar, $8,800, also in a 150K live account. Took a payout Monday, quite a hefty amount. Just over $65,000 payout for Kausar on Monday. He's following through with some more big numbers. You, $8,662 trading on a 100K live account, trading the NASDAQ. He's on 8 winning days right now, poised for a payout. Let's see what he does. Maybe we'll see him on the payouts list, the payouts board later this week. Tongchi, $8,024, also trading the NASDAQ. 15 winning days since Tongchi's last payout, so also eligible for another payout. And then Zach H rounds out the top 5, $7,822 trading the NASDAQ. All 5 of these traders, NQ traders. Zach's first day in this live funded account, so very nice start to what's hopefully a long future in the live funded account for Zach. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders showing us what's possible in the live markets. There you go, guys. Back to you, Hogue.
Thank you, JD. Thank you. Hoop, you get a chance to talk about that last question. You trail stops?
I do. The biggest thing I've kind of, I know somebody popped in chat there. I've kind of got, I have zones marked, it kind of, when I'm looking at a trade of where a TP could be, but that's that thing we talked, and it's kind of stuck in my brain. As a prop trader, I'd get very, and it was, that was 15 years ago. So, used to get really angst when I'd get out of a trade too early, and watch. Crude was notorious for this back in the day. It would just, you thought it hit your TP, it'd kind of hang out a little bit, and then $2 later, you're sitting there like a deer in headlights, right? Because the market just ran without you. So I've become a little bit more judicious of coming underneath the trail to stop instead of just having a quote TP. And Hugard talks a lot about that too. Do I know do I have an idea where the market's going? Yes. Do I know exactly? And we talk about exactness a lot. I don't. I have an idea, a hypothesis, right? But I think that's the biggest one that's helped me get a little bit out of scalpy too much, scalp mode. And letting some other trades run a little bit with a trailing stop as opposed to say, okay, it's going here. And then, like I said, I would get out and say, hey, that's a good, successful trade, accept it, and then it keeps going. So I think that, and having a little bit of, Anne-Marie said, building that cushion up and maybe scaling into micros so you can scale in, scale out, and catch a bigger chunk of a move are probably the biggest thing. Once again, when we first started doing this, no micros, just full contracts. So very hard to, you had to be pretty stringent on your stop because you knew what you truly couldn't manage the risk, but in one thing, try trading a full natural gas in the winter or a full gold and manage risk. It's not easy. Especially now as volatile as both those markets have been. So that's why I've become a true fan of micros, 100%.
Well, that really segues very nicely into the next question there. Ooh. We got Ben asking, I used to trade big contracts, blew a couple of combines, so I'm trying micros. As I'm getting used to seeing big money on the minis, micros is making me hold losers a lot longer. How do I solve this? Oop, what do you think?
Well, you still have to, just because the denomination hasn't changed, the strategy's a strategy, right? I mean, if you ever want to have a conversation, you're talking to a guy in the room here, Mr. Hoagland, where go trade a big S&P, which is no longer, and then talk about understanding, the amount of risk. But when you go to a micro, that doesn't mean you got to trade the strategy that got you there. Just make it and see how you scale it. Dee's going through this right now. She's trying to learn scaling and scaling out for her setups because she's been notoriously a 4 or 5 hour our trader and holding trade for hours, but she wants to catch and being able to scale in. So traders always need to evolve, but I just wouldn't say change your strategy because all of a sudden you're trading with micros. You got to trade the strategy that you have, right? Just make it scalable.
Completely. Yep, completely concur. Completely concurred. Anne Marie, what are your thoughts?
So I'm going to have to come a little bit away from that because I have to tell you, I started trading the micros when they came out, and I started building some really bad habits. And the bad habits were I would get in without thinking about, is this really where I'm supposed to be in? I would get in and go, I just don't want to look at this right now. I know it's going to come in around here. I'll just leg in. And the structure, I'll be waiting so long, the structure will change while I'm legging in. And then by the time I'm full size, the structure's completely wrong where I should have gotten out of the trade. And so for me, I had to stop trading micros because, well, one, when I do them in my live account, they're really expensive, number one. And then number two, I just became very lax. And so do I lever up? Not with these accounts. I do a one lot and go support to resistance and get out and wait for the next time I get support, and I go to resistance and I get out. I make things simple, stupid, because my little Cocker Spaniel brain just works better that way. And so for me, the micros have not been advantageous because they make me lax on finding those levels, and they're just not a rhythm that I could get into. I just couldn't. So I went back to the minis. So minis are the only things I trade.
Okay. All right. Well, we see some movement here in crude oil as we get to the end of the segment here, but I do see a little bit of news about it. Libya awards first oil blocks in 20 years to Chevron and Europe's oil majors, state-owned National Oil Corporation of Libya. So apparently, getting a little bit more pressure to the downside here in crude oil.
Yeah.
Well, Hoop, Anne-Marie, always a pleasure. This time always seems to go way too fast, and appreciate you both. Appreciate
Always
all of
fun.
you, and so we've got Hoop is going to be sticking around. Stay comfortable there, Hoop. Sticking around for another hour, joined by Jack and JD for another segment of Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Frozen traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Guess what time it is?
What time
I'll just
is
tell
it?
you. It's time to it's time to trade with Topstep. Thank you, Jack. We got Hoop in the middle. He's been here for the last hour. He was here for group coaching, and Jack is here to join us now too. Jack, let's start with you today. We haven't heard from you since Fast Markets. What's going on in your world? How are you seeing these markets right now? Anything catch your eye?
Oh, so much stuff has been done. I've actually been doing a little bit of the mandatory, what do they call them? Sexual harassment classes. So doing that in the background. But I've come back. Don't worry. It's mandatory for everyone, not just for me, guys. Coming back, we're still kind of stuck around the SPX 6950. We got dinged for $100 earlier trying to go long a little bit through that level, but now it seems like it's become sort of a comfy spot for the ES. So this is pretty mid for me right now, hoping to see some movement as we get towards the end of the day.
Very good. That 6950 SPX level, does that line up with 6970 in the in the futures?
Sure
in the mini?
does.
Gotcha.
If you want to be
Do that.
not Troy. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Actually, it would perfectly correspond to 6969, just as I talk about my training.
There you go.
Shout out to Eddie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've been kind of bouncing around there. 6976 was yesterday's value area low, and 6957, which was yesterday's low. We've been just kind of jockeying for position in the S&P there for the last couple of hours. Took out the put in new highs, took out yesterday's highs, I should say. Took out yesterday's lows, and now we're right back into equilibrium, just sort of jockeying around settlement price, which we have at 69.61 half in the S&P. All right, Hoop, it's your turn. You didn't put any trades on the last segment, but I know you wanted to. I know you can't sit there and not look at these markets and look for something to put on.
I'd like to be down $100. Once again, I got caught trying to buy the freaking dip on the way down from the number, and just there were no buyers, and settlement got run over. I mean, once again, it's just one of those days where, normally I'd be more looking for shorts up there at the top, but we opened up pretty good and started running, and we failed and turned real quickly. So now, I just got finished watching the cattle just closed. Big run up there today. Cattle's up almost 2%, almost 400 points. Shorts are getting squeezed in there right now. There's a lot of guys that are, I hate to say it, on the bigger side that I think are getting squeezed a little bit there. Once again, it's one of those markets that you look at on the daily. We're starting to get through some dicey area, and it's becoming, we're not that far from spring. Demand will start to increase. So I wish, like I said, I was a little more attentive to it this morning, but the other market I was trading, which was the equities, was moving faster. So, but the equities here, we're kind of in the middle. You guys just talked about it. If we break above settlement there, at least on my side, in that 70-ish area, maybe look to take a long. But right now we're in the middle. So I'm going to keep my eyes open here for sure.
Yep. Those moves in equities today, those were, I don't use this term loosely, but I've said it a couple times today, just absolute account killer moves. After NFP came out this morning and we started ripping, it didn't look like there was any reason to get short. I imagine a lot of people were trying to buy that move on the way down. It was just a relentless, aggressive sell-off. It didn't look like
there's no buyers, JD.
All,
I mean, you were probably looking at the dome. There was nothing above a 50 lot, kind of all the way down. It's just nobody got in, and you could see the delta swing shift, and like I said, for one of our, I can't think of the guy's name, he goes, longs got wrecked in that move. Yeah, there we go.
Long's
Yeah,
gonna get wrecked.
Long's got wrecked. Yep. So,
Jack, you were trading during fast markets while this move was happening. You took just a couple small paper cuts, right?
Just took one paper cut, and then it didn't really get to. We didn't really get a chance to peek it at where I'd like to have sold. At that SPX 7000 level, we didn't quite get
7,000.
there. Which retrospect, I should have been like, well, that's a sign of weakness. You almost can't see where we put it in on the chart here. You'd have to go down to like the minute. Basically, it's when we took out the overnight low. It like puked below it a little and then came back, and that's where I got a long for like a cheap long. But then the party wasn't over yet.
Yep. Party wasn't over indeed. That was nasty. Don't be afraid to admit it. Raise your hand in the chat if you got run over on that break.
Yeah.
And it was
violent. The other thing too, JD, is I attached a VWAP to the non-farm candle. And as soon as we busted it, you can see right there. As soon as we busted that VWAP, see ya. I mean, we just went gonzo. And really the session VWAP was more, and that's where I started kind of going, kind of looking around a little bit in this zone right here around 6, kind of where we've come back to now a little bit as a whole, but yeah, as soon as we lost that non-farm VWAP, it was see ya.
Somebody asked if Topstep will be offering the single stock futures. I'm sure we'd like to. We just have to see what the volume's like. That was kind of the problem with the, we used to have these things, and then there just wasn't enough interest. Maybe now, it's what, like 12 years later?
Yeah. Is this the second or third time we've tried to introduce single stock futures? It's been a while, but they were around before. And yes,
they
we
were.
had MP. We had MP on. The trader in chief was here earlier this morning, speaking about these single stock futures also.
Triple witching, right?
Yeah.
Quad witching, right?
It used to be the quad witching, because the quad witching included single stock future expirations. But yeah, MP sort of alluded to it. We're obviously not going to offer them immediately, because just like Jack said, we got to see what kind of contracts there are, what the size of them are.
They're going to be expensive from a margin standpoint too. Like, do you recall what the percent would be? I mean, you're not diversified the same way as.
No, I don't know. And what size is the basket of stock going to be? Yeah.
Pentagon is preparing a second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East, according to the Wall Street Journal. Maybe that's a little that volatility there. Nothing huge moving yet, but I don't have access to oil, but I'm sure that's moving.
Ooh, let's take a look at
it. Just popped about 30 cents. Yep.
That was a tough move lower. Still looking at a 1-minute chart. We did not take that opening range breakout trade to the long side. We did trigger a long on the 1 minute. Good thing we didn't take it. 8 o'clock open is back here. Yeah, that was the move. We would have been. And we did just a complete about face right at weekly kickoff high. Weekly kickoff high in crude oil, 65.80.
Yep.
High tick today, 65.83. And just straight down after that. Those levels that Hogue puts together are no joke, folks. If you're not looking at these the Topstep daily levels indicator on the Topstep X platform, you're doing yourself a disservice. Get in there and take a look at these levels. Hogue spends a lot of time putting them together, and when they hit nicely.
It looks like the volume's increasing. Speaking of new contracts, that 100-ounce silver contract looks like it's traded almost 8,000 contracts today. 7,700. Wow.
And what contract are you looking at again?
The 100-ounce silver.
Oh, the silver.
Everybody's been looking for that because they can't really. It's hard to manage the risk, and everybody, half the time, Jack, JD, they create the contract after the whole show's over, and then it just kind of sits in, kind of purgatory where, it's kind of like single stock futures, right? Great idea, maybe not always the greatest timing. The silver one, if the volume starts increasing there like this, the first day was Monday. It only looks like they only traded like 887 contracts. Yesterday was 8,000. So, there might be some legs there, but you can't jump in that thing, 3 days after it opens. I mean,
yeah, you got to let it.
You got to let it marinate a little bit. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
100%.
Get people interested in it.
It'll keep increasing.
Opportunity there.
Unlike the stock futures, which are kind of creating from whole cloth, because of the existence of the micros and the full size contracts and what market makers will do, it should work pretty quickly as an efficient, as a good market to trade. The question with the stock futures will be like, well, is the margin going to be like, if it's 25% or something, okay, so it's like 4-to-1 leverage. You can trade double leverage ETFs, and there's options and stuff like that too. I'm very interested to see if these markets become liquid.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that too. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Do we have a release date for these single stock futures yet? Do we know when they're coming out?
I heard over the summer, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of, they generalized it, I believe.
Yeah.
Got a 500 lot at 69.75 in the ES.
Yeah, we're kind of getting up in that.
Oh, guys, Edgy Invest just called it. Everyone stop what you're doing and listen. Edgy Invest says, I have a prophecy. The NQ is either going up or down sooner or later. Someone get this guy a hedge fund right now. Edgy Invest. On it. A little bit more selling in crude oil. 64.56 last trade. We're hovering just above the lows. Let's see what the tilt's telling us. We haven't looked at that yet. 64%, 60% long in the ES, 65% long NQ, and 57% short in crude right now. We'll switch back over to the ES chart. A little bit of buying coming in, but still really just range bound in this S&P for the moment. NASDAQ. What's the NQ telling us?
Negative delta on NASDAQ.
NASDAQ's painting a little different of a picture. Still drifting higher, not sideways like the ES. Wouldn't call that a textbook V bottom or V reversal, but it could be a good old fashioned
positive 2,000 delta in the ES, negative 2,000 in the NQ. So you're right, definitely a little bit different picture there, JD.
Yes. You said negative in NASDAQ, positive in S&P? Is that what you said?
Yep. 2,000 negative in the NQ, positive 2,000 ES.
Mm-hmm. Edgy Invest says, thanks for the recognition. You got it, my man. The comments coming.
It is true.
We need the predictions. Let's find out what is moving right now. Micro Bitcoin is on the rise, 67,800. Put in a low at 65,825 today. Quite a bit of movement in Micro Bitcoin. We were looking at this yesterday. That's why I still had the chart ready to go.
Well,
who's trading Micro
interesting
Bitcoin?
Level. Let's see. So like the all-time, looks like the all-time high. RIP whoever bought this tick, and it was almost 100% Sailor. Let's be honest. Was 126,272 in the spot. Let me see what that. So what would 50% be?
50% would be what, 60?
63,136.
Yeah.
So we're almost at the lows. Did we print 50? No.
No. 60 on the head, Jack, at least in the spot, wasn't it? 60,000, I thought, on the head.
I'm getting 59,930. I'm looking at the spot market though.
Are you? Yeah.
Okay. That's the low from a few days back.
Flip a daily on this micro. Micro Bitcoin low from the other day was 60,205. 60,205 was your micro Bitcoin low. Let's check in on the Dow. Dow's jacking in for
Dow.
position also. Yep. Little sideways price action. And the Russell. We haven't looked at the Russell.
Can't. Well, that's just off. Right.
Last trade in the Russell, 2674. 2674 last in the Russell.
Russell's lagging, as I
Looking-
mentioned. Most things high beta are getting slammed.
Yep.
A little bit of bounce. Carvana's down 8.5%. Robinhood's
Where's my
down
guy?
10.2%. Pretty
Apple,
ugly day.
Nvidia, and Tesla are the three Mag 7 stocks in the green right now. Apple's up almost 2%, 1.9. Nvidia up 1.8%. Tesla up 0.22%.
And don't sleep on
Amazon's
Broadcom.
down.
I know they're not
Broadcom.
super,
Broadcom.
but Broadcom's bigger than Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Very true.
Actually, they're like the same size at these prices. Who will win?
Who will win? Google. Google's the major laggard in the Mag 7, down 2.26% for Google at the moment. Back to what's happening in these markets. Keeping an eye on the news also. Nothing really new coming out right now. Our last major headline was Pentagon preparing a second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. We checked in on oil after that headline. Not a whole lot of movement. Looks like oil could be poised to put in a new low very soon, though. Looking at the micro contract, 64.51 last.
Getting around NYMEX settlement time, JD.
Yeah, we got about 10 more minutes until crude oil
1 minute.
officially settles for the day.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get settlement price for crude. Obviously, we'll continue to trade for a few more hours, but the exchange will establish settlement price in about 10 minutes for crude oil.
Are we just right in the middle right now?
We are pretty even distribution in the tilt. 55% long ES, 61 long NQ, half and half in oil.
Someone in chat
Maybe in
says
the 80s?
Ascent found a microphone. I got an eye on the ditch. I'm watching the news, see if any headlines come out. Don't see anything from him just yet.
I see a little bit. He said mortgage rates and 10-year yields are down. Kind of.
We're talking 5% GDP growth yesterday.
Next talking Fed isn't until Hammock speaking at 3:00 Central Time. Just
yeah, saw that.
Update for the chat there.
So we're gonna get 5% GDP growth, low
unemployment,
interest rates. Low interest rates and low inflation simultaneously. You know what? If you can pull that gauntlet off, Scott Bezant,
yep,
you'll be goated.
100% will be goated. Yeah.
We were looking at the CME FedWatch tool earlier this morning, right after the non-farm payroll numbers came out. Big boost in payrolls, if you guys didn't see it earlier today. And immediately, FedWatch tool jumped to, I think it was 87% chance of no rate hike in the next meeting, which is about 6 weeks away? 5 weeks?
Yeah. Let me see here.
We'll continue to keep an eye on that dot plot for you. President Trump's scheduled to speak at 3:30 Central Time. We won't be here, but you can catch that during at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Maybe they'll be typing some of that news feed in for you.
CME's got a 34 days, 23 hours, 37 minutes, and 26 seconds, JD, to be exact.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. There's got to be a market moving somewhere.
Well,
equities are a little flat. NQ's just barely eking higher. Crude's around session lows. Gold is making a move to the upside.
Yeah, I saw that.
Gold put in a high earlier this morning about 6 a.m. at 51.44.40. Last trade 51.17, 51.18. Man, that letter's all over the place. It's $1 wide. I'm gonna pull up the micro gold.
Yeah, man, that's just it's funny. The equities kind of bottomed out, and I'm looking at my time, and gold kind of bottomed out at the same time, and they kind of been directionally going the same way off their lows, which hasn't necessarily been the case lately. But that's one thing that because you can see they bottomed pretty close to the same time, right in through here, and we've kind of been in. And right now we're in kind of consolidation mode, but yeah, gold once again it is resilient, and once we kind of hit that above 5100 level again, the market seems to like to go back to it and back above it. So I'd really keep an eye on that 5100 level right now as an area, kind of as support, because when we get around it, we seem to want to chase higher. That's for sure.
51.1390 on your Topstep daily levels indicator is last week's high. We're trading just above that right now. 51.1680 last trade. 51.17 call it. Like I said, 51.1390 was last week's high. Trading just above it, about $3 away. The market is still so thin, though. It's a little sketch.
I know, JD. That's the problem. You're giving up so much to get in. You gotta even with one micro. You're giving away 6-7 ticks. Pretty easily.
If you're trading
right
market,
now.
if you're trading market orders in metals right now, you got no idea
Oh.
where you're getting filled.
Nope.
Point, click, and pray.
And I'm usually
50,
a market
I think
guy,
a 50,
and I can't do it right now. Yeah.
A 50 lat will move this market $10 right now. So thin.
Yeah.
Illiquid. But let's move around a little bit more. What's happening? Crude again. 64.55 last trade in crude, still hovering just above session highs or lows. Session lows. What's that, Hoop?
Yeah, this 69.80 area is we're kind of getting into this zone up here. We bumped up against here not that long ago, and then we kind of pulled back. We're getting away from VWAP. At least I could, up in here. The question is, this market. Jack, where do you have get your gamma level up in here? Your SPX level? We're pretty
Looks
close to it
like-
right here, aren't we?
Yeah, it's reduced a little bit. I mean, like the 69, we're above it. So 69.70. And
Yeah.
remember, it's like we're already above it. So you can think of them like a braking mechanism. We're above it. So if anything, if we went down, that might be a spot to buy the dip.
That's kind of the way I'm leaning right now. Is now we get up against here, we come back to 69.70 this area. That's just maybe a spot to get along, and that's kind of coincides with VWAP a little bit down here. This zone. So I think that's what I'm looking for. A little bit of a pullback. Well, I'm looking at the MES. There's 320 lots sitting up there at 69.73.5.
If it wants to just,
I'm gonna put it up in here.
Leroy Jenkins higher right now, there's not a lot of resistance to stop it until the big one up here, between the high of the day and the 7,000. So
There's a good
yeah, I would be
triangle.
more in favor of like buying a dip.
Buying a
Maybe
dip,
use
yeah,
this-
me too.
yeah, using this 69.70 level as like a backstop.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm positioned here. I put a couple orders in here down here at 71.5, 71.25, 71 even. See if I can get a swiping down through there.
Here we go. I like it. Hoop stacking bids. Looking to get long on a dip here in the ES. There's a couple 100 lots stacked above, too.
Yeah.
I've got a 150, 69.80. There's another 100 lot at 81, 82, 69.85, 88. So there is some liquidity up top. Offers stacking above. Hoop is stacking bids below. Looking to get long. See if we can't get into a trade here. Jack, you were looking at a call wall up above during fast markets today. Was that around like 70.15? Were you eyeballing that area?
Yeah, more like 70.19.
18? Okay.
That's just SPX 7,000.
Okay.
We almost got there.
Yep.
It looked like it wanted to push.
Yep.
Man, those highs, I bet they suckered in quite a few longs up there. I think a lot of people were looking for another push.
Well,
like I said, it
both
didn't
sides.
look like there was any reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't look like there was.
To get wrecked.
Where's Umu? Everyone go and get wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, though, as that market was moving up after NFP, it didn't look like there was any reason at all to be short that market. It just
What do you say, JD? What does the market do?
The market's going to do whatever screws the most amount of people.
It's
It's nature.
Get everybody one
least in
way
the
and
equities.
boom. Yep.
If you can remember that, when something looks a little too good to be true,
yeah,
just remember.
I like this question. How long does it take to learn futures from New Zealand? I mean, the normal person can probably figure it out in like 6 months, but if you're a Kiwi, maybe, I don't know, 6, 8 years, something like that. Science.
Mm-hmm.
Creeping down here.
Yeah, who did we? Didn't Dalton say it took him
20
years?
20 years to be profitable.
Trading futures before he became a profitable trader. 20 years. Can you imagine trading for 20 years, not making money? And a personal brokerage account, too. His own money.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would have quit, right?
Well,
I think most people probably should, if that's the case.
But once again, you're taught a lot as a trader, scratch as a winner, right? That's how the first thing I was told when I walked on the floor. Just scratch the first year. And I'm like, well, how does that work? But as long as you can pay your, once again, seat lease was like $4,000, so okay, scratch. You have to make $8,000 a month to scratch your life. I just, that's a big thing in terms of it's hard. That's the whole thing we talk about, break even too, right? Break even feels good because it's not a loser, right? But if your trade gets validated, that's it's a mindset thing, 100%.
I just don't think I could handle like trading being an expense like that. Like having to budget it, going to work every day, busting your ass, and having a budget, $1,000 a week or $2,000 a month. to put into your brokerage account because you just can't seem to make any money trading. And doing that for 20 years, pulling money out of your monthly budget to put into a trading account, it just sounds like a nightmare. I don't think I would have lasted 20 years in that process, but each their own, right?
And he said something last April when the volatility was kicking in, and he's he does some option stuff too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said he had the best. That was the best month of his career. At 80, I mean, he's like 83 years old. I mean,
yeah.
So, he basically took advantage of volatility, which that's what traders, it's managing the risk inside of volatility, right? I mean, we used to say we want the markets to move, but if you can't handle the freaking risk, it's irrelevant, right?
It's true. You accept the risk.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we came right to VWAP and bounced.
Yeah. What was the low there? 72.5. Where's your bid start again? Oop, 71.5?
71 and a half. Yep.
Yep. Might get another shot here. 69.75 half last trade in the S&P. Let's take a look. Let's go around the horn here. Seeing a little bit of a bid back into the NASDAQ, 25,345 last trade. We just kissed yesterday's volume point of control at 25,357, trading just below that right now. NASDAQ looking just a little bit stronger than the S&P at the moment. Last trade in the Dow, 52.27. Dow is consolidating also. We got a nice little Dolby Dorito pattern forming here in the Dow. See where this thing wants to break out eventually. Could a breakout be imminent? Trading at the upper channel line of this triangle pattern right now. Like to see a bust out or a breakout with some increasing volume to sort of validate it, but we'll see where this market wants to go in the next few minutes. The Russell looks like it's flagging more than anything right now. Got overnight VWAP at 26.75 half. We're trading just below that now. Volume's really died out. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart of the Russell right now. Let me widen this out just a bit. Just drifting higher. That's it. Check in on gold. Here's a 5-minute chart of the micro gold. A little bit of selling pressure coming in. Not a whole lot though. 51.1390 was last week's high. We're trading back inside of last week's range just by a couple ticks, or a couple bucks, I should say. Everything's flattening out just a little bit. Ooh, we've got crude oil settlements. I've got those prices for you now. NYMEX West Texas Intermediate crude oil March contract futures settle at $64.63 a barrel, up 67 cents or 1.05%. Crude oil settles up 1.05%. Me. Come back tomorrow. See you in the chat.
Yeah, heard some smoke.
See,
heard about that.
Joe Black with a shot across the bow there. Real men only trade the ES. Real men.
Well.
Jack, what's going to get you in trade right now? Gun to your head, long or short? What's the call?
Long.
I figured that. Yeah.
I could talk
You could talk yourself into it?
It would just need a wider stop right now. I would prefer a little bit of a pullback at least here.
Mm-hmm.
Patience, right?
Patience.
It's trading. NASDAQ's probably going to have to pull back to get us in. And put the MNQ up next to it.
NYMEX natural gas futures got settlement price settled at $3, 3.1590. 3.1590. Saudi Arabia's Aramco begins production at $100 billion Jahura gas project. I'm gonna have to read up on that. I'm not sure what that is.
Aramco, man, it was like one of the biggest IPOs ever, wasn't it? Aramco when they came public.
Mm-hmm.
It was a beast of an IPO.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good business model when you can just pull money out of the ground. Sweet
You
deal.
think?
It's sitting there.
Yeah,
It's just
that's a
sitting
good
there.
deal, is
Go
right.
get it. Someone go get it.
If you have to frack it or not, who cares, right? Just get it.
Oh, they don't have to frack it.
No, they don't have to
Scoop it out.
frack it like we do here in the U.S. Yeah, exactly.
It's just sitting there.
Just get it.
Make it sound so easy. It's like bowling, you know?
Yeah.
The pins are just standing there. They're not moving. Just knock them
Knock
over.
them down.
Knock them down.
Yeah.
It's like when the Sultan of Brunei was like the wealthiest person on earth. It's like, okay, whatever. Yes.
Right.
You're just the king of a oil reserve. We get it. Must be nice.
Mm-hmm.
What's the ES stone look like? Is there anything in the regular ES? I don't know.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Some of these
We've got Gabe, I got distracted. We've got a little news clip to share. Ford is still bleeding money from its foray into electric vehicles. This is an interesting one. Let's run it.
The automaker reported its EV division lost $4.8 billion last year. It expects similar losses for 3 more years before a break-even point it pegs is happening in 2029. Ford's plan to increase profits by quickly rolling out EVs ahead of its competition a few years ago didn't work. The company has scaled back its investment in category, but hasn't killed it completely. Ford is planning to sell an electric pickup for $30,000 next year. That's much cheaper than the $50,000 F-150 Lightning pickup it recently axed.
How do you lose $4 billion?
I mean, those are rookie numbers. Take a look at OpenAI.
Oh, that's true.
Made a deal with someone that didn't work out, right? You guys see in the last segment, national debt is expected to hit $64 trillion in the next decade. 64.
You knew you threw your trillion number out there.
Yes.
How many seconds of a
question.
trillion was? Then somebody put Hoag's birthday.
Hoag's birthday.
Hoag was around then.
And someone else threw in the chat, a trillion seconds from now, I'll still be in the combine. That was that tickled me.
Yeah.
Just the irritating thing about it right now is we haven't really had a feeling yet of what a problem this could be, and maybe we will change course, or there'll be, Elon thinks robots will save it. But really, the thing that's irresponsible is like I'm not some libertarian debt hawk, but at the same time, it's friggin' nuts when we're keep on running huge deficits at full employment, and the market's at an all-time high. It's friggin' bananas.
Yeah, it is.
Like Goose Collectibles. Beyond Meat could lose $4 billion. They just need to sell more burgers.
Yes, true. Famously negative gross margins. But it's like with the debt stuff. Could you imagine if we had another, we all lived through 2008? Can you imagine what the debt would explode to if, something like that happened again?
Oh.
And we won't have 1% interest rates.
I guarantee you that.
That's the bearish long end idea from Gunlock and some others. Yeah, Gringo El Diablo Yeah, gross margins. Beyond Meat was
Negative
losing
what?
money on every additional burger they sold.
Not
Well,
a good
theoretically,
business model.
The more
how is
business
that possible? Yeah. Did they lose some kind of
Well,
subsidy? Or they
no, it's
Must
the
be.
Uber model, right? You figure, Uber probably lost. Somebody can look it up. I mean, maybe the most of basically for a decade or more, they were subsidizing rides with early investor VC money and things like that, and then they jack up the price once they had the network power.
Yeah.
The problem is they just couldn't make the burger cheaper, and that's why they're kind of bankrupt. I don't know what you would call what they are.
Are they any good? Has anybody ever tried one? Matter of
What do
personal
they make?
opinion.
Is that like the Impossible Burger?
Beyond Burger, yeah, it's like a meatless burger, right? Veggie patty, something like that.
Yeah.
Dirt and grass. I don't know what's in it.
It's not a whooper cheesy, JD.
No, it certainly isn't. Now you got me thinking about the super dog. Andre says it's fine. Dolby says it's trash.
I think I would. I'm sure it's fine. It's just like not. I don't know. Like, I want vegetables and stuff. I'll eat them, and I do.
So when that
Close
crude
that.
rallied off that settlement.
Crude rally, let's check back in on it. What's moving right now? Stocks are still a bit flat. We're trying to get down to this 71 half level in the ES. Again, Hoop's got some bids stacked below to get long in the S&P, just waiting for a little bit of a break. Crude oil making a little bit of a move also. 64.92 last in crude. We're a couple bucks or a couple cents off the lows.
Yeah,
We're
there's
in a
a nice
session
bounce
low
up.
crude at 64.45. About 50 cents, half a buck off the lows in crude.
It's in rollover too,
Yeah,
JD. That's another thing.
Crude's always in rollover, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Annoying.
About 3
So
weeks
annoying.
out of the, feels like for 3 weeks you get clean price action and then back to rollover. Yep. And one of the things that's brutal about crude.
As soon as regular trading hours for crude ended, buyers stepped in. Again, crude settled. Exchange established settlement
there.
price for crude oil at 1:30 Central Time a couple minutes ago, 15 minutes ago or so. And as soon as that 1:30 bell hit or struck, buyers stepped in. Looks like they're petering out a little bit though. You got overnight VWAP at 64.97, 91 last trade. See what happens when we get up there. A little bit of a reversal in gold. Still trading below last week's high. We're trading inside range from last week in gold. Again, 51.1390 is last week's high. 51.0990. Call it 51.10 last in gold. What's the tilt saying? Nothing. Tilt is flat across the board.
There we go. Here's a push. Yep, I'm in.
Oh, little block
Here we
order.
go. Fish on. We got a fish on. Let's do it.
Oh boy. Who said something?
Who said something?
I just pulled up a Dow chart too. I'm looking at a 15-minute Dow chart. We're in this triangle pattern right now. We're seeing a little selling off at the moment. Got a 9-period EMA at 50,208. We're approaching the lower extreme of this triangle pattern. See if we can get a breakout. Hoop, what's your next level to get to add to this trade? You got a couple bids below. How many did you get in on?
I'm long 3. 3
You got 'em all.
micros at 69.71 and a quarter.
69.71 quarter.
Apple hits snags with long delayed attempt to launch new Siri. Let's see what happened to Apple stock there.
So let's
Yeah,
see what
I mean,
happened.
Apple.
It was a nice knee-jerk
Apple lost
reaction,
about
though.
$3. Yeah.
Dip and a rip in the S&P. Good enough to get Hoop triggered on his longs. Hoop is long. 3 micro S&P from 69.71 quarter. Last trade 69.73, 72 half. We're in for a couple of ticks right now. Looking all right.
Jack, nothing done. Right?
That was silly. I wish I had just
Trade.
orders sitting in there, but
Yeah, the question, Jack, is always when you get hit, do you still want it, right?
Exactly.
Well, there, that was okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to expose yourself to the big one.
No. I'm going to put it right below that wick on the 30-minute.
You find the longer you let a bid or an offer marinate, the less likely you are to want to trade once it gets there. Once it gets to that price.
It's always the
You talk
question, do you
yourself-
want it the second time down? Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. Would you do it again? Would you take the same trade again?
Got to be convicted when you trade, right? A little bit. You just have the conviction of it. Accept it either way, right, JD? Winning or losing.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is the value area? The value area is the zone where 75% of the previous day's volume traded. That is your value area. So you have a value area high and a value area low. That is your value area. And then your volume point of control is the single price where the most contracts traded the previous day. That's what's showing on your Topstep daily levels indicator. You can also get that in real time. Looking at volume profile.
Still got positive delta. Wonder if that peeled off the negative delta. Thank you.
Kind of stuck in the mud right here. Yeah. Oops, trade's still looking good, but we're not getting that follow through just yet. I want to see a nice pop here. What's the Dow up to? The Dow has recovered from what looked like a potential breakout to the downside. Now we're trading back right in the middle of this triangle pattern, this Dorito pattern.
The Dorito.
Guys, would you mind talking a little bit about the MACD, the moving average convergence divergence? I don't look at MACD anymore. I haven't in many years, but just a momentum indicator. Oop, you look at MACD anymore?
A lot of them. No. We've talked about it in Discord before. I've got some traders that still talk about it. You know, we all have different indicators we look at. Momentum, VWAP, it's the one I tend to lean on. But it's different for everybody. Whatever fits your strategy, right? I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Everybody's a little bit different. I'm not loving the way this is looking. Just hanging out here right now. We'll see.
Hogue is in the chat talking about highs and lows, areas of value, and weekly kickoff levels. Those are your levels indicators.
Talking about Siri?
Day trades.
Siri.
Day trade says that big spike was stupid, Siri. Right back to that 70 level. And the S&P. Spinning our wheels right now. Stuck in the mud.
I don't even know how to ask Siri something on my phone. I was just going to ask Siri how important are you to Apple's bottom line?
Don't you just speak to it? I don't know. I haven't bought an Apple product or a new Apple product in quite a few years. I don't know.
Siri, how long is Sherwin-Williams going to stay in the Dow, right?
Yeah, just say, hey, Siri.
Hey, Siri. Is the volume down? Talk to me. Maybe this is a sell.
Siri is ghosting Jack right now.
That's right.
James in the back is saying Siri hates you, I guess. Hates you. Oh, it worked for everybody else, Jack. You said it on
What's
air.
that say, Jack? What's that say, Jack? Maybe Siri's a Carvana shareholder. I don't know.
So now that we know
Yep.
everybody else's Siri works, ask the question to your phone. How important are you to Apple's bottom line, Siri? Wrong answers only. $69.70 half last trade in the ES. Let's go around the horn one more time.
Just
25.321 half last trade in the NQ. We got some answers about Siri in the chat, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, like Google's going to design it anyway, aren't they? Thought that was a thing.
We got about 2 minutes. Who put your exit strategy on this S&P long? What's your target?
Just gonna, you know what? Yeah, I mean, once again, see how we hold in here. Leave my stop alone. Once again, got run over a little bit this morning. Willing to let this one play out. If we get a test up in 78, 80 area again, I might see how it reacts up in there. But we'll see. There's positive delta in the ES, negative in NQ. I'm just kind of going to let it play out. I think that's my mode right now.
Sounds good. Jack, I imagine you'll go back to your training after this. I have to complete that myself. Likely won't be putting any more trades on for the rest of the day. We got an hour left. Power hour coming up. Who's joining us again?
Who's on Power Hour?
I've got it right here.
Andy?
Andy's back. Andre, Mandy, and Dolby Time. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
We get some movement in these markets.
I'll be back in this training. As I've mentioned, I've been here for nearly 7 years, JD. I've done this multiple times. Nothing has happened to me in the past year that turned me into some sort of pervert. So, not sure why I must be punished like this, but
working for large companies, Jack, it's just part of the deal. Yeah, you have to do your due diligence. Yep.
I do appreciate the reminder. I would have totally forgotten about it. So I think I will spend the next hour doing that myself. All right, guys, that's all the time we have for Trade with Topstep. Hoop is long. S&P right now, he's long 3 MES from 69.71 quarter. We're going to keep you up to date on what he does with that trade. But stick around, folks. Jack, thanks for joining us. And
of course,
yeah, Power Hour coming up next. We got 1 hour of tradertainment and live trading left to do here on Topstep TV. Let's go get it.
100%.
It is so nice. We're bringing her back twice. It is Mandy in the middle for Power Hour. We got Dolby Time to the right. I like your head, Dolby Time. You must have got the memo. Mandy, let's get right into it. We're seeing the market selling off a little bit here in the NQ, ES. Dow just a touch, but let's break it down. How's it going? Let's get this
It's
thing
going
going.
good.
Power Hour.
You guys, high of highs to some lows. You know, you have some big winning days. Those loser days are going to hit you at some point. So, again, down DLL on my XFA. So, but that was this morning. I mean, heck, got in after that sell off, a little choppy over here. So, struggled a little bit there, but that's what combines are great for, and practice accounts. So we're gonna just trade that for this last hour. Really excited to see where we end up. This is we try to make our way back up to these 400s, and we haven't been able to do it yet. So I feel like we're either gonna hit the highs or the mids. That's kind of my thought process today here on the close.
Good stuff. Dolby Time, let's see if she can carve it up again like she did in yesterday's Power Hour. Dolby Time, let's break down the NQ. Last trade, 25,307. You got any ranges we're looking at, or stair step? What we got, Dolby Time?
Kind of got some ranges. I mean, we have the biggest range of all on the daily, and I think we're still basically in the midpoint of that range. We rejected a little bit. That midpoint is like 25,400. Go down to the 4 hour. I think we have a megaphone formation, which is very difficult to trade. That's a series of higher highs and lower lows. So everyone gets a stop out. And where are we relative to the midpoint there? That's 25,263. Getting down to the 1 hour. Yeah, Dre, I would say we're kind of in the middle of this whole thing right now. I'm going to the 30-minute 15. This range is within a range is what I'm going to say. But we are getting some stair stepping, Dre, as you said. So we did test the bottom of this Dorito pattern, 25,040. And then from there, we have starting to get some stair steps to the upside, and it looks like we're sort of testing the middle of the previous range here. So with that being said, maybe we do get back down to these like 280s and can find a long, since it has been doing fuller pullbacks on the stair step pattern.
280. All right. We're about 30 points higher from there right now. Let's take a look at the ES. Last trade, 69.69. Nice range to ES. Looking at a 80-point range. We got Crude. Saw a first sell-off. Trump wants to make a deal with Iran, and then we saw another pop there in Crude, turn right back around to the upside. And news broke that an additional aircraft carrier will be entering the region. Let's take a look at that. Again, very sensitive to headlines right now. Silver selling off just a touch, $83.85. And gold trading $51.05. Mandy, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. You already know the drill, but for those that are new,
yesterday.
you did win. You did win. For those that are new around here, first of all, welcome aboard. I'm going to ask Mandy what she thinks the price in the NQ will be on the close in 55 minutes. And we'll put it to a poll. You think it'll be above or below said price? Mandy, last trade in the NQ, 25,317. What will the price be on the close?
25,415. 15s did me good yesterday, so we'll go with 15 again.
Was that yesterday's price?
No, it was
2-something.
315 yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm ending on a 15 again.
I like it. Lucky number 15.
415.
415, 25,415. Look at the pull up. There we go. Above or below? I will say, not sure. This one's tricky. About 100 points higher from where we're at right now.
Ooh, okay.
So,
doable.
Yeah, and you got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. You got 54 minutes till the closing bell. Means 44 minutes till MOC, market on close. Had a good one yesterday. We'll see what we have in store right now. We did see that sell-off in the equities. The headline from Apple seeing snags in their Siri development.
Who cares?
Delay delivery. So headlines
Siri.
Siri.
Annoying.
Make
Annoying.
Apple go higher.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. 50-50 on the tilt. I see a little bit of buying coming back in here. Delta, last checked, is positive 2,100 in the ES, minus 2,800 in the NQ.
Where do we get long? That is the question.
You like the longs?
Sure do.
Okay.
Sure do.
I'd be
We bounce this
long
thing.
at 320s if we close above it on a 5-minute candle. That's my rule.
I like that.
320s.
320. All right, so Manny, the current trade last price is 307. Some people may ask, why, if you want to get long 320s, why not get long at 307s like we're trading right now? What is the approach there?
Fantastic question. So I need the market to give me some sort of confirmation that it wants to continue to move in an upward direction. So for me right now, based off of the strategy that I use, the indicators that I use an MA, EMA cross. And when we usually get above a moving average or we cross and the EMA moves on top, that's where I can see buyers like stepping in, really wanting to continue to take this higher. So right now it's hands off for me for a long. I guess on the flip side, Dre, you could be asking, well, we're below the 20s right now. Why aren't you taking a short? I need that wick. I need some sort of confirmation on this last wick that we had here on the last 15-minute wick. They're at 1:45 p.m. Central Time. We just kind of had a lot of volume come in. It was wicky, as you can tell here. We made it all the way down to 280s and then a quick move back up to exactly where we were at before that wick. So that's also going to be kind of the area that I'm going to be looking for on shorts, is probably around 285s.
285. Okay. Long above 320, short beneath 285. Last trade, 25,307. Little uptick in gold, little uptick there in silver. Crude in the middle right now. What's going on in the Dow? The Dow, right on the open, did make a run. I thought we had new all-time highs in sight. Again, non-farm payrolls coming out better than expected. 130,000 versus 65,000 expected. And turn right back around. Everything, 100 points. What do you think, Dolby? 280s?
Look at this VWAP. Look at VWAP. Yeah. Actually, I want to see a run of these 280s and see if we can get down to this VWAP. And we're going to get a bid in at 72, 62, and 252. See if we can kind of hold this and find some buyers. It would be about the middle of the range, of the bigger range, but I want to see if we can pull back, get support off of VWAP, and then maybe bid back up to these 400s.
726252.
A fan.
Yeah.
Okay. Concur. I like it.
Mandy chopped it up last time we were on. We were just trading those trends.
Carving station.
Yeah.
Let's gotta get that off the ground one day.
I think I'd be good on the slopes or something, but I'm not much of a ski or snowboarder type. I'll go every once in a while, but I'll just leave it to the charts. Carve it up there.
There we go.
Let's see another. All right, 25,300 last trade in the NQ. See if we want to take a peek beneath.
Anything exciting coming up here?
What
MLC?
do you consider exciting? Dolby time.
Trump at 2:30, 3:30. What time is that?
3:30. Yep.
3:30.
All right, poll results are back. 60%. Yes, 60% are saying will be below 25,000 or 1.5.
That was yesterday. This is like the same percentage as yesterday's votes.
That's true.
You won, Mandy. That's how yesterday was. You won. That's how it went.
Yeah, that was crazy, actually. Very rare.
So, yeah. Because we went opposite of what Pat thought.
Andrew. Yeah, that's right. Question in the chat. There you go.
Ooh.
What was that?
What is... Ooh, that's fancy.
That's exciting.
That is
Tomorrow should be a
fancy.
doozy. Asking you shall receive. All right. Couldn't get beneath the 25,300 on the first try. I'm gonna push it lower here.
I think we were just taking
On
care
down.
of James in the chat. He was asking
It
about
was.
something.
Yep. James,
Wow.
yeah. So yeah, we got McDonald's and Cisco earnings after the bell.
Ooh, two. Wait, which Cisco?
Ooh,
There's two of them.
that's a good question.
I only know one. What's the other one?
Well, there's the
There's a
food
food-
provider,
And
spelled with an S.
spelled differently.
Oh,
and there's
not
the
that
tech
one. No.
company.
Tech company. I thought you were talking about the R&B artist.
I guess there's three of them then.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. So bad, Andrea. So bad. All right. It's going to get beneath the 25,000. So bad. 25,000. There you go. Shaq gets it. 25,307. Last trade. Yes. 69.66. Which is in the middle of the range right now.
I mean, this is typical for a Wednesday power hour, slow start, and then we have some good chit chatting, and MOC gets exciting. So
yeah, well, so it was a non-farm Wednesday today due to government shutdown. I think we have some inflation numbers later on this week.
I mean, you can really tell when we got some major news coming up because this market just gets so range bound, so locked up. Get your Doritos, get your megaphones.
Yeah, Dolby, how are is there a chip in a bag right now? Like what's our status on your
Yes. Is the chip in the bag. So what we're referring to for that
thank you
is we're looking at the weekly time frame. And we've had this giant Dorito pattern for, I don't know, since like October. We cannot get out of it. And so I was joking with Coach Jay, I think like 2 weeks ago. It's like, oh, the Dorito chip that we're in is out of the bag, out of the range. And now the chip is back within the range. So the chip is back in the bag.
Back.
I hope that helps.
Break like 24,400 or break above 26,400 for the chip to be out of the bag in some form or fashion.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, I think my sentiment still for longs would be above 320s. I think still we have a moving average popping above I believe this is a 14 period moving average popping above my 7 period. So I'd love to see a break of that on a candle close. We have about 45 seconds for another 5-minute candle close. So nothing's no like trigger for me yet. Yeah.
Nothing yet. Market's a bit of a holding pattern right now. We're seeing gold wake up a little bit to the upside. Quick delta update. Plus 1,100 ES, minus 3,000 in the NQ. So different directions there. Seeing gold continue to get bid up here a little bit. Now 51.13 last trade. Silver doing the same.
I don't trust longs right here. That's why I like.
What's the scarier trade? What's the scarier trade in the NQ right now?
Long right here, right now. To be honest, I think that's actually pretty scary.
Yeah, I'd agree. We just had my MA pop on top, my moving average on top on the 15-minute, and there was a cross, and we are still holding below that moving average on the 5 minutes. So I think longs are the scarier option. VWAP's always an intriguing play. Like you said, Dolby, I'd really like to see it come down to VWAP, and then it'd be really fun to see a bounce. That would be fun.
Let's ask the chat. For those trading equities or ES and Q, what is the scarier trade? If you're flat right now, what would the scarier trade be? Either long or a short. No pull needed, but just like to see the sentiment is out there. A little bid coming in here. Bid coming in here in the NQ. 5,317 last trade.
Better get some bids in here.
In the 320s.
Yeah.
321's trade.
Mandy wants the market to prove its momentum.
Yep.
Prove it,
No fake out.
NASDAQ. So you're looking to say what, 340s is what you were saying?
I want a break of well, now it's 325 based off of that moving average. A candle close above that. And then I can see us continue to push up towards these 400s. I think 400 would be a nice round number. Whether or not we can tag it if we close above the 325s would be questionable. Sometimes we like to get close and just not get to the finish line there at 400. But, you know, even if we can get into the 90s, that could be a nice little profit there if we can just get some momentum in here.
Need the volume. Need the volume.
Yeah, volume is what we need. I guess not even momentum. Momentum would be nice, but like we just need the volume to just push it. And look, we go.
Yeah. I see a little rejection there.
Even
to
shorts
the
are kind of
upside.
interesting though.
Yeah.
Because you could set a pretty tight stop on a short. You could short like 320s and put a stop at 340s, 350s with the micro.
Yeah.
Starting
absolutely.
to get maybe range under range here. Couldn't get above 345, so we had a nice little range there. So maybe support becoming resistance. But the V bounce just looms in the back of my mind. Always trading NASDAQ and always a power hour.
Put on the MBT. MBT 67,785 last trade. About a $3,000 range today.
Most stuff is still red too. Nvidia's only up
It was all red.
1.5%.
Oh, yeah.
STR is down, Microsoft down, Netflix down, Meta barely down, Intel's up 1.8, Google's down 2.3. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of green on the screen right now. Apple's up 0.8%, iPhone merchants. Tesla's at 0.2. There's not a lot of action right now.
It's not. No, it's not.
We could short.
President is scheduled to speak again after the bell, I do believe. Yep, 3:30 Central Times just says Trump speaks. Hammock scheduled to speak at the close as well. Maybe those comments will get leaked early. See a little push lower here in the ES 69.66 last trade.
I'm gonna see if we can
I'm
short
changing
320s. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to change my short entry. I want shorts underneath 295s now because of my 35 period moving average. If you get a candle close below that, that could be a nice little 30 pointer to VWAP. So there's my bracket.
Okay.
325s, 295s. Candle close
man.
below either one of those.
Nice.
Or
All right.
above.
Initially, it was 320s and 285. You moved each up by 5 and 10. What
Yep.
what did you see there to adjust that made you adjust?
Moving averages. As I look, yes, we're wiki, but we were respecting the 35 period on the moving average. So as long as we respect that, we should continue long. Same thing here. I want to hold above the 14 period moving average for continuation. We just come up and tag it. Tag, tag, tag. And we respected the 35 period moving average here again.
Stuff,
10
Mandy.
minutes ago. So that's why it changes, because the indicator changes, right? I guess you could go solely off of support resistant, like
It
a
changed.
level, right?
Yep, market
But-
generate info.
Yep, that's what we like.
All right. I think you might want to test these 25,300s again. About 4 points off. MBT holding pattern. What's going on in the YM? The Dow holding pattern.
We're gonna try to get a short in at 320s. So just one guy.
Okay,
I don't
what
know
are you
if we're gonna
seeing?
scale. That's that range under range pattern I was talking about a little bit earlier. Also looking at the stocks, Big 7, Mag 7. I just don't see a lot of green right now. So I think there might be an opportunity here to actually nab a short down to VWAP and then maybe flip long at VWAP. But I don't want to size up too much because we're technically counter trend. But this just feels kind of lazy right now. Just the dome feels kind of lazy. Maybe that sell order is going to scare the market down and we can get filled. But bulls just don't seem very convinced right here at all.
No.
All right. NQ going to tap on these 300s again. Points off. Seeing a little bit of downticking in the ES, and as soon as I say that, it's bid back up.
Yeah,
gold is calmed down last couple days. Maybe I jinxed it when I say that, but range
Announcer curse.
Could be. I mean, still have $100 range today. Was compared to last couple days, last couple weeks, it's definitely tightened up a little bit. ES with a little bit of downside pressure. All right, and Q beat the 300s.
A little momentum there.
Mm-hmm.
I got a long 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Like if we just get a flush, maybe I'll go for it.
And catch the short to the downside.
Yeah, now we're getting
there it goes. It must be agonizing to have to wait for these candles to print. Why don't you just go to like a 1 second chart and then you just get your candles immediately?
Is that way.
Underneath these 300s in the NQES. Trying to take a peek to the downside.
Come on down.
7 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Okay, cool. This is fine by. This is always the fastest segment ever.
We think.
I was on slow markets last night. That was pretty fun.
How'd it go, Dolby Time?
It was great. Dakota's a great host. He carved it up. We got chopped up. We had right ideas, wrong location. It was a shame.
Been there before.
Chat was very nice though. It was maybe the sweetest I've ever seen chat behave themselves.
Chat's always
very
nice.
welcoming.
Chat's very fired welcoming. Up, passionate.
You are right, Trey. They are always nice.
Loving the trading, loving the markets, loving Topstep TV. Be so kind. Please click subscribe, click like notify.
I am so sad I missed that. Dolby, like so sad. I was looking forward to it. I ended up at a meeting last night, and so totally missed
HOA?
it.
Was it HOA meeting?
No. No, just like a community networking kind of thing. Trying to figure out how I can do some sort of trader hangout sometime here in Utah for anybody who wants to hang out with me. I think it'd be fun. So there's like a cool place last night that I was at and trying to see if I can make that a thing. So like generally in Utah, like we're all relatively close within each other, like within an hour. So because along that Wasatch Front, you have Ogden down to Provo and stuff. So there's a good range of a lot of people in just a 1 hour range. So I think it'd be fun to have some gathering sometime.
I was hoping, Mandy, you were saying a parent teacher conference. I was hoping you'd say
no,
that.
that's tonight. That's
Is it really?
Tonight.
No kidding.
15, nice.
Yeah. Nice. No kidding. How about that?
The baby.
All right, still holding beneath. Mandy, we're trading those 295s here in the NQ.
But guess what, Dre? We didn't candle close below it. That's why I follow my rules. Look at that.
I love it. Okay, fair enough. Let's go trade. Look, trade 25,300. You know what I'm trying to do. Yes. Dow's picking up a little bit here to the upside. Right higher, not too much. About 30 points.
What's RTY doing? RTY has a nice little range going.
NQ. Take note.
I'd buy the RTY.
Okay. 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Gold pulled back just a bit. Silver tame, very, very tame.
I like that. Chat came up with instead of a caveman, you should call it a cave Mandy trade.
I was trying to.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, that's market. I mean, you gotta go with the market, right? Market orders, catching the momentum.
Mm-hmm. I do that
Actually,
sometimes.
that's the essence of a
With
caveman
momentum.
trade.
Yeah.
How come you picked that up, Trey? That was a good one.
Doing it my whole career, for better or worse. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Getting short in the hole, the positive 12,000 delta in the ES can be costly. You learn the lessons. Lessons are learned lessons in trading. Unfortunately, cost money. They're expensive.
That sounds like a scary trade right there. That sounds like a scary trade.
Well, we did it on fast markets too, so double whammy there.
Even scarier.
Mhm.
Even scarier.
Dolby, I'm
Design
gonna
is-
rewatch slow markets.
Are you?
Yes.
That's,
Oh.
that's, hey, it's a
I'm
good
just
time.
like really sad I missed it. Like thoroughly depressed. Slow market chat. They're loyal, man.
They are. They're very kind.
They're a different group for sure.
Felt the love. Felt the love.
Yeah, absolutely.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm. You can watch me almost hit a 20-point banger in gold, but we missed it by a tick, Mandy. Literally one tick. We had the order in, did not get filled, and then it shot up. I don't know, $20. It's terrible.
We got negative delta growing here in the NQ. ES negative delta in NQ minus 3,100. ES was positive 1,100. It is now zero. It is now zero. So the buyers have left the building in the ES as NQ delta grows to the negative side. Staying beneath these 300s. 2 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
On the 15-minute, we respected the 15 period moving average. I think a close below will give us some good selling pressure. So that would be, yeah, back to these 285s possibly here, Dre. We need to close below that.
90 seconds. Let me ask you this, Mandy. Why on the 5 minute? You only take a trade on the 5 minute every 5 minutes, or?
No, it's like a loose guideline. I was doing, I mean, 3 is good. We could go to 3 even. I mean, like right now with just how slow it is, 3 minute might be a better one, but I don't know. 5's been really clean lately. To be honest, I've been forgetting about the 3 minute. I don't know why. It's a good question, Dre.
No, you don't need to worry about the 3 minute. 5 minute is just fine. I'm just trying to understand. It's a good process. It's discipline.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yes.
It's hard.
Pacing. All right.
Yes.
Might be at this price about 5 minutes ago. The 69.63.
Oh yeah, here we go.
I just did step back in. Again, got that negative delta growing in the NQ. See if they want to jump back in. And Dow pushing a little bit lower.
Yeah, so's RTY, so's MES.
Struggling. Pulling teeth.
I want to see if we can actually get short RTY. There's some good room to the downside.
All right, I'm short 4. I'm confident in this one.
Late. Yeah, I think that's a good trade.
See if this 5 minute opens. What price, Mandy? E5s.
What did I get?
E4s.
Sorry.
All good. Boom.
I was just setting my stop loss. I got in at 288 3/4.
88?
This is great. 288.
Nice job.
Nice.
Patience pays.
There you go. There goes the ES. Said, Andre, shut up. I'm going to get my entry when I follow my process. Lo and behold.
No, not at all. This is great because people need to know how a process can work, right? We need to be able to demonstrate that.
Let's get the push here.
I love the questions, Dre. It's good. We're all in different trading levels, years of experience, strategies. It's good to ask questions, right? And you know what? I actually love it because it makes me question why I do it and therefore like revalidate why I'm waiting, why, holding me to my rules and making sure my rules are good rules and not just rules just to have rules.
Thank you, Mandy. I appreciate that.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. On the hour hit, we did see some little bit more solid. Here goes the ES 69.59 did print. A little bit of support.
This is my
See what happens
journaling,
if you
Dre.
You have to
Being
journal.
on air. This
Oh,
is
really?
like my out loud journaling.
Wow.
Really.
Your vulnerabilities out there, your insecurities out there, your trading inner thoughts. Do you speak to yourself? Do you talk to yourself when you're trading?
No, but I
You
have
don't?
thought about recording myself because I do rewatch these segments, being like, oh, like where could a better entry be? Like, how did I miss that? I also try to make sure I'm not saying too much. So, rewatching
Do you
for
watch
on
any
air.
segments that you're not on, or just the segments that you
I'm gonna
are?
be watching Dolby's.
Yeah.
I
Sometimes
didn't ask
when,
the question, Mandy.
What's up?
yeah. Sometimes I think when I see hear about a good segment with somebody on it, like the psychology segments, those have been fun to rewatch.
Those are great.
Oh,
Is this literally going to be the bounce? Because I'm gonna
We're literally going to miss our entry by 2 points.
rage a little bit.
I'll rage with
Dang
you.
it.
Wow,
Rage,
markets make
yeah, rage.
neither of us happy right now, Mandy. How's that possible? Neither of us are happy.
No 72s, Dolby?
No, it was 70s. No 70s.
70s? Gotcha.
I had 70,
All right.
60, 50.
I felt like I was being very generous with VWAP. Like,
So was I.
not even getting close to it for my TP. So, yeah, this is interesting.
RTY is just...
That's just a little short covering from retail there. And we'll see. We didn't ever got above those 300s in the NQ. Snap back to what, 25,291. See a little bit more selling come in. Gold selling off just a touch here. 5103 last trade.
Somebody's asking about TP. I set it with some room around VWAP. That's the main reason why I put my TP down at 66 half and 3/4. Just it's an attempting area for a VWAP. Stop loss above my what would you call that, MA line on my EMA MA cross, because usually when we break above it, we oftentimes will rotate that direction. So there's no 20 points, like we're doing 20 points stop loss, 20 points take profit, or 40 point take profit, 20 point stop loss. Like, I don't necessarily run that way. If people do, I have a friend who looks at the ATR and is like, oh, I can get 27 points out of, that's what I'm going to target, is 27 points.
You're adapting.
And then
you're adapting to what the market's giving or not giving at that moment in time.
Yeah.
And
it works for people to just have a general number, or you follow your indicators and that'll determine. So a lot of varieties of
ES being stubborn, pushing lower here.
Everything.
Stuck
Every
up.
industry.
Stuck at 69.60. Dow seeing a little downside pressure here. 50,176. Got a 100 lot to the downside in the NQ on the bid. 25,272. Looking at the level 2 data. Topstep X. Get another push here. NQ trading 25,276.
There you go.
Come on down.
I'm glad I didn't put entry or stop loss at entry, break even, because we would have gotten tagged right out of it and back to where we're at right now. That would have been bad. I saw that you've been working on that. We'll be in the chat. You're responding.
I have been. Let me tell you, it's very, very hard. It is very, very hard.
Has it been a good change so far in relation to profits and the trading process, would you say, for you?
A couple more days. Okay. Still a work in progress.
That's great. I love that. Back testing.
Forever journey. We might be going to get that 140 lot on the bid in the NQ, about 3 points away from that. We'll hold this thing bid. What's going on the Dow? Dow catching a bit of a bid there.
Hold on.
No, feel it, right? You can feel it.
You can.
make or break? Is this make or break for the longs?
Oh my god.
Nope, not yet. All right.
No.
We'll see how this plays out. All right, take a step back. It is Valentine's Day coming up this weekend. So, later this week, I should say. So let's take a look at, I love how we shoehorn this in. This transition was terrible. Love and money, how couples can navigate the economy. You're on Topstep TV.
In uncertain economic times, talking about money can be uncomfortable.
We did a study. We saw that people would rather talk about politics, religion, even their weight. They'd rather talk about that than how much money's in the bank or how much credit card debt they have. It's important to be honest, though.
Kimberly Palmer, personal finance expert at NerdWallet, says that honesty should start early in a relationship.
If there is an issue like one person has credit card debt, it doesn't necessarily have to be a deal breaker. It might just be something that you want to talk through how it's handled and how you'll pay off the debt and avoid building up debt in the future.
And for long-time couples, Ted Rossman, principal analyst for Bankrate, says regular money check-ins are a must-do, starting with budget basics and eventually shared financial goals.
Ideally, over time, you can also talk about more of the long-term aspirational side of this, because that's really what's going to get people motivated, is what are we working towards?
Those conversations, Palmer says, can help couples avoid misunderstandings about money decisions.
Just be open-minded and ask the person, how they arrived at how they are treating money and talking about money. And that can just help you both get on the same page.
Bankrate found baby boomers more likely to say they have in-depth knowledge of their partner's finances. As Rossman points out, they are most likely to completely combine their finances. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Fantastic journalism done there. You're on a first date with someone, point blank, how much credit card debt do you have? And just go from there. Good stuff. Thank you for bringing that to me, James and Andrea. All right. Still on this trade. Mandy, 25,288. Trade's still valid.
Yeah. I did move my stop loss again, just as we are spending time in the market and I'm getting the data coming in. My moving average has dropped down a little bit, so I'm just kind of trailed that stop loss. So if, like I said, if we were to rotate, I would assume we break above my moving average, we can continue up. I'm reducing my risk by looking at my candles and my indicators. So still validated because we are holding below my 7-period moving average. And actually, as of right now, we're still holding below the EMA, which I have set to 5. I know a lot of people always ask for my indicators, so I'll just throw them up here on my left chart. But yeah, it's not invalidated. It'd be invalidated if we hit my stop loss, which we are getting dang close to. I have it set right now at 98.5.
98.5, okay. There is 260 a lot on the bid, about 20 points lower from here in the NQ. 25,275 on 250. All right, 10 minutes till MOC. Then we got Cisco, McDonald earnings after the bell. Inflation numbers later this week.
We got stopped out. See, this is the question I asked myself. I think I was overly confident in VWAP, so that's why I didn't trail. We could have easily trailed and made $40. So that's where I'm going to be reevaluating, be journaling after.
From? Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know, Dre.
Nice little pop there in the NQ. NQ popped out.
Come on.
20 points. Make it about 30 points. Back above 25,300. ES, same thing. Saw pop. 8-point pop.
Are you going to sell off?
Hopefully. I don't want this to become my bit where I just am known for missing entries by a point or two.
Where's Mohammed?
Not great. Not great. Ren, what are you talking about?
Ren in the chat. You guys don't know how to trade, do you? LOL.
I
I'm just out here winging it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, right now.
25,317. 317 last trade. Pushing higher here. Buyers did jump in. I guess. All right, we saw a bounce pull back off overnight VWAP in the NQ. Buyer stepped in. We have ES coming up against overnight VWAP at 69.68. What stories there?
Bro, what a
I like my out.
bounce.
just
What about?
said.
Yeah, great cover.
Like
Protect yourself.
I shrunk
What
the
a boys
risk
orders.
as the time was going.
100%.
So really happy with my loss.
Yeah, that's great risk management.
Now do we enter longs? I
Are
don't
you
know.
convinced? Are you convinced the buyers are going to keep pushing this, right? You talk about momentum. What creates that momentum, Andy? Volume, right? Volume pushes it.
Yep.
So there's going to be more volume, more behind this, reinforcements for the longs, essentially, is what we're asking here. We did pull back to.
I mean, it's such a strong candle too. On that 5 minute, it's kind of difficult to ignore such a significant candle size. I mean, it's almost we made up the last 15 minutes just in, actually almost the last 20 minutes in just, what was that? 3 minutes, 5 minutes. So, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you see it, then it just comes and retraces that whole candle.
I think that trade was, I think you handled it perfectly. Wasn't
Yeah,
much.
yeah,
Something good.
I mean, they can't all be winners. They can't
I mean,
all
is
be
NQ
winners.
like drunk right now? Like that's what I'm wondering. Like
It's in a coma. I think it's more so in a coma. It's
a drunk coma.
Yeah.
Back above 25,300. It's about 5 points higher. Gold holding pattern. MBT's been seeing a lot of attention lately. Holding pattern as well as 67,420. 50 on the tilt across the board.
What are we doing now?
What was
We're
your
just in
Buffalo?
shorts in RTY. What? Yeah, where's the Buffalo?
NQ maybe as well.
Let me go back to the Slack.
Is that just some short covering right there?
25,415.
Totally.
That'd be a crazy rally.
Nines, man. You're looking 325s for perhaps a long above. Same.
Yeah, we came to back to 320s, but couldn't quite get over that little. I think I talked about this yesterday, like that little speed bump. Like we need some pushing power. We need some energy, momentum, volume, all of that, right?
Low, yep.
It's not quite getting there.
Might get it here in about 6
now
minutes.
we're rolling back, which is fine. And you know what? There's always a chance for me to re-enter shorts again if we get back. I'd say shorts below 295 on a candle close. Maybe this time trail it.
How much unrealized profit were you looking at on that trade that
think
you
it's
could have?
100.
If you made the perfect trade and you got out, you pretty much got out at the bottom right
yeah,
there.
I think it was about 100.
Okay, that's
For me, nothing I'm overly stressed about for my trading style, my account size, etc. And I already have green on the day, so willing to play. Yeah, I got overly confident with that VWAP, so I was like, oh yeah, that looks like it's.
I was feeling
really
it too,
wants to
Manny. I was feeling it too.
Yeah, see? And then the buyers were like, nope, we're not going to let you touch it. We're not going to let you go kiss VWAP. Shout out to George.
George, we're brothers. All right. ES saw some resistance up at overnight view up. Pulled back about 4 points at 69.64.
Either I want this to just take off, come tag my above below, or prove that I was right on the trade. Come touch VWAP. I don't care. Just do
That's
both.
right.
That'd be great. That's what we wanted. But I think, I talked about this before. Dakota had this. He probably talked about it like maybe a year ago. I loved the thought. It's like, or maybe was it Dakota or Hogue? He
Great
said,
question.
If
Both wise.
we knew where like NQ was going to close on the day, you can't necessarily know exactly how it's going to get there, right? You might hit your account loss. Like if you were to hold it
Who would have said that? Who does that sound like?
You could sell off completely and then rebound the entire way. Like we can't tell you how far the moves are going to be in a certain direction. Even though we know how it's going to end at the day, how we get there is the significant question.
Is that a Hogism or a Dakotaism? I'm trying to think. Who?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Who would have dropped a gem
I want
like
to say
that?
Hogue.
Feels like
I
a
wanna say
Hogue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like a Hogue.
Yeah. Like it's too risky to.
If I told you where the market's going to close,
confirmation, right? Yeah.
how we got there. 10%. All right, we got 3.5 minutes till MOC.
We might
Thought we were
get
going to break
T-Rock.
lower. Thought we were going to break lower. I love Hogue. Actually, guys, the Delta Don.
Dude, your
The Delta
impression just
Don.
gets
He
me
stopped
every time.
feeding me Delta. Notice that. He stopped feeding me the Delta because my very limited impression of Hogue. All right, we got 3 minutes MOC. Pretty quiet on the wire right now. President scheduled to speak at top of the hour, also the close. And I'm sorry, 3:30 p.m. Central. So about 45 minutes from now. We have Cisco earnings and McDonald earnings after the bell. Make sure to tune into At the Buzzer with Jay and Paul breaking that down, as well as all the action from the markets today.
I think we all at some point have heard it from a variety of coaches, is what it sounds like. It's a good one.
You trying to spread out the credit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All our
Sounds
coaches
like-
are all really knowledgeable, and when you find those little pockets of
You're
or
so
little
kind.
nuggets, you hold on to them, right? Discord Friday, Saturday, it's launching.
Oh,
Somebody was
it's
just
a
asking.
weekend launch. Is it like a soft launch? Like a
Yeah,
restaurant opening?
softish. Yeah,
Dolby.
yeah. First weekend open, see how it.
Dolby knows something about that.
Get out the
Launching
bugs.
Sure
Discord.
do.
Dolby launched Topstep Discord.
Do not. Oh yeah, I
Let's
did.
go.
That was
Dr. Frankenstein. I'll call you Dr. Frankenstein.
that was a part of my life. That was part of my life. That
How
was a good
long
time.
ago did that launch? Was
Good
that
question.
before or after your YouTube, like TV?
I did 2 years of customer support. 2020, 2020. I'm gonna say 2023 approximately. So I think it's been around for maybe like 3 to 4 years.
So just before TV?
Yes. Discord was before TV.
All right.
It was fun. It was a hard
launch.
launch. It was a hard launch. It was a
Animal.
it was a lot.
Did you know about
We did it.
Dolby? Remind me. Did you know about trading before support?
Yes, I used to be a trader of Topstep.
There we go.
I was trading the trading combines that were very difficult. It was 2-step program, 5 days, I think, in step 1, 10 days in step 2, no multiple accounts, no micros. All of the risk
Wow.
parameters are exactly the same, and everything was twice as expensive.
Wow. Look how we've grown.
I was going to say, a little pop here in MBT. About $700 pop. A little pop here in the NQ. ES, seeing a little bit of the same here. 30 seconds, MOC. 30 seconds till MOC.
Bunnies are having a hard time.
See if we can get this thing rocking. What's going on
Everyone's
in
having a
the
hard time.
Dow? Going on the Dow here. We are flat, correct?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Not gonna cave Mandy right now.
These numbers can and will change, but these are the initial imbalance is coming at you 5 seconds. Here we go.
Whoa. That was fun.
Oh, please change.
And-
Well, I mean,
What is this?
lights.
200
70
mil?
million sell side, 70 million sell
Whoa.
side ES, 9 million sell side NQ, 200 million sell side Dow. Those numbers can and will change.
That is so weak.
We like to see those that number in the billions one way or another, but not right now. Sometimes they like to show their hand very last minute here. So 55 after, we might get another injection liquidity. I'll keep you updated on these MOC numbers, these imbalances. With that being said, I ask you to hit us up on the X using hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. Mandy was goofing on me in the green room about this plug. But anyways, James, come on in here. How did they do? Let's see the content.
Oh, yeah, well, earlier this morning, we told you to take to Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, whatever you choose, and share your trader setups, your trader wins, and whatever else you want to show us. And here's what you brought to the table today from S. Day 2 in the books with Topstep. back-to-back winning days for only 2 days. 2 for 2. That's batting 100%. Keep it up. Keep your winning days tight. Be sure to lock out before you lose too much. Looks like you're already doing the work. Can't wait to see your progress. Moving on from New Breed Trading. This is a 50K Express account. And thank you for this opportunity to show people what they can do with risk management and scaling. That is a nice couple of green days in a row right there for you, New Breed Trading. Good job. Keep it up. And don't forget to pay yourself. That's why you're here. You put in the work. Be sure to take home the cash. Buy yourself something nice. Next up, from Old Guy. Not sure what all the fuss is about. I'm watching paper fly into my bank account within 3 days with Topstep. Sometimes you just got to put in the grind, ignore the noise, and watch the rewards come to your inbox. So congrats, Old Guy. Good work. Moving on from Gene Silva. Hard work is paying off. Gene is also paying themselves. Congrats on your recent payout request. This is what it's all about. Your hard work is literally paying off. Again, I say it all the time, but you did the work. You put in the screen time. You put in the practice. And now look, you're paying yourself. You didn't share how much because you're humble. But I hope you enjoy whatever you get. And then back to back from I don't really know how else to say that name. Topstep still riding with them. Keep jabbing. Congrats on your payout request. You are literally paying yourselves. Back to back, people paying themselves. That's what we like to see here on hashtag Fast Markets and hashtags Power Hour. And those are the 5 submissions I have today. So I'll throw it back your way, Andre.
Just let that breathe right there. That was incredible. It's my guy.
That was
Val.
amazing.
Dr. Val, let's take a little peek at MOC. Flip buy side light right now. 400 mil buy side ES, 200 mil buy side NQ, 100 mil buy side the Dow. 50-50 on the tilt. We saw a pop in the MBT just to come right back in the range. Markets are staggering to the finish line.
Yeah. Big time stagger.
Definitely.
Pick up again. Keep your eye on the headlines, right? What's going on in the Middle East? Russia as well. What's going on here with where are we going to get the tariffs ruling from the Supreme Court?
Great question, Trey.
In January. Got us hanging on.
That is certainly looming over these markets.
And jobs came in stronger than expected today. Inflation
Quite
seems
strong.
Yeah, expected 65,000, actual 130,000. They under promised and over delivered on us. Job well done. The BLS. All right, still looking at 400 mil buy side. Yes, 300 mil buy side. And Q Delta update from the Don himself, plus 2,200 in the minus 2,900 in the NQ.
Free break 24s. I think we're gonna go long.
What was your above below?
Oh, so far away. 415.
You never know.
We're right where we opened. Like when I did above below, this is where we were at.
Yeah.
If you know how it was going to close, I couldn't tell you how we're going to get there. So we're right back to the start. We're right back to the start. Love you, Hogue.
Fascinating.
Started feeding me. All right, let's see what happens here. About 20 seconds. 55 after getting another injection liquidity. Still haven't really shown their hand much in terms of the MOC, the buy side, sell side imbalance. Does flip. It's just light buy side right now. Nothing really leading one way or another. And he's lining up an if then if.
Fascinating. Just so fascinating.
What was that price, Mandy? You had lined up
24s.
Oh man.
Like if we break above 24s, I could see this going. But sellers, we get back down. Well, that's a good question. Can I get in at 90?
Go for it. I know what you're doing.
90.
You're trying to make good TV. You're making okay.
If we break 90s, I think I'll get short.
We still looking at any bids, though. Any bids, though?
Yeah, actually, I'm marking one offer in the RTY at 2677.3. I'm going to see if we can touch the high here and then just sell off a little bit into close. We have not gotten filled yet, but we are close.
277?
277.3.
Why are
what market?
RTY.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So you're hoping for a range trade, not a breakout trade.
Yeah, range trade for sure.
Which is so
It'd be
funny. I'd look at
very
that and I'd be like,
Very
it's going to break out. And then sometimes I get burned.
The old head fake. Like we thought we were going to go lower there.
Fair merchant.
We'd broken beneath the range that we had been in for solid hour. And you got caught. Nice risk management there, though. Because if that trade does hit, it hits, Mandy. It's a probability play when that trade is a continuation. Yeah, couldn't get the volume behind it. No biggie. Speaking of no biggie, buy side or sell side in the MOC. Light buy side. A little bit of a downtick here.
Not get
50.
filled on that one. It's been hard to get filled unless you're just hitting buy market or sell market. We got 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
I'm pulling this order. It's not enough time. It's not enough time.
No buzzer beater? All right.
We can't even get into a position to get a buzzer beater.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, about less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. The closing bell.
Major Dorito, man. Like,
Make sure to tune in tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow.
Oh,
Hit it.
yeah. Come join me.
Hit it. Yeah. It's whoa. So you asked the chat, what was that? I see it now, you don't. Yeah. Open the windows.
Wow.
Yep. Let's leave it at that. I gotta say, one of the day trading in the chat, watching us at the close of the bell, asking why would we tune in tomorrow?
Getting a little toasty in here today.
Easy. Dre, I secured my third payout. Give me props. I just gave you props, W. Great job.
That was a tough power hour.
Was it?
Did not?
No, it wasn't.
was a lot.
Thank
It
you,
was
Mandy. Tell
tough.
him. Chat.
It was enjoyable.
Thank you.
Because we're growing and we're becoming better traders and we're executing our process and we're keeping our stop losses and we're accepting our risks.
Yes.
It's a great one. I'm growing as a trader. I love it.
Look
And
at
I
that.
think
That's
there's
a
some
positive.
two awesome guys here. So
Thank you, Mandy.
That's a positive mental attitude right there.
okay,
Got it. Here we go.
call me crazy. I'm in 3 short.
Whoa.
A buzzer beater.
Let's go. What price, Mandy?
You broke that wick, so I just want to see a flush. This is a tight loss, you guys. Like super tight loss.
All right, last trade 295s. We can go get that overnight. VWAP. MOC not showing too much.
Yeah, VWAP. We're going for VWAP.
Okay.
I said I could enter again. This is giving me. Oh my gosh.
50 seconds. 50 seconds, Mandy. A little buzzer beater here. MOC looks like it's going to flip sell side, little buy side coming in. What do we got here? Oh, whole lot cook again. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. We still got those Cisco and McDonald's earnings after the bell. You saw. Day trading. So, well.
It didn't flush. It did not flush.
This is not doing anything.
Incredible.
315. Should have copied yesterday's above the low.
Pretty much zero, by the way. This is an all-timer. MOC out of 0. 20 seconds to go. 12 million buy side. Yes. 19 million buy side. NQ.
All right.
Is that the lowest you've ever seen, Dre?
I can't think of a lower one. I mean, we are.
That's nothing.
Okay, I'm trailing these profits. Here we
Let's
go.
go, Mandy.
Nice job, Mandy. Let's
Hit it,
go.
Mandy. Here we go. Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Overnight VWAP, Mandy. God, well done.
Made back half the losses. We'll
All
take it.
that.
Oh, incredible.
Only thing that mattered was the last 30 seconds of power hour. Mandy, fantastic stuff
Exciting.
as always. Back-to-back
Hey,
power
thank you
hours.
guys.
Carving it up. Dolby time. Discipline there. Great discipline. Thought you did fantastic.
Thank you.
That being said, shout out to all the bellers. You saw what those generic graphics were that we looked so hard to find back in the archives. One more time. Shout out to all the bellers. Love you very much. Thank you so much. Bam. Can't see you. That being said, go to my main man, Dr. Volatility. James, take us out here into At the Buzzer.
You guys smell smoke? Smell something weird. Anyway, I guess you guys better turn back in tomorrow to figure out what that's all about. Hey guys, thank you for a wonderful power hour. Thank you to Andre, Dolby, and Mandy, and especially thank you to you, the chat. Thank you to being out there and hanging with us bell to bell. Whether you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer or you've been here since 7:15, we appreciate your time and your energy. We appreciate every day you showing back up. We appreciate all the work you put in. Basically, we just appreciate you in general. But enough about that. At the Buzzer's up next. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to make sure that you are feeling ready for that 5 p.m. reopening. We've still got a couple of earnings reports coming out, so you can be sure to catch how the market reacts with At the Buzzer. Stay tuned right here, as once this video ends, it'll automatically begin At the Buzzer. Then later on tonight at 7:30, Coach Dakota will be back with slow markets. You saw Coach Dakota this morning on fast markets. Now catch him in the slow markets. Sometimes those markets are reversed, but either way, 7:30 p.m. Central Time is a great night on slow markets with Coach Dakota. You can catch that right here on our YouTube channel as well. Then tomorrow morning, there is no London Open with Aaron Trades. Aaron will be taking the day off. Instead, you'll have to wait for the Euro Trade until at 3:30 a.m. So again, no London Open tomorrow, but Euro Trade with Deanna is still on. So be sure to catch Euro Trade. That's at 3:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. And then we're going to be back here doing this whole thing all over again for you. 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Same bat channel, same bat place. Topstep TV. For now, At the Buzzer's up next. It's been a long day. Got a lot of exciting stuff coming tomorrow. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Have a great rest of your night. Let's go.
Some call it noise. You call it potential. Some see a market. You see opportunity. Topstep gives you professional level education to help you start earning. Build discipline. Prove your strategy. Trade with up to $150,000 of our money. With a community that lifts you. Backed by decades of trading experience. Explore unlocking a new income stream and a path to a better lifestyle.